that it is pushing that out to YouTube. Hopefully it is. We'll find out in a minute. There's always a bit of a delay while the YouTube stream receives its signal about 10 or 15 seconds after TikTok. So there's a slight delay there. So hopefully I will hear from the lovely fine people in the YouTube chat any moment, and they will tell us that the stream is working okay. Hello, YouTube people. How are you? I hope you're well and everything is good. Let's see. We've got Buzz in the house. We've got Espresso. We've got Finkelstein. We've got Indentured Cervix in the house, and the wonderful Nectu and Pastor Ferry. Good to see you, Pastor Ferry, confirming that the stream is good. Queen Beach says, "What time is this, John?" I know. I was 2 minutes late, and I'm very, very sorry. I'll make it up with an extra 2 minutes at the other end in about 8 hours' time. How's that for a deal? It's so good to see you and everyone. Great to see you. Okay, I agree, Super Kai. Sean is peak. Super Kai in the TikTok chat says Sean is peak, and I could not possibly agree more. Sean is awesome and will, or should, be gracing us with his presence sometime quite soon. But in the meantime, while we wait for Sean, we will get in our first guest, who looks like it's going to be Ricky C. So let's get Ricky C in right now, and we'll get things going.
Oh, how you going, mate?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm going well, thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being our first guest. Welcome in.
I just wanted to ask a question. I was watching a couple days ago, and one of the guests said that a German leader that we won't say the name of on this TikTok stream,
the Moustache Man,
yeah, the Moustache Man. Thank you. That's a good one. That he was, well, someone said, oh, well, he was an atheist, and obviously he wasn't. But then I don't know if you said this, but you said you may have said this. I can't remember that he was a Christian.
He certainly claimed to be, and there are multiple allusions to God and Jesus in his writings. Now, some people would say he did those for political effect, but you can take someone at face value. That's what he declared. He declared that Jesus was his Lord or something like that, and he claimed to be, doing what he did in the name of Christian, whatever, his Christian agenda. So, and there's a historical blood libel there on the Jews, and it's all a bit disgusting. Who knows? Who knows? But certainly those soldiers had "God is with us" written on their uniforms.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, that's what you were. That's what you were. That's what you said. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, in my reading of Mustache Man's book, he talks a lot about providence, and that there's he doesn't talk about God in any sense like a Christian God. It always talks about this nature or this force that is willing you to be something better.
It may not have been in Mein Kampf. It may have been in his speeches. I don't know. I don't know. My friend, Ricky, this is actually a debate stream. So if you want to call in to ask questions about other things, I do that every other Friday. So you'll be very, very, very welcome to join on, that's called the After Hours show. You'd be very welcome to call back. It'll be a week on Friday now because we did one last night. And I will definitely talk about this with you if you wish to.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, I apologize.
Right. No problem.
I'm so sorry for...
No, most people don't know. This is a new thing, just to keep the debate shows on track, because that's really what people are tuning in for now.
Okay,
so,
again, so sorry.
Of course, no, not at all.
You have a lovely day.
Please call back, Ricky. We'll be happy to talk about this with you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so
Cheers,
much.
Man. Thanks, man. Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, I say I'll be happy to talk about it. It's not a subject I know much about. The Moustache Man's religious leanings. It's not something I've ever really paid that much attention to. But certainly, the claim that the things he did were done in the name of atheism is completely ludicrous. Absolutely preposterous claim. Okay, let's get a smoke enjoyer in next. And by the way, just to echo what I just said, this is a debate stream. People are turning up here to watch debate. So if you're friendly, I love you, and I love you for being here. And if you want to come up and tell me how much you agree with me, I love you for it. But please do it on the After Hours show, which is every other Friday, where people can call in. We had a really great session last night. It was packed. The call queues were at one point 14 deep. Everyone wanted to come in and talk about stuff. It was very mellow. There was no debate, but people had a chance to ask about anything. And if you call me on a Friday after hours show, you can literally ask me about anything. It doesn't even have to be about religion. You want to know what I think about sportsing, you can ask me about that. If you want to know about my cats, you can ask me about my cats. If you want to know about my music stuff, you can ask me about that. Whatever you like. But we'll save all of those things for those calls. So so for today, please only request up if you want to disagree with my prompt and or if you have something to say which is directly relevant to something that we're immediately talking about, which will be quick and inform the audience. And then, just the question to ask yourself is this a discussion the audience are likely tuning in to hear? I would greatly appreciate that. Okay, let's get Smoke Enjoyer in next. Interesting name. There we go.
Afternoon. How are you today?
I'm very well indeed. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm going to try an argument I don't use very often. I'm kind of new to this.
Sure. Me too.
Yeah, I would like to engage.
Sure.
I should say as well, Tiny Mustache Man Schmittler, I think he does have some things in his book about Christianity. But if we're talking about atheists and unaliving count, you have to deal with like Mao and Stalin. Like, they're definitely atheists, aren't they?
They were, but they didn't do the things they did in the name of atheism. They weren't motivated to do their things because of a passionate disbelief in God. They were motivated to do their things for political reasons. So,
without God, people are like a numbers game.
Well, no,
and that's how the Russians treated them in World War II.
But yes, but that's
threw
the thing.
Bodies at the problem.
Yeah, but that's not really it, because I'm without God and I don't see people as a numbers game, right? So being without a God doesn't create a license or a motivation for any kind of behavior at all. The thing that creates a motivation for the behavior is if you've got a really, particularly nasty political agenda, which involves, removing groups of people or exterminating groups of people or pushing back against established power hierarchies to replace them with new power hierarchies. But atheism in and of itself is completely morally neutral. It contains no enjoinments to anything. It doesn't even contain any beliefs. It isn't a belief system. It isn't an ideology. It certainly isn't a political ideology, and it doesn't intrinsically create a license for any type of behavior at all.
That last part might be extremely true, that it doesn't actually give you any prescription for how to interact, which
Correct.
is the problem. It leaves everything open. There's no one that can tell me that acting in a good way is wrong versus acting in a bad way. There is no objective good.
So you might consider that this is a conversation we have with reasonable regularity here. Right, you're not the first person to raise this. So, what do you imagine? What do you imagine my response to that claim might be?
That morals are subjective, and your epistemology for ethics would be in the agent.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And what do you see as a problem for that? And by the way, how do you think that claim doesn't apply to your ethics too?
Because by definition, the agent isn't objective. It is not true across all things at all times, and God is necessary as that placeholder for that to be possible.
Which God? The Aztec God. The Aztec God, obviously.
There's definitely more and less evidence for God, right?
Which God?
Do you believe there's got to be
which God?
Pardon me?
Which God? Are you arguing currently for the Aztec God?
No, my profile.
Vishnu.
Aztec
Vishnu.
God would be impossible metaphysically.
Right. Okay. Oh, so it's the flying spaghetti monster that you're arguing for.
It's what religion has the best worldview explanation with regards to metaphysics.
But here's the thing.
And cohesion.
But here's the thing. When someone picks which God to root their ethics in, is that an objective thing, or is it a subjective decision that they're making with their own mind?
You're asking if the agent's choice to do that?
Yeah. So when you decide to align your
objective or subjective?
When you decide to align your ethics with a particular God, that's a subjective decision, right? That you're making. Because you're making, in fact, you're actually making two subjective decisions there. One is to root your ethics in a God anyway, That's one subjective decision. Another subjective decision you're making is which God. Another subjective decision you're making is which ethics for that God, because you can find, for example, Bible-believing Christians on both sides of pretty much every moral question you can imagine, right? So they're all taking subjective views and positions on how they subjectively choose to interpret the subjective wishes of that subjectively chosen God, right? So there's a lot of subjectivity going on there in the religious framework. So I agree with you that ethics ultimately are subjective, because essentially ethics are expressions of how we feel about behavior and how we feel about what behavior people ought to engage in with each other. That's what ethics means. And that is a value judgment, which is definitionally derived from a mind and therefore subjective. Agreed?
Would you believe that that is the same for something that's different than objective, like something like truth?
Hang on, we're speaking about ethics at the moment. I asked you if you agree with me. But do you agree with me that I made a statement and I asked you if you agree? It was fairly clear what I said.
I would believe that there is only one worldview that actually is coherent.
That's nothing to do with what I asked you. What I asked you is, do you agree with me that when somebody subjectively chooses which God they want to subjectively follow and which interpretation they want to subjectively choose, and all of the subjective things I said, all leading back to their subjective choice to root their ethics in the subjective whims of a God, there's a lot of subjectivity going on there, isn't there?
Yeah, like I believe in free choice and subjectivity
right. So,
as well
so
as
then,
objectivity, if that's
right.
what you mean.
Yeah, so your decision to follow the subjective morals of your God subjectively, your subjective choice to follow those subjective morals, it suffers from exactly the same criticisms that you might choose to level at somebody who bases their ethics on a different principle, right? Subjectively chosen, of course.
You can subjectively choose those principles, and that doesn't mean that they're right. I do believe that there is a correct, cohesive,
really
objective way of looking at the Bible as an example.
Well, we're not looking at the Bible yet. We're just talking about meta-ethics right now, right? We're talking about whether somebody's view of ethics, whether somebody's subjective preferences about how people ought to behave to each other are reflective of something that exists as a fact in nature. And if you can demonstrate that it does, I'll be quite impressed.
So a fact in nature, meaning like it's just a brute truth?
Yeah.
The true is true because it's true?
No, like essentially, if I'm reading you right and you're deciding to base your ideas of right and wrong on what a Middle Eastern Bronze Age war god thinks, then that's a subjective choice that you're making, and you're just declaring by fiat that anything that deity says is good is good. That's a very subjective choice you're making to do that. You won't be able to demonstrate you won't be able to demonstrate that it's a moral good to follow that god. You're just going to declare that the whims of that god are good as a label rather than a description, and then pretend you've done the work of demonstrating it, which you won't have done.
Well, it's necessary, like I said, for there to be a omniscient mind, for there to be objective things like truth, like the laws of logic, like these metaphysical categories itself, ethics, morals, right?
What you've done now is you've now abandoned the moral argument and you're trying to run tag. Is that your chosen?
Oh no, I've been trying to run tag the whole time.
Well, you started.
Morals are founded in God.
Yeah, but that would be something you would have to demonstrate rather than just tell us you believe, because we know what you believe.
Oh, I would. Well, that's where tag comes in. You're right. It's the reductio argument for God's existence.
Right, but you're not going to be able to demonstrate that those transcendental things exist.
That I'm not going to be able to demonstrate that logic exists? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to demonstrate that those things exist have an independent ontology. You're just going to point at them and pretend that your God made them. So, could your God do you think that logic is necessary, like for inference rules to work? Right? Are they necessary? Do they exist as just a brute fact, or are they dependent on God?
Yeah. So, like, sorry, say that one more time.
So, like the laws of logic, right? Are they necessary? Are they just necessarily true?
I would say that they're grounded in God. Yeah, God is logical, therefore logic exists.
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you if they're necessarily true, meaning could they have been different?
I guess I don't know the answer to that question. Do you?
Well, here's the thing, because you're in a slightly sticky situation, because if they are necessarily true, then you don't require God to have made them. And if they're not necessarily true, then you are committed to the position that God could have made them differently. And that puts you in the unenviable position of saying that if God had wanted to, he could have made the statement God exists and God doesn't exist both true at the same time, which is ludicrous.
Well, God is logical. He wouldn't do something illogical such as that.
Right. So when you say he wouldn't, what you mean is that he's subject. Hang on. When you say he wouldn't, what you mean is he's subject to these laws. But you're claiming that he is the founder essentially of these laws. You're pretending that these laws are like traffic laws, whereas in fact they're not. They're not prescriptive laws. They're descriptive laws that just describe how statements work and how propositions can be inferentially connected. So if I say, if it's raining, it will be wet outside, and then we accept that as true, and then I say it is raining, then it follows deductively from that therefore it's wet outside. We don't need a God in order to make that make sense. God is doing zero work there in making that make sense. So what's the point?
Well, because the epistemology you're going to say is in the agent, and I'm going to say it's in God, right? Because the agent doesn't have access to all possible worlds and all possible things as the, like I said, the placeholder God would. So it's a more coherent rationale for that logic exists. So that's kind of it, right? So either we can agree that logic doesn't exist, that it's not just granted, or we can agree that logic does exist. Now that logic exists, let's say we're arguing that for the sake of argument, what is the epistemology for that? You're going to say the agent. I'm going to say it's God. No, I think I have a better explanatory power than you do.
I'm not going to follow you down that way because I don't grant that logic exists ontologically, as I've explained to you. Logic is just the word we give to the linguistic conventions that we use to make sure our statements make sense and to understand what naturally follows from something else. You're claiming that these things require a grounding, and the question I asked you is: if we assume that grounding isn't there, does logic stop working? You're making the claim here, right? You're making a very big claim that in order for logic to work,
you can use logic without having an epistemology for it.
Follow me, because you're not following me at the moment. You're making a very big claim, which is that for logic to work requires some sort of grounding, which is a word that people in the pre-sup community like throwing around, and whilst all pretending they know what it means. None of them do. Right? So you're saying that logic requires this grounding thing. I'm asking you, if we assume for a moment that this grounding wasn't there, would logic not work?
Yeah, just using logic as a brute fact is what you're saying. It just is because it is.
I'm saying
you can use that, but it's a circular argument at that axiom.
No, it's not. So let me give you a specific example along the lines of the one I used before. Are you familiar with inference laws?
Inference laws. Please define it for me.
So inference laws are just the names that we give, the various structures that we can use in logic to infer outcomes and conclusions from premises. So, and one inference law is called modus ponens. It means that if P then Q, P therefore Q.
Yes, okay,
that's the form, right? So I'm going to ask you that. So the example I gave you before was a modus ponens. It was if it's raining, it will be wet outside. Is the P. Mm-hmm. Right, and then we say it is raining, and then we can infer from that, therefore, by modus ponens, it will be wet outside. Right now, if we assume that statement, that logic doesn't have any grounding, I'm trying to figure out what work this grounding is doing. If we don't have the grounding, does that stop working?
If we don't have the grounding, does it stop working?
Yeah.
If we don't have the right grounding, can we still use logic?
Yeah,
yes, but you can't ground it.
But I'm saying, define for me what this grounding is doing. It's adding zero value. This grounding is like a magic ingredient that everybody tells us we need, but no one can explain what it's for. I'm saying, assume the grounding isn't there. Does my logic stop working? Is it no longer the case reliably that if I say if it's raining, it's wet outside, and then I say it's raining, can we no longer be sure whether it's going to be wet outside just because we've abandoned the grounding? Is that a claim that you would make seriously?
Well, so what I'm saying is that the best explanation among competing hypotheses would be God, right?
We don't.
That's
But the best explanation for what? You haven't demonstrated that anything in the scenario I've given you.
Condition for the possibility of reasoning itself.
No, but that's just a claim that you're making without doing any work. I'm trying to help you to see how vacuous this is. You haven't even demonstrated that there's a problem here to be solved. You've just asserted that there is, and then declared you're God the solution. I'm demonstrating for you that we don't need an explanation here. Inference rules can be applied to statements because statements have implications. Statements have things which follow naturally from them, right? So if I tell you, you're
going to say that logic is descriptive rather than prescriptive.
Oh,
right?
we said that ages ago. We passed that now. We're now at the point where I'm demonstrating that the grounding that you're cleaving to, like a baby on a teat, is not required. It doesn't do any work. It doesn't enhance our understanding in any way. It's merely a claim that religious people make in order to demonstrate a requirement for the God that they believe in without doing any of the work required to demonstrate that that requirement actually exists. The requirement is merely asserted, which is what you're doing now. You're saying, but unless you ground the logic and and a mind and a God and I'm asking you, what work does that grounding do?
Like physical brain states, right?
That's just a change of subject. Stay with me on the discussion we're having. I'm not talking about thoughts and brain states. I'm talking about logic. You're the one who brought it up. I think it's a silly argument. Yeah. And it's a silly argument for the reason I've demonstrated, which is that the requirement to ground it has not been itself demonstrated. And even if we granted a requirement to ground it, which I don't, but even if we did, let's say for the sake of argument, that's a million miles away from saying that the thing that grounds logic is a conscious mind. And that's a million miles away from saying the conscious mind that grounds logic is a particular conscious mind with a plan who likes foreskins. All the work is still ahead of you to demonstrate that this conversation has absolutely anything to do with Jesus of Nazareth. You're light years away from that right now, aren't you?
Oh, definitely not. Like,
really?
You still haven't made a rationalization for like how truth exists or like metaphysical categories at all. You're just going to say because they are.
No, I'm going to say that metaphysical categories don't exist. That's why I think tag is bullshit. And I'm going to say to you, can you demonstrate that they exist rather than assert it? And then you're going to say a load of words that fail to demonstrate that they exist and pretend you have.
Okay, so doesn't that also preclude your ability to debate?
I seem to be doing it quite well.
That they're all...
I would say at the moment the person whose ability to debate is precluded might not be me.
You've allowed both of us to be impossibly incorrect.
I have. I think only one of us is right now.
Metaphysics.
I didn't say anything about throwing out metaphysics. I said that you can't demonstrate that these things like reason and logic and morality actually have an independent ontology outside of our minds, that they exist as things like tables and rocks. You can claim it, but you won't be able to demonstrate it because people have been trying for centuries and all of them have failed, and it's unlikely that you'll be the first person not to.
So you would just say that like the laws of logic are not universally true. They don't exist. You would say like truth doesn't exist.
I didn't say truth doesn't exist. I would say that truth is a value of propositions. So in the same way that you could say...
Where is it?
It's not located anywhere. That's like saying, does rhyming exist? Rhyming is a value... Rhyming is a property of words when combined with other words. Like if I said, does can rhyme? Does the word can rhyme? I'm asking you now.
Does it rhyme with things? Yes, yeah.
Does it rhyme? Yeah, it rhymes, right? Because it rhymes with ran and it rhymes with other things. But the rhyming of can, if I said, does rhyming exist? Does rhyming exist as a thing?
Yeah, it's a metaphysical thing. It's a conceptual thing.
Where is rhyming?
Where is rhyming?
Yeah, where can I find it? I've been looking everywhere for it. Where is it?
Yeah, so the same thing, right? I'm not an empiricist, right? So I'm not going to say that it doesn't exist.
Right.
I'm going to say it exists conceptually.
What you're going to realize is that it's a category error to ask about its existence in the same way that you might ask about the existence of donkeys or kangaroos or things like that. It doesn't exist in that way. It exists as a concept, and it's a property that we assign to words in certain combinations. In the same way that truth is a property that we assign to propositions in certain circumstances. So we might say that a particular statement has the property of being true if it correctly describes reality. But that doesn't mean that truth exists in the same way that, smelly sneakers exist. It's a different type of thing. It's a different type of existence. And so the equivocation fallacy here is to say, we know there are things in the world that exist, like rocks and badgers, and then say, we have this thing called logic that we can talk about, or truth, and then pretend that that exists in the same way. And therefore
they're transcendental categories, right?
Yeah, transcendental, like sort of magic, like a sort of Platonic form. But you won't be able to demonstrate that the existence of those things is something that requires an originator, because we can just say that these are just words that we use to describe the way we think about concepts. They essentially exist in our minds.
Yeah, you would say, like I said before, they're brain states, they're physical brain states. That's what thoughts are.
The thoughts correspond to brain states.
The logical laws are not physical objects, they're just byproducts of our brain states. That's how we rationalize them.
The logical laws are like conventions. They're the way we talk about concepts, the way we make sure that our statements are meaningful rather than meaningless, right? But we don't need a God for that.
Well, so how do you justify those transcendentals? You say it's in the agent's intellect, right?
When you say how do you justify them, what do you mean exactly? What work is justifying doing? At the risk of getting back into exactly the same circle we were in before, I don't think they require justifying.
Okay, well, I suppose we agree to disagree. Thank you so much, sir. Take care.
Okay, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. That was a smoke enjoyer, whose argument appears to have gone up in enjoyable smoke. But there we are. Okay, friends, we have the caller rating today. I would say again that we are rating the discussions, not the human beings. We're not in the business of character assassination here, but we are in the business of rating the interactions in that sense, right? And we're rating them for the quality of the arguments we've heard from our fine friends who are coming in to give us their time so generously to debate with us. We are rating the quality of their arguments and the good faith of their engagement. So I've put the links in both chats. It would be great if we can get involved with this. I'm going to turn on the display of this because I think I might have turned it off the other day. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Did I turn it off? Call the race. Yes, there we go. It's back on. There we go. We can all see it now. And we'll turn it on the TikTok side as well. There we go. All right, so I'm now going to lock that off, and we got a final verdict there, and it was, I can't see what it was, but I'm sure it was delightful. I think we got 28. Okay, well, that's not wonderful, but okay, there we are. Okay, moving on. If you are on the YouTube side, it would be massively helpful if you would be so kind as to like the stream. That really helps the algorithm to push it out to other people, and then we get more guests coming in and more interaction, and it's more fun, and we enjoy ourselves much more. And of course, if you're on the TikTok side, just do the smashy heart like thing. If you would, that would be really, really kind. And the more you can contribute in the chat, even if it's silly little things, just posting hello or anything like that, any engagement in the chat super helps the algorithm know that there's something going on here that might be worth checking out. And then we get more people coming in. Okay, we are going to get in FW11, and then we've got Rowando back to speak to us again. I did see Sean pop up for a moment, and then he vanished again. So I wonder if he's having technical issues. We will see. Hopefully we get him in shortly. Hey, FW, how are you?
I'm good. You?
Yeah, very good indeed. Thank you. Welcome in. I take it that you are a believer.
Actually, I'm not. I'm an atheist, but I do want to. I disagree on your statement that God is silly, because I believe that the idea of God in itself can't be morally right, as you say, as he's evil. But I don't believe it's silly. This concept of him.
You don't believe that the idea that there's an all-powerful creature who created the entire cosmos and takes the time to worry about where people bury their poo is silly. You think that's sensible?
Well, not necessarily. I don't believe it's because it's based on faith, isn't it? Because it's based on the idea that we don't know what is going on within our own what's the word? what we can like see in reality. So I believe that the idea of having a God and faith isn't silly, but I believe that
faith is believing things without evidence. Because if you have evidence, you don't need faith. How is that not silly? It is the most idiotic way to try and find truth possible, and we know this because at least 2 billion people right now in the world are organizing their entire lives around things that they believe by faith and are mistaken. And we know this is true because the Christians can't be right if the Muslims are right, and the Muslims can't be right if the Christians are right, and therefore at least one of those groups has got it wrong. So faith is a catastrophically bad way to evaluate truth claims, and therefore silly.
Yeah, I guess so. But my main standpoint on this is just saying that faith in itself isn't a silly concept. Because I guess, well, I mean, I can't really speak on this because I don't believe in a God myself. But I believe that, well, belief isn't silly in the matter because it's like it's trying to create answers for things you don't know. And I believe to dispel those answers on other people is wrong, but I believe that try and keep those truths for yourself to try and structure your life better isn't silly.
Don't you think it's more sensible to just believe things when there's evidence and say, I'm going to believe things. I'm going to believe things when there's evidence, and if there's no evidence for something, I'm just going to withhold judgment. So if I don't know, I'm going to just say I don't know, and then if I do think that I have a basis on which to claim, I think I know what's going on here, I think I have a belief. That belief can have various degrees of certainty or confidence about it, then I'm going to talk about having that belief and I'm going to explain why I have it, and that's a justification for having the belief. But anything other than that is silly.
I do say I think I agree with you there, but
good stuff.
I don't know.
Food for thought.
Yeah, no, literally, but I don't know. It's just like the human, we have like almost a fear of the unknown. So our brains have always tried to fill in the gaps. And that's what I believe faith mainly is ourselves trying to fill in the fact that we are.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's extremely silly. Don't fill in the gaps. Yeah. Don't fill in the gaps with the latest fantasy fairy tale you happen to have heard. Fill in the gaps by investigating things using the tools of empiricism and evidence and reason. We had an enlightenment, people. Let's not forget. It was quite good. And let's do that rather than lean into, Bronze Age fairy tales to do it. Dude, I'm going to move it along because it's a debate stream, so we'll keep on going. But thank you so much for coming in. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Huge welcome in to my good friend Sean. How are you?
Good. Sorry about being late. Got held up.
No worries at all. No worries at all. We've been having fun. You missed a good pre-sup cookout. It was excellent. We had fun.
Oh, nice.
We had fun. Tag has now been torn up and put in the bin. Hopefully to stay there for a while, but I fear that may not be the case. Right, let us bring back onto the show again Rowando, who has been on. I think if I remember right, Rowando, you were on twice in the last debate stream, so you're back for more. That's all good. We'll bring Rowando in, and then we've got podcast on after that.
Yes, sir. I was on 2 times that day.
Welcome back. So good to see you again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good to be here. What
would you like to say? Are you going to address our prompt here? God is evil and silly.
Well, I can say that the discussion we had does address the prompt, because the only reason I brought it up was because you were saying God. Well, would you say it's a reason to say God is evil because he doesn't give us? Some people don't have a choice of believing.
Actually, I think there are a couple of reasons, right? So the first is dependent on which God you believe in. So if you just believe in a kind of generic God of sort of general theism but not linked to any particular religion, then I think that if you're still giving that God the kind of omni properties and asserting that God is all powerful, then it follows that God is evil. Because just look at the world. So much of the suffering in the world is either necessary, in which case God can't do anything about it and he's not all powerful, or it's unnecessary because God is choosing to make it happen, possibly for some other reason. But if he's choosing to make it happen for some other reason, that raises the problem of, is he capable of achieving that other reason without the suffering? And if the answer to that is no, then he's not all powerful. If the answer to that is yes, then you're back to where you were at the beginning. He's chosen the suffering. So that's why I think for general theism, we can comfortably say an all-powerful God is evil. But it gets much, much worse if you believe in the Bible God, because that guy is a head case. He's a complete moral monster. So which one of those two strands would you like to engage with?
Well, the argument I'm most prepared for, I'd say, is the still belief being a choice versus not a choice.
But we've had that argument twice before, and that's not the topic tonight. So you're welcome to come back another time and talk about that. Let's talk about this one.
I think it relates because, well, I don't want to disrespect. I think I'm less prepared for this discussion. We can get into it, but I do want to get back to that the belief being a choice versus not a choice. But we can engage in this other one.
Yeah, I mean, I say that because on the last live stream, we engaged in the belief being a choice twice, and we ended up, and in each one of those two times, we ended up going around the circle quite a few times, and I don't necessarily think it's going to be productive to do it again. And it's not the topic tonight. So there are nights when it is the topic. So I'd say if you really, really, really want to have it again, then next time we're doing that one and it appears in the list or it's a more sort of general prompt, then jump on and we'll thrash that one out again if you want to.
Okay. I'll just say the argument y'all gave, you didn't let me give an argument for. That scenario y'all gave to prove it was not an accurate way to prove it, and y'all didn't let me explain why.
Okay, but, we'll do that. We'll do that next time. What do you have to say about God being evil and silly?
Okay, so as far as God being evil, so in the Christian worldview, God is all-knowing, right?
Apparently. I mean, there are problems. There are times where he seems to demonstrate that he's not.
That he's not all-knowing?
Yeah.
Like what?
For example, when he wanders around looking for Adam and asking where he is, when he says to Abraham, "Now I know that you," I can't remember the exact words, but when he almost manipulates Abraham into killing his son, and then tells him and then he saves Isaac, right, at the last moment, and he says to Abraham words along the lines of, "Now I know that you fear, that you are, a good servant. Now I know that you are a good little boy," implying that he didn't know it before. If you're all knowing, you don't have a transition from not knowing something to knowing something. If you're all knowing, so there's a few times when God's own language indicates that he's not all knowing.
Okay, so we can explain that. So the Lord, we are humans and we understand things. You communicate with humans in a way humans can understand. So there are times in the Bible where the Lord speaks to humans in a way that makes sense to humans. It's not that God didn't know. Obviously, God knows because he's all knowing. He's just letting him know, like, hey, now I know, just for the human communication aspect of it. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Why did he make him go through that whole rigmarole of like starting to put his son up there, etc.? What was that?
Because we have free will, so we have to still make the decisions that we make. So if the Lord just says, "Oh, well, I already know the decision you're going to make, so I'm not going to even give you the opportunity to make the decision," we didn't make the decision. You know what I mean?
What would be the purpose? You didn't tell me the purpose.
For us to make our own decision to choose. That's the purpose.
So he can make his own decision to choose like what type of cheese he's going to put on his sandwich. So that's an opportunity to choose. So everything we physically do, we're using our opportunity to choose. So what was the purpose in him having to like believe he's going to kill his own son and then like believe it was a real order and then go through that whole ritual?
So what's the purpose? To show us.
What's the purpose?
To prove his belief.
To prove.
To who?
Hang on.
To
but
prove.
But listen to what you said there. Do you know what it means to prove something? It means to provide evidence to confirm something that you may not have known before. That's what proof is.
The may not have known before is not necessarily.
It is. If you know something, if you know something already, you don't require proof. Proof is something which is presented.
You can ask somebody to prove something that you know the answer to. So
no,
it's
you
like
can't.
showing your work in math to a math teacher.
Would it make sense to me to make John prove to me he has a $5 bill in his pocket if I'm all knowing? Like, which would mean I already knew he had a $5 bill in his pocket. Would I need John to prove it to me?
Yeah.
To test his honesty, the way that the Lord asked Adam, "Where are you?" Obviously, the
I
Lord
wouldn't
knew where
have
he
to.
was.
I wouldn't
So
have
he
to
was
test John's
testing. That was
honesty
for the sake
either.
of Adam.
Do all
So it's
knowing.
for the sake of it's for the sake of John to be honest and say, "Yes, I have $5."
Do all knowing beings have to do tests?
Not for their own sake.
No. So proving honesty, not needed. Testing honesty, not needed. Testing
Not for
obedience,
his own
not
sake.
not needed. Asking people where they are in a garden when you know already, not needed. Now, here's the
For
thing.
Adam's sake.
Here's for Adam's sake. So God asks Adam where he is for Adam's sake. That makes loads of sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So now here's where it
What?
gets much worse, Rowando. Is if I were you, I would be arguing away from God's omniscience towards some kind of open theism, which might potentially get God off the hook for all the immoral, terrible stuff that goes on.
But
Unfortunately, arguing for God's knowledge of everything puts you in a much worse position, because now God is fully on the hook. I'm not pivoting from the point. I'm leaning into it. Okay? I was saying that actually, if you are arguing for God's real omniscience, that makes defending the moral problems you have here infinitely harder. The only out that I've heard believers effectively achieve here for God being on the moral hook for all the horror that he presides over is that he has some kind of limitation to his knowledge, that he's not all-knowing. But you have now confidently assured us, you have closed the door permanently on that avenue of escape. And we now have a situation where, according to you, your God is universally always all-knowing, which is fantastic, because that's now hung him up on the meat hook of culpability for suffering. Because now every terrible thing that happens in the world is definitionally within the scope of God's knowledge. And if you are also asserting that he is all-powerful, constrained only by logic, then that means every act of suffering, every moment of suffering, every animal burnt to death in a forest fire, every child drowned by a tsunami, God watches with his arms folded. He knew that it was going to happen before there were any people. He knew exactly what was going to happen. Since we've been having this conversation, somewhere in the world, at least one child under 9 has been sexually abused by an adult. And God has watched, looked on while this happens, knew it was going to happen before the child was even conceived, could have interfered, and could have interfered in a way that didn't mess with anyone's free will, by the way, and chose not to. So I'm going to ask you, why?
So we are moving on from that point that I made about Adam.
Yeah, because I wanted you to get to the point of confidently asserting that God was all-knowing, and you dutifully did that. So now that we've established that, explain why this all-knowing God, who knows about everything that's going to happen and is all-powerful, so could stop it happening, chooses not to.
I believe that's still a bit of a pivot, but we can go that way. We can go that way.
It's if you want to call it a pivot, if that makes you feel lovely, have your pivot. Answer the question now, please.
All right. So that would just come to down to the fall of man at that point.
Said as if it's an actual explanation. So the fall of man. Explain how that works. So animals being torn apart by other animals and having their windpipes torn out as act of predation, where God could have designed the universe where animals just survive off plants and other organisms that aren't capable of feeling suffering, but rather chose to design a universe where lions have to, tear out the throats of gazelles and other mammals, causing them huge amounts of pain, is because some people in a garden ate some fruit, and that's an argument you're making with a straight face, apparently. Am I tracking that right?
Are you asserting that lions hunting for food is a bad thing?
Yeah, if it involves avoidable suffering, absolutely. Yeah.
How do you
avoid the suffering of?
If you're an all-powerful God,
they're herbivores.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just make them herbivores. If he's all powerful, it's completely unnecessary.
Have you ever noticed that cows don't hunt? Cows apparently are able to survive without tearing out the windpipes of other animals, but God had to, make the lions need something different, and the great white sharks and other animals that have to live off the death and suffering of other animals. So why?
That's fair. Yeah. Okay. I have heard, I haven't quite looked into fully, I have heard arguments to say that carnivores actually were herbivores before the fall.
The great white sharks were all vegetarian. I know.
I've heard it. I'm just throwing it out, but I'm not going to claim for that to be the reason. But
that makes sense to you. Like, is that a good justification for you? Adam and Eve ate a fruit, so animals now have to eat each other.
Point. I'm not saying that's my point. But and then there's also there's been studied that plants can feel pain and things like that. You run into
which
things
study?
like that.
Do you have a DOI number?
That's bullshit, but it would make it even worse. And let's grant you this preposterous idea that plants can feel pain. They don't have central nervous systems, but by magic they can feel pain. That would make your position infinitely worse. That would suddenly exponentially increase the amount of pain in the world. We would have to have little funerals for every piece of plankton that got swallowed by a whale. Terrible tragedy in every case. Now your God has even more blood on his hands, and this has improved your position how?
Yeah, my main point is that if what we define as
almost like I didn't ask a question. Are you going to answer the question I asked you?
I wasn't. You answered. I mean, you answered the why plants feeling pain isn't a good point, and so I'm not leaning on that point right now.
But I said that would have made your position much worse. So do you want to just retract that? So let's go back to the lions then. Why did God make it so that some animals can only survive if they hurt and kill other animals?
Yeah, so that comes down to what we define as what's the word? Unnecessary. So whatever God defines as necessary is the standard. So there's examples in the Bible of.
So we come up with a different definition of necessary then?
Well, it's a bit of a subjective measure.
If necessary means it has to be done to achieve some type of greater good or what have you. If God has to do the suffering in order to achieve X, God is not all powerful. So is he all powerful or not?
Well, that's like the same logic as like can God make a rock so big that he can't?
It's not. No, because that's a direct logical contradiction. But there's no logical contradiction in saying that an all-powerful being doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, by that logic, you say why you can question anything. You can question why anything no matter what the situation is, you can always question why.
Now you're starting to get it.
It's a logical entailment of being all powerful. So if we set aside just logical contradictions, cannot make a square triangle. Got it. We'll just grant that those.
You can even ask why that.
Hold on. We'll even grant the logical contradictions. That means literally everything else falls under the subset of all, including accomplishing X without instantiating suffering on others. So if God needs suffering to do something else, if he has to have the suffering in order to do it, he's not all powerful. So you have to decide, is your God going to be all good or all powerful?
So basically, because the Lord has made a standard of necessity for things, that means
what is a standard of necessity?
Because
by necessary, I mean has to be done in order to it has to be done in order to accomplish something.
Yeah, if the Lord makes it the case that something has to be done, that means that he's not all powerful.
Why would he make so he's making it so if he's making it the case that the suffering has to happen, that means he didn't have to make it the case that the suffering didn't have to happen. So which means again it was completely unnecessary. God chose the suffering for the sake of it.
If you want to relocate God's choice into his criterion for necessity, then we could apply exactly the same argument and say, why is God deeming to declare it necessary that some babies have to get terminal illnesses? Why is God deeming it necessary to declare that mosquitoes carrying malaria must kill 300,000 children a year? He could have it differently, but he chooses not to. So again, I'm going to ask you, why?
Because he's given us free will. So we have agency.
What's free will got to do with tsunamis ripping babies out of people's hands and drowning them? What's
our free will? Our free will to make sin into the world. Our decision to bring sin into the world. That's why we talk about the fall of man. So before the fall, there was no sickness, there was no disease.
Right.
So
who decided that the fall had to happen then?
We did with our free will.
No. Who decided the punishment? Who decided the punishment?
Oh, God did, because
Could God have chosen another punishment? Could God have chosen another punishment that didn't involve babies 5,000 years later on cancer wards? Is he powerful enough to have chosen something that excluded perhaps just that?
All that is expressing our knowledge,
yes or
our
no?
lack of knowledge of why God does what he does.
Very simple question. Is God
that a yes or
powerful?
no?
Is God powerful enough to have imposed a punishment on Adam and Eve which would not have impacted innocent babies 5,000 or 6,000 years later?
I suppose so, but can I explain?
Well, I'm developing an argument here. So if you need to,
that point.
Do you want to qualify your explanation? Because there's a next step in the discussion there. Once you've agreed that he could have chosen something else, and by the way, if you are committed to his omnipotence, you've really already answered that question. So I could answer it for you. God is powerful enough to have chosen a different punishment, but the punishment he chose was the one where innocent babies 5,000 years later are on cancer wards, right? That's the one that he personally chose. And he didn't need to choose it. So he chose it because he wanted the suffering of those children.
And so you're saying, is that a claim to say that God chose a bad outcome?
Do you think that
suffered, that's bad?
Do you think that making children unnecessarily suffer is good or bad?
On face value, so I'll answer and then let me give a parallel. Can I? Okay.
Yeah, but please do answer it directly. Answer it directly and then explain whatever you like. Just say, I think it's good.
I'll answer directly.
If you could, I'd like you to either say, I think it's good to unnecessarily make children suffer, or I think it's bad to unnecessarily make children suffer.
Okay, there's a distinction. For me, no. For God, yes, and I will explain why. For God, it is good because he sets the standard of good. Anything apart from God is not good. And part two, there's a concept of making things that are good look bad. We know that that's a concept in the world, right? It's just you can describe surgery as, is it good to take a sharp metal object and cut somebody open?
Yeah. If you're a surgeon, then you're not capable of healing that person by magic. Then you might have to do that. But if you're an all-powerful God, then it would be bad. But can we just take a moment to reflect on what you just said? Because I don't want the moment to pass. I don't want the moment to pass. You've just declared that it's good for God to unnecessarily make children suffer. Can we just let that? But you've just said that because you've decided that God is the standard for good, that it's good for God to make children unnecessarily suffer, and you wonder why we do this. You wonder why we criticize it. No, it is unnecessary because if God's all powerful, then any suffering of the children is His choice and is therefore unnecessary. We've already established.
So there's no necessity then.
You agreed
because He can make anything be the choice. So necessity.
Now you're getting it.
But
you agreed that it was unnecessary.
Necessity.
You agreed that it was unnecessary because John asked you, "Is it good to make babies unnecessarily suffer?" And you said, "If God does it, yes, because God is the standard of good."
If I'm not mistaken, I don't think you said unnecessarily in that when you asked that most recent time.
I did.
Okay. I might be mistaken.
Okay. So all right. So you can change your answer if you want because you misunderstood. Is it good for God to make babies suffer unnecessarily?
You have to prove the unnecessarily part.
We already have, dude.
Let's just say hypothetically speaking, would it be good for God to make babies suffer unnecessarily?
That's the same question. I'm saying
No. Hypothetically, because we feel we have shown it that it's good, but we just want to see if we disagree with the facts or we disagree with principle. In principle, would it be bad or good for God to make babies suffer unnecessarily?
okay. So let's just break down the pieces then.
Please
Yes
give
or
straight
no?
answers. There's a yes/no question.
Well, I have to define necessity. I have
you
to
should
define
be able
necessity. Let's define necessity one more time. I lost. Remind me your definition of necessity.
So necessity means that it's needed, that it has to happen, that there's no choice.
So necessity means that there's no choice.
Like that it's required.
So
For example,
you can't set your own necessity.
Let me give you an example.
I
That'll
wouldn't
help.
say that this choice is a prerequisite.
Let me give you an example. So, if I want my child to get vaccinated against against polio, for example, that's going to require me to take my child to a doctor. My doctor's going to poke the child in the arm, causing pain. A sharp metal object into its arm, causing a little bit of suffering. But it's necessary in order to get my child vaccinated. I don't have another means to do it, so that's necessary. It needs to be done to achieve a greater good. That's what we mean by necessary. So by that definition, is it good for God to, if God were to cause the suffering in children unnecessarily, is that good or bad?
I think your example wasn't, because there's a lot of baggage.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
It's like, no, because
it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. You don't have to concede that God does unnecessary suffering. Just if He did unnecessary suffering to children, would that be good or bad?
So again, define it. You're trying to make me answer without a clear definition. So
this is word games, Rowando. This is word games now.
Fine.
Everyone can tell what's going on here.
Necessity.
Everyone can tell what's going on.
We have to define the things that we're talking about. Come on now.
This is uncontroversial. We should not have to spend time, waste the time of our audience who are gracing us with their presence and their attention. We are disrespecting them for spending minutes having to define what we mean by necessary. You know what the word means. Come on.
You do know.
We will leave
do
this
know.
circle right now because I pulled up the definition. Okay, you did it too. Let's do it.
So John already said needed. And here's dictionary definition one.
He said no choice. That's why I was.
No. Earlier,
I said it was required.
He said required. He also hold on.
Yes.
He also earlier said before this. He already explained it needed and required, and you were still tap dancing. So here, absolutely needed or required. So now that we've gone through the rigmarole, are you going to answer the question? Is it good or bad for God to cause suffering in children unnecessarily? Yes or no? Or is it good or bad?
So by that definition, I say it is bad because it's unnecessary, but unnecessary does not entail the having no choice. Because obviously God has a choice. That's the part that I was fighting.
That makes it worse. It makes it so much worse. So you've now argued for the exact thing I was hoping you were going to argue for, which is a concession that God imposes all of this suffering, unnecessary suffering, which means that it's not required, as a matter of choice. He wants it, and so now you're in the extremely unenviable position of having conceded that God is all-knowing, having conceded that He has the ability to obviate all of this suffering and make it not happen, and that He chooses to make it happen. And you have also stated that unnecessary, i.e. avoidable and not required suffering is not good. Ergo...
So now you have to prove that God makes unnecessary suffering.
Well, that's easy. If an all-powerful God, nothing is necessary for an all-powerful God.
Yes, there is. For Him to be consistent with His nature. We can't act outside of Him.
Is God capable of choosing what His nature is? Because if you're just saying God's nature is that He loves suffering children, that doesn't get you off the hook. It makes it even worse again. Is God's nature such that He enjoys the unnecessary suffering of children?
You have to prove that He unnecessarily
is. I'm just asking you a question. There's nothing to prove in me asking you a question. Is it in God's nature? because you're now appealing. You're saying that the reason why this suffering is necessary is that it has to align with God's nature. So is God's nature that he enjoys the unnecessary suffering of children?
No.
No. So then it's not aligning with his nature. Therefore, it's not required. This entire argument is dead in the water, friend.
Brother, can I make my point?
You could try.
You're saying because God doesn't like the unnecessary suffering, that it goes along with his nature for the unnecessary suffering.
I've said that he loves unnecessary suffering. I'm saying no such thing. I don't know who you think you've been talking to. My primary reason for arguing that God is evil is because it's completely evident that if he exists, he delights in unnecessary suffering. He absolutely loves it. And there are times in the Bible where he even says that he will delight in people's suffering.
Okay, unnecessary is the point. It's not unnecessary. It's not necessary to you. To your standard, it's unnecessary, but you're not all-knowing being.
There's no such thing as necessary for an all-powerful being. This is the problem that you're stuck.
I can explain why. Let me
You
explain
can't.
why.
No, you can't.
So little Johnny gets bone cancer.
No. Let me explain my point.
No. You're not going to tell me not to give a hypothetical. Little Johnny gets bone cancer. God allows it, set the conditions for it to happen, did it. Why was it necessary? Explain the necessity that an all-powerful deity had to give Johnny bone cancer.
So you're not going to let me explain my point, but I'll engage with this hypothetical.
No, yeah. Go ahead.
So the reason why things like disease and things like that happen, and God allows it, is because we, in our own free will, have chosen to sin. Sin brings death.
We've already litigated this, and we've explained to you
it's necessary?
that this is not an out, because the reason why sin brings death is itself a choice of God. So you're just relocating this effect to God's choice to impose this rule that because of a fruit-related incident in a garden, now sin brings death. That wasn't a rule he had to make. It's a rule he chose to make because he loves suffering. Right. None of this is going to get you off the hook. None of it is.
Okay, so let me explain this concept to you. So
we know the theology, by the way. We do understand the fall. This is not the first time we've discussed the Bible.
So I'm not.
Yeah, explain
about the fall. Can I finish my point?
Explain how Johnny having bone cancer is a necessary reaction from God, a necessary reaction to Adam and Eve eating of a fruit.
Okay, so basically, explain why it's necessary for the consequences of the fall. Right?
I didn't say specifically little Johnny getting bone cancer. Little Johnny gets bone cancer. So yeah. So God chose that consequence. Please explain why it was necessary.
Who sees the seesaw coming, by the way? I can. I don't know if you know what I'm referring to, Rowando. We have a concept around here called the seesaw of shit. Have you heard of it?
Is that just going in a circle?
Nope. Do you know what a seesaw is? It's one of those rides in a playground that tilts, right?
Right.
So as you make your argument now to answer Sean's question, which you are going to do in a moment, to explain why it was absolutely necessary for God to respond to the fruit-related incident by punishing innocent babies later, when he could have done something different. As you make that argument, consider the seesaw on which one side is God's power and on the other side is God's virtue or goodness. And as you try to rescue his goodness, you're going to see what happens to his power. Go ahead.
Okay. So, to reflect the standard of justice the Lord has implemented, now your question might be, why did he make the standard that way, right?
It might be, yeah.
So, as far as I can't answer the question of why the Lord made things the way they are, because I'm not God. I can't say, oh, well, I know why the Lord does the way things are the way they are because the Lord has made them this way. And the Lord has asserted that he is good. So everything that he has made, the laws, all the laws he's made are good.
Okay, so I'm just going to interrupt you there because we are at the half-hour mark here, and when we get to the half-hour mark, no matter how wonderfully the conversation is going, I always like to put it to the room because half an hour is a long time to expect people to listen to a conversation. So I'm just going to put it to the room and ask if there's an appetite in the room for if there's an appetite in the room now for us continuing this, or whether they would, whether they've sort of had enough, as it were. I'm just going to ask the room, and then we'll see what they say. There is a really, really big problem with the argument you're making, but before we litigate it, I'm just going to put a vote to the room, and if the vote comes back, enough, then I would invite you back another time, and we will take apart your assertion, which is basically you've just said that your solution to all of this is just divine command theory. That's what you've just done. So that's going to make things even worse, unfortunately. But it looks like, that's what you are describing is just divine command theory, which is God
tells us you know more than all-knowing God.
God himself. No, your argument is God himself labels it good, therefore it must be, which is ridiculous. Okay, so we have a fairly decisive vote in both rooms.
Yeah, God himself makes what defines what's good.
20 to 6 on the TikTok side, and 77% on the other side. So I will say to you respectfully, Rowando, thank you for coming up. And please feel free to come back next time, and we'll continue this. We'll remember when you come back next time. I'm going to put it in my notes now to pick up on divine command theory when you come back in. So thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you for the discussion. All right. Take care. Thanks. Bye-bye.
I'll take care, man.
You too. Okay, there we go. I'll leave the name active for a moment. So if you want to get any ratings in on the quality of arguments and engagement in that discussion. To be fair to him, I think he engaged in good faith. I think the arguments were very poor, but I think he engaged in good faith. That should be reflected. Okay, we will get our next guest in just a moment. It's going to be Podcast Don, who's going to be our next guest, and then we have DBR after that. But I just need to read some super chats because people have been good enough to send them, and I'm not the ungrateful type. So let's have a look and see what we've got. Kicking things off, we've got Buzz. John and Sean, I wish you the best of luck tonight. May the unholy spirit be with you to combat the ridiculous claims of the religious. John for Nope. Oh, thank you very much indeed. I appreciate that, Buzz. Great to see you, friend. And John Klein says, John the Piper's son, kissed the girls and away he run. Mom used to sing that to me when I was a kiddo. She had no idea I was gay. Happy Pride, everyone. Yeah, well, whatever floats your boat, John. Happy Pride to you too. And Buzz says, John Cohen official, a question. May a friendly call presenting a theist argument? I do believe that's actually an important part of deconstruction. I hear what you're saying, Buzz, but I think that would probably fall more into the after hours show to call in and say, here's an argument I heard. Can we talk about this and kind of take it apart and deconstruct it together? I think people are here for the debate. I certainly, when I'm listening to debate shows, I get a bit bored when the believers call in to talk about an argument rather than someone who really believes it calling in. So I would say save that for a week on Friday when we do the next After Hours. And that would be great. I'd love you to call in for that. If you're still here, you might be away by then, in which case put it in your pocket and keep it safe. Bethos says, channeling AC Grayling, who I absolutely love, just replace God with Fred, tag therefore Fred. Yep, absolutely. The tag argument doesn't get you to a God. It doesn't get you to anything. Doesn't even get you to the thing they're hoping it's going to get you to. Silly argument. Gordon Loves Science, again, has very generously donated 5 gift memberships, Unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you, Gordon. That's amazing, my friend. Thank you so much. And just some random dude on YouTube, always great to see you, says, what do you think Saul did with 200 foreskins, right? Used them as rings, shot them like rubber bands, deep fried them. When Joel was in the other day, he said calamari. I can never, ever unsee that. It's not good. But yeah, good question. And Tinspired by the Sea, nice to see you. Welcome back. Thank you for doing what you do. If I could rate all the callers from the Q&A the other night, they would all be genuine. John for Nope. Well, thank you, Tinspired. I agree, they all were. We had so much fun on the After Hours show last night. Hard to think it was just last night. I honestly wasn't sure what was going to happen or if anyone would call. And the interesting thing was, the viewer numbers were much lower, but the engagement numbers were much higher. So many more people wanting to join in, but relatively fewer people watching. I'll just read a couple more and then we'll get our next guest in. Buzz says, Sean had to fight with, is that First Sergeant? What's 1SG, Sean? Your mic's muted, buddy.
Sorry about that. Yes, that is a First Sergeant.
Yeah, to leave on time. Could be the way. We'll never know. We'll never know. And then finally, for now, Buzz says, Sean, did you serve on the trail? I did as a CO. It was probably the most fun part of my army career. We were dogs. I love being in the BCT environment. That sounds like
I think on the trail he means as a drill sergeant. I never did drill sergeant time. I did mandatory recruiter time. I didn't volunteer for it. I came down on DA orders. I was DA selected. There was good and bad with it, but I chose to go back into the infantry.
Two things to tell you, and they're wild. One is, we have 14 calls on the bingo already, just from the first couple of calls we've had, which is insane.
Wow.
And we are going to get you in a moment podcast, Don. Thank you so much for being patient, and DBR and everyone else who's waiting. I really appreciate this. We just got housekeeping to do, and then we'll get you in. I promise. The bingo also has expanded. We now have 20 cells on the bingo, and look how many have been called. This is insane work over here, people. I think we did have a fairly rich tapestry of claims from our friends calling in the early part of the show. I'm not even sure if I can go through all of these right now because I'm anxious to get Podcast Don in, and I don't want to keep DBR waiting too long and any others. But just to hit a couple, and then we'll come back to them. Pastor Ferry was first out of the gate with no morality without God, with Smoke Enjoyer. I completely agree with that. And Ash Wild called Free Will with Smoke Enjoyer. And Indentured Cervix called How Do You Account for Logic? Indeed. We had a greatest hits of the pre-sup nonsense community in the first few minutes of the show. Briley called Personal Experience of God with Smoke Enjoyer. I can't remember whether he said that or not, but I'm feeling generous, so we'll give it anyway. And Briley also called... or is that B. Riley? I'm not sure. Is it B. Riley or Briley? I don't know what to say here. Now I'm all confused. Read it in context. With Smoke Enjoyer, we had a greatest hits, a veritable greatest hits, all in one call. And I'm just going to read one more of these. Pastor Ferry said Philbro Babble with Smoke Enjoyer. I agree. It did start getting a bit Philbro-y. And I'll come back to the other calls on the bingo later because I don't want to keep our guests waiting too long. So without further ado, we'll bring in Podcast Don. Hey, Don.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Good. What do you got?
Very, very good. Wanted to ask you maybe a little controversial subject. I think Islam, I guess. What's your kind of thoughts on Islam in the sense that, in my view, it seems to me...
This is a debate show, my friend. I don't know if you know this. We've reformatted the show slightly. So this is for people who disagree with the prompt to call up and tell us why. So, but we do now have a regular show for people to call in and ask exactly the kind of questions you just did, and it's every other Friday. So if you look out for, you just missed one last night. It would have been perfect. It's just Unconvinced After Hours every other Friday. Then call back on a Friday evening. We do it from 10 p.m. UK time. I would love to talk to you about that, but we can't do it right now.
Okay. It has to be, you have to disagree with the prompt.
People are here to see debates, and people aren't here to hear people either call in to agree with me or call in to just talk about their thoughts or their theories or their stuff, because that's just what I was finding is people were rightly complaining and saying too many people were just calling in to tell us about what they've been thinking about, and I heard this argument about this, and it's just not what people are really here for. So to keep this show interesting for the audience that grace us with their presence, we're just putting some boundaries on it and making it, this is the debate show, and then we have the discussion show where we do everything else, and you're super welcome to call in on that.
Gotcha. I can keep it to the prompt. I mean, my question was going to be about, is it uniquely evil in Islam because of the dogma? But I can keep it towards the prompt.
And I would answer, no, it's not uniquely evil in Islam. It applies to pretty much any concept of God, and certainly any biblical concept of God would be my immediate answer to that. Yeah. Thanks, friend.
No worries.
Take it easy. Thanks. Cheers. Okay. Yep. I understand that. Look, we've been doing the show for a while, and some people just don't know. So there are people who are like regular callers who used to call in, a fair bit of the time, a few months ago, and don't necessarily know that we tightened up the show in this way. So no worries at all. Let's get DBR in and have another conversation. DBR. Welcome in, DBR. How are you?
I'm good. Hello,
Good.
everyone.
Hello. I take it you disagree with our prompt.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But first of all, I'd like to ask you, do you believe in a God or are you a full-blown atheist?
Well, I don't know what full-blown means, but I don't believe in a God. And neither does Sean.
So are you all atheists?
What would an atheist who isn't full-blown look like?
Well, meaning that they would say that they believe it has some form of some form of majestic power that created everything, but like it's not a person, it's just like a force, like an energy.
Like a deist or something. Okay, fair enough. I think that's probably a fair answer actually to the question I asked you. So to answer your question, on that definition, we are both full-blown atheists. We don't think that there's any reason to think that any kind of mind at all created anything. In fact, we don't particularly think that the universe was created. We think it's probably always been here, although we don't know. We don't know that for sure. But what God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Bible because it line up perfectly with creation and it makes a lot of logical sense. Now I heard your argument with the guy before, and you were blaming God of the Bible for babies having cancer and whatever. But he was having problems explaining that, picture you are a creator of a particular set of people. And you didn't make them babies, you made them adults. That's what the Bible said. And you tell them, listen, you all have everything perfect here. This is the best way I can create this for you all. If I do it any other way, it would not be justified for you all. But listen, don't do this, don't do that, and you would be fine.
My friend, we don't need you to tell us the story of Genesis. Everyone here knows it, so that's fine.
Okay.
So we're going to. It sounds like we're now going to have a repeat conversation of the one we had before, which is sort of all right because we have it quite regularly. So I will ask you the same question that we asked before, which is when Adam and Eve went against God's wishes in the garden, and they did eat from the tree of good and evil, knowledge of good and evil. And God was very upset about this and decided to punish them. Did he have any choice that he wanted about what punishment to impose? Or was he following rules in a book somewhere that said, if people steal this fruit from this tree, you must do this? Was God following rules that someone made for him? Or was he actually in charge and able to make the rules himself and decide what the punishment should be?
So he made the rules himself and decided how it will be.
Right.
But you have to remember, if we taking this out of the Bible, we have to go with everything because God's thoughts are higher than our thoughts. You only use an average of 15% of your brain.
No, that's not true. You don't use 15% of your brain. I assure you, if you lost 85%, if you lost 85% of your brain, you would not be able to be having this conversation right now. I assure you of that. So the argument of his ways are higher than our ways is called a thought stopper. Have you heard that term before?
No.
It's a quaint little phrase that people use when they don't have an answer for a question to just go, his ways are higher. It's a way of not answering the question whilst kidding yourself that you have answered the question. It's quite clever. It's a way of pretending that the issue's been addressed by saying a little deepity that sounds like you've actually addressed it. But just saying his ways are higher doesn't address anything. So if God didn't have to choose this punishment for Adam and Eve, it means he could have chosen another punishment, right?
Yes, but if you're debating the Bible, you can't tell me it's just a stopper when he said it in the Bible. If we debate in the Bible, well, then it have a spiritual realm and a physical realm. We are in the physical realm.
That's delightful. I don't have to follow the law that says his ways are higher. That's a meaningless thing. That's a scripture or an idea that's been put into the text in order to stop people asking difficult questions.
It's a concession this sounds like bullshit to me too. I don't have a good explanation, but his way are higher, so I just have faith that there is an explanation. It's a concession that you don't have an explanation.
That's all it is.
No. I would further explain, but you all are not giving me the chance. You remember?
Then let's wipe away his ways are higher. What's your explanation?
No. Well then wipe away. Well then, why we debate in the Bible?
We're critiquing it. We're critiquing the morals of what you believe in, and we're showing you.
And it's the same way I'm critiquing what you believe in, but we are using the Bible. So if we are using the Bible and you ask me what I believe in, which God I believe in, I tell you the God of the Bible, and clearly you and all are debating the God of the Bible. You can't just nitpick and choose and tell me don't use this, don't use that.
No, we're not saying it's a bad argument. Just saying his ways are higher. Can a deity have higher ways and still be evil? Yes or no?
So, come again?
Can a deity have higher ways and still be evil?
No.
Okay, so how does higher ways contradict with being evil? Why can't you have higher ways be all-knowing and still be evil?
I said his thoughts in the Bible said his thoughts are higher than our thoughts.
You're not addressing my question. You're not addressing my question. You said his ways.
You answered no just no. I said no just now to your question.
You're not addressing. So I asked you to defend your answer. No. So all right. So we have an all-knowing deity whose ways are higher, and it's evil. What is the contradiction?
You are saying it's evil. I didn't say it's evil. You can't force that on me. You cannot ask me. Wait.
It's a hypothetical.
I can hypothetical you too, and we wouldn't reach anywhere.
So what's the contradiction?
Wait, you cannot ask me a question and then tell me I only have to go based on evil. No, you cannot do that.
Just answer the question. So all right. So you said his ways are higher. I asked you if an all-knowing being with higher ways. In theory, I'm not asking if you think God is evil. I'm saying in theory, can you have an all-powerful, all-knowing, his ways are higher being that happens to be evil? And you said no. What is the contradiction?
There's no contradiction. I leave out all of it.
Then you can in theory have a being. You can have a God over here whose ways are higher, that's good. You can have a God over here whose ways are higher, that's bad. There's no contradiction there, right? It could be good or bad, right?
Well, okay, technically you're right, because let's say the devil, there's people worshiping the devil as a god, and he and all have more knowledge than us, and he would fall under a god with higher knowledge. And
how do you tell the difference? How do you tell the difference? So you have two gods whose ways are higher, one's good and one's evil. How do you tell the difference between the two?
You tell the difference by the evidence of their produce.
By
what they do, right?
Shall we look at some of that evidence then? Shall we look at some of that evidence?
No problem.
I think we should. I think that it might be. I think it might be good to look at some of the evidence. Do you think that it's? Do you think it's good to kidnap women and force them to have sex?
No.
What would you say if God said that people should do that?
God never said people should do that.
What
do I think? I would say that's wrong.
You would say it's wrong? Okay.
Yeah.
So are you aware of the law that God gave to the Israelite people in Deuteronomy about what they can do with women as the spoils of war? Are you aware of this? Let's have a look at it, right? So it says when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, hang on a second. I'm not sure if this is showing the right thing on the screen. Let me just make sure that it is. I think I might be showing the wrong verse. Let me just make sure it's right. This is showing the wrong one. Bear with me a second. I'm going to just read it out because it's not displaying the right one, but I can still read it to you. So this is in Deuteronomy, and it says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at forced labor. So that's God saying, you make them slaves. You go to fight a town, and if they surrender, they all become your slaves. So this is God condoning slavery. And then it says, but if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town, all its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies. So this is God saying to the Israelites through Moses in Deuteronomy. It's Deuteronomy 20, by the way, that when you've conquered a town in a battle, you have to kill all the men, kill all the babies, kill all the males, all the children, the baby male children as well, and all the women get to be yours, and you can do whatever you want with them.
Okay, so again, right? Any kingdom that pass, we ourselves do that without God telling us. We ourselves as men do the same exact thing.
Do we think it's good? You're just making whataboutism now. We condemn it. We condemn people who do that. We recognize that it's wrong, don't we? Don't we? And I asked you.
Yes, evil men do those things. Yes,
yeah,
we agree.
Right.
Evil men do
we
those
agree.
things.
Right.
Evil men do
Right.
these things, and here's God commanding evil men to do these things. And I asked you if it would be good or bad, and you said it would be bad. So here is God
Yes.
making a bad law, correct?
No.
No. Make sense. So it's a good law. Is it a good law?
Because we chose sin.
No. This has got nothing to do with we chose sin. This is God telling his chosen people how to live. This has got nothing to do with we chose sin. This is God telling people how to live. Was this a good law?
In terms of war, yes.
I don't know what in terms of war means. Do you think it's good?
In terms
It's a
of
good.
war, because okay, I listen to you, I answer you. Gotta give me a little hearing also. If you defending your family lineage, your village, you is the king, right? It's two things you're gonna do. It's either you're gonna wipe out everybody, kill everybody who you're fighting the other side, which is far worse than you just kill the men and keep the women or keep some of them as slaves or whatever. I'm just saying. So if
How about
you
leave the
defending,
civilians alone?
no, watch. If you we see it all the time, we see in history. If you defending yours because it have a good side, a bad side, let's just say that. Let's say they want to come in to take what they have, what they built all these years, you would do the same thing. I guarantee.
Actually, I wouldn't. Have you been to war? I have, and I would never behave in this way. And if I gave such an order, I would rightfully be put up for a court-martial.
So would you let the other side invade and kill you and do your woman and children the same thing?
I wouldn't let others do it. I wouldn't let others do it either.
It's also a complete non sequitur, because what this is saying is that when you're successful in war, you get to rape the women who were the survivors of the war you've just said, and the war that you've just fought. The survivors from the other people who you've conquered, you get to rape the women. That's what this says. When it says they are your
when you read the scripture there, I didn't see rape. I said like,
oh really? You think that the women would be consensually having sex with the men there? Do you?
Well, you being hypothetical, you
is that a yes or no?
I would say no.
No.
So
non-consensual sexual intercourse. Would you agree? Would you agree that non? Would you agree that non? Would you agree? No. Would you agree?
Answer a question just also. Let me ask one. No. Answer like three questions. Let me ask.
You're going to answer this one too. Would you agree that non-consensual sexual intercourse is rape?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So these verses enable, and in fact even command, non-consensual sexual intercourse of conquered women. And you think that's good. What does that tell you about the morality of the God you worship? And what does it tell us all about your morality?
Show me. All right. So this is going to be the fourth or the fifth question you're asking me. I can't answer. I can't ask any. Right. So listen, what I am telling you is that you listen what you are doing bad for your audience. You read something just now, and nowhere it said that I am God. I tell you to rape them and do them where you want and treat the woman like shit. Nowhere it said that.
Are you
Nowhere
sure?
it said that.
Are you
Yes.
sure? What do you
Yeah.
think? What do you think it means? What do you think it means? Because actually, that was in Deuteronomy 20.
Read the part where you think it means rape for the audience.
I will. I'll read it for you. So in the next
Yeah.
verse, it gives some details about how this plays out. So
Yeah,
it
go
says,
ahead.
suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman who you desire and want to marry, and so you bring her home to your house. She shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house for a full month, mourning for her father and mother, who, by the way, you've probably just killed. After that, you may go into her. What do you think go into her means?
At the end of the day, he said married, you know.
What does go into her mean?
So go.
What,
if you say,
what does go into
listen,
her mean?
let me explain, sir. You cannot be like this. Let me explain. In the Bible, that go into her, I do not know, but I could tell you this.
It's a Hebrew idiom. I know. It's a Hebrew idiom.
Wait, when it said it also
it's a Hebrew
right.
idiom. It means have sex with.
Okay, it had many illustrations long time, many different words I used to use that mean sex also.
Yeah, so we're agreed on what it means. So I'm going to ask you the next question then. The woman whose parents you've just slaughtered and you've now kidnapped her and taken her back to your house, and you've been an absolute gentleman by giving her 4 weeks to mourn her parents, or a month. Actually, that was to make sure she wasn't pregnant with someone else's child, but that's a different issue. Do you imagine that she would want to be amorous with you in this situation?
Probably yes.
Are you out of your mind?
No, but well, let me answer. And you see, you're not giving me time to answer. Probably yes. Yeah. Here why?
Sure, she's going to be gagging for it, isn't she?
Long ago, women had no rights. Right. They were like that. They had no, because why? Okay, do you agree? Would you do your wife now, if you're married? Would she be okay with you having 10 wives and 5 side women? Would she like that now? Would she be okay with that now? And so it was a different thing long time, where a man could have like 20 wives and all the women okay with it.
So you might want to pause at this point and listen to what you're arguing for. You're saying because women in the ancient Near East were treated like such shit, these women would be absolutely happy to be fucked by you after you'd killed their parents. That's the argument you're making right now. Does this strike you as credible?
I'm telling you, probably at that time, who win the war? These women would just give up anything for them. I'm telling you, because they rather live and carry on their lines. Now, I'm saying probably, I'm being honest, I'm saying probably, but you cannot use their timeline and try to bring it to our emotional feelings now and think, well, this is this and what is what.
But you know what? And I actually can, because you know why? Because human suffering hasn't really changed in nature that much in the last few 100,000 years. And I can assure you that a woman in that time would be no happier about you having slaughtered her parents than a woman now would be happy about you having slaughtered her parents. Neither would she be any more amorous in her inclinations towards you with you having slaughtered her parents back then. That is one of the most insane, unhinged arguments I've ever heard in my entire life. Are you serious?
Right, I'm listening to you. Nowhere it said he told them kill her parents, then do that. That is one. 2, right now, all of this is going on in the Middle East with the Muslim and the Muslim women. Right now, and worse.
And we condemn it. We condemn it because we have a moral sense. We don't try to justify it, which is what you're trying to do for this hideous law passed by your God. Absolutely disgraceful that you would try to defend this.
No, but Muslims don't follow the Bible. And it's going on. Watch my point. Muslims don't follow the Bible.
That's irrelevant. Because some parts of the world still don't treat women fairly, and we can rightly condemn that. We don't try to justify it and make excuses for it. We condemn it because we know it's not true, because it strips women of the dignity that they are entitled to. And you are currently saying that women back then, a few thousand years ago in the Middle East, deserved to be stripped of that dignity too. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I never said they deserve
okay.
it. Listen,
Well then join me. Then join me in condemning that as a bad law.
So wait. I am telling you, see, you're only talking over me because you know I have some solid facts here and you don't want the audience to hear me out fully. So listen to me. I've been listening to you all the time. Please respect my time to talk. Listen, you do not know, you were not there. You speaking on emotions now. You were not there 5,000 years ago. You don't know Adam, let's say of the Bible, the first two people, Adam and Eve, you don't know how it was. Actually, this is actually worse what I'm going to tell you. Brothers and sisters had a be together and have sex. Some of them would have sex with their mom, whatever, have kids, because it's only two people. That actually worse. Incest was so and it was normal. Incest was normal. It's not normal today. So what I'm trying to tell you is the way they used to think and live long ago, you cannot try to come today and said, listen, they sinned long ago. This was the way God had to do it with them. The wars were different. Everything was different. So here what he did back then, and I am telling you, we still do it today. The soldiers of today with wars today, they do worse. You ever watch Tears of the Sun? You ever see what's going on in slavery? Watch the kind of things happen.
Okay. So I've let you prattle on for a bit now.
Right,
It was quite hard to be silent. Everything you just said is completely irrelevant as to the discussion we're having right now. Literally, totally irrelevant. I'm asking you whether you think it was a good law to tell men that they can conquer people, steal the women they like the look of, take them back to their house, give them a month to mourn the death of their families, and then have intercourse with them. Do you think this was a good law? This is just a yes or a no.
Well, here
no. I want a yes or a no. Was it a good law?
You can't force me to do that.
I can't force you to, but if you refuse to answer the question, then you can just say, I refuse to answer the question. Is that your position? That you're not willing to tell us whether you think this was a good law or not?
No, I do not. I don't think it's a good law now. Back then, I've been more honest. Back then, I don't know.
You think it was moral back then? Is God changing? Does God change?
I don't know why.
Does God change?
No.
That
is what's still happening today.
Right. So if God doesn't change, then it doesn't matter if it was good or bad back then. This is God's law. He did this because he wanted people to live this way. So do you think that this reflects well on God's character or not?
God don't change, but he changes the law for us.
Do you think this reflects well on God's character or not?
Based on we choose to sin, is not God's fault.
Do you think this law, giving people permission to rape women, reflects well on God's character or not?
He never told anybody to rape anybody. He told him to marry her, make her his wife.
He said, give them 4 weeks and then you may go into her. And we've already established that consent is unlikely to have been provided in this circumstance. So we can infer that rape would have taken place. Do you think that it reflects well on God's character to have given this law? I'm going to ask you until you answer.
So, okay, yes, and I could explain. Yes, and I could explain. Because
Please explain why.
Because he gave us free will. So
what's that got
within
to do
free will, within free will and dominion here, meaning dominion here, he give me free will, here is mine. But instead of I kill everybody, say, listen, if you're doing that, this is the wrong way you're going to do, because that's the way all they grow up barbaric, all they choose to sin, all they choose to do this, all they choose to ravage each other. Listen, don't do it that way. This is the better way.
A better way.
Tell you, well, because he's not stepping in and tell you, hey.
Let me offer you a hypothetical. If rather than making this law, God had passed a law that said, if you're unfortunate enough to get into a battle or into a war situation, make sure that you treat the male and female non-combatants of the population with dignity and respect. Would that have been a worse law or a better law than the one he passed?
You had to go with the time, bro. You have to go
I'm asking you, would it have been a better law for him to say, if you get into a war, make sure you treat the innocent non-combatants, the women and children, male and female, with dignity and respect. They're not the people fighting the war. Make sure you treat them with dignity and respect. Would that be a better law or a worse law than the one he actually posed, which was kill all the male children and keep whichever women you want for yourself? Which law would have been better?
According to the war they're fighting, that one he said could be better. The one he gave them. Hear why. I asked me something, let me explain. Right now in the Middle East, a female woman will be walking up, all with she female religious clothes, to the soldiers and blow them up. Before she reach, they will shoot her in her head. The sniper will take her out. When they go up to her, she's pregnant, she have no bomb on her, they just kill a pregnant woman. It's happening today. It's happening today where they're killing women and children.
Possibly the most asinine argument I've ever heard in my entire life. So your justification for God enabling the sexual captivity of war captives and their forced marriage is nowadays, a few thousand years later, there are instances where soldiers have to choose whether or not to shoot women who may be carrying hidden explosives. That's an argument that you apparently are making with a straight face. So anyway, DBR, we're going to move on. I think that you have singularly failed.
You can't handle me, bro.
Yes, I'm desperately unhappy at my inability to handle you in this discussion. I'm in tears at my ineffective dialectic ability here. I'm weeping.
Sure, you do this all the time, and when you meet,
yeah, I know it's terribly sad. I will say thank you very much for coming in to speak to us.
That explaining times today, the same thing going on.
So I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'm going to give you an opportunity, if you want to say goodbye politely. If you'd like to say goodbye politely, now is your opportunity to do so.
No, but I have to wrap up also. So hear me up. I'll wrap up. I just taking like 15 seconds.
Sure.
So hear me out, right? You saying is the most ridiculous.
Oops. Sorry. My finger slipped. Another rape apologist, ladies and gentlemen. Another one. You heard it right here. I mean, he's not even ashamed of it. Totally fine. It was all right back then. And something Muslim women now. That was it. Another rape apologist. I'm not sure where Sean went. We lost Sean. Get your ratings in for DBR and that conversation. That's pretty grubby, wasn't it? Okay, let's have a look at the bingo. We've got a few more calls to make on the bingo, and then we're going to get in Cabbage next. Reckless Religion, I see you in the queue. You know I love you, but this is a debate stream tonight, so you'll need to call us back on the Friday after hours show, because otherwise people will get sad, and we can't have that. So a few more calls. By the way, did you see, Reckless, how many messages there were about you yesterday in the chat? Everybody frigging loved you, including me, of course. I love you very much, but today is the debate show. So Kirby called Nothing Comes From Nothing with Smoke as well. And Kirby also called Why Is There Something Rather Than Nothing? Did Smoke actually hit that one? I can't remember if Smoke actually said that. I'm not totally sure that one came out, if I'm honest, Kirby. I'm going to think about that. I'll hold it for a moment. Ash Wild called Crying About the Meta with Smoke. Yep, we did get a bit of that. And Kirby called Fine-Tuned Universe with Smoke. Did we get Fine-Tuned Universe? I don't think I heard a fine-tuning argument from Smoke. It was more sort of pre-sup stuff. So I'm not going to allow that. I'm going to be good here. Elizabeth B called You Need Faith with FW. We're definitely having that. And Briley called That's the Old Testament with Rowando. We're definitely having that. Guys, we're going to end up filling up this bigger bingo board. I do have a bigger one up my sleeve as well. This is wild business. Only, whatever we like not even an hour, and not even 2 hours into the stream, and we're already nearly filling up a 20 board. That's absolutely amazing. Where is it? Finkelstein called Words Don't Mean Words with Rowando. I think that's the old classic. They never do they? And Briley called You Send Yourself to Hell. We are going to get Cabbage in just a moment. Finkelstein called Look at the Trees with DBR. Fair. And Finally, Queen Beach called Crash Out with DBR. And here comes the crash. Where is it? Oh, that's going to hurt. Okay, Kirby, I'm not sure about why is there something rather than nothing with smoke. I don't remember him saying that. So I'm gonna pass on that one, and forgive me if that's a mistake on my part. I will own it. Okay, we'll get Cabbage in right now. Hopefully Sean will join us again soon. I hope he's all right. Cabbage, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly, yeah. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm just trying to get the camera on. I don't understand why it's not letting me put it on.
Well, don't worry. Let's have a chat. So, agree or disagree with my prompt? God is evil and silly.
Well, I want to start by saying I've heard a lot about you. Well, I've heard a lot about what you say. I've watched you, and I completely agree.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
My friend, I love you, but today is a debate show, and we're wanting people to come up who don't agree with me, because that makes for more interesting conversations with the audience. People who come up to agree with me, I absolutely love that you do. I'm so grateful for your support and your kind words. We do have a show every other Friday called what's it called again? Unconvinced After Hours, where it's completely open, like an open mic. You've got quite a lot of rumble going on there, my friend, and anyone can call in to talk about anything. So if you'd been around yesterday, we could have had a long old chat. But today we're just trying to stick to the debates, if that's okay.
Okay, I am sorry. I do agree pretty much with, I suppose, 90% of what you say. I suppose the other 10% is things I would like to get your insight on.
That's what the After Hours show is specifically for. Is to call it's literally an Ask Me Anything show. So you can get my insights on anything to do with religion, belief, interior decorating, cooking, cats, cars, sport, the weather, favorite colors, favorite Mr. Man, whatever you like. You can call up on a Friday, every other Friday, and ask me anything you want. But yeah, please call back and do that whenever you like.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, friend. All the best. Thanks, man.
All the best.
Okay, we are going to move on to Hates Porter. Hates Porter. Interesting name. And Hates Porter was there and is no longer. Has now vanished from all of our lives. So while we're waiting for the next guest, I will read some super chats. We have a few, so that will keep us going for a little bit. Tim said, all they have are tangential arguments for God. What do you mean that not what TAG stands for? Have you heard them try it? I stand by what I said. All they have are nonsense arguments. These arguments are not even really arguments. Those kind of things. Nobody believes in a God because of TAG. It's just nonsense. They're just silly word games. Nothing more than that. And just some random dude on YouTube. But if God is all-knowing, then he knows the decisions we will all make, so there is no purpose to him testing us. This is in response to someone earlier talking about the reason why all of this horrendous stuff is going on is because God is testing us. And of course, I did make the claim that all-knowing beings don't have to do tests. Tests are things done by beings of limited knowledge in order to increase their knowledge, which is not compatible with being all-knowing at all. So if you come across a being who is all-knowing, you can be assured that that being has no need of tests. SZP, I will get you in just a moment. We'll read a couple more of these, and then we'll get our next guest in. Bethos says, if God already knew why traumatizing Isaac, if we can make our own decisions, God is not all-knowing. If he's all-knowing, our decision is already set. Exactly right. And this whole the whole like Abraham Isaac thing is so brutal and disgusting. God wants to do this little test to see if Abraham's going to be a good guy. Remember, God's all-knowing, so he already knows what the answer is. Why put both Abraham and Isaac through such a horrific experience totally needlessly, because God already knew the answer? And then they'll say something for Abraham himself or something. Complete nonsense. Total nonsense. 2 more super chats and we'll get SCP in. Buzz sent one gift membership. Thank you, Buzz. Appreciate that. And then followed that immediately with 10 more. That's incredible. Thank you, friend. That's super, super kind. I think I saw those going out and being dropped into the laps of people in the chat earlier on. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so, so much. And Babs said, hi, Babs. Thank you for the super chat. The fall of man was caused by all the tripwires in the Garden of Egypt. It was full of them, right? God could have just put the fruit higher up on the tree, but no. Nope, John. I love that. This could become a hashtag. Absolutely love that. Brilliant stuff. Okay, let's get our next guest in. See if oh, Sean's still not around. I'm sure he'll be with us soon. So let's get in SZP. Are you there, SZP? Apparently not. Let's see if we can nudge your audio into behaving. Headset microphone, Corsair Void Elite. That seems to be working. So let's get your mic working. How about now? Hello, SCP. How are you?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. We've got you. How are you doing, SCP?
Oh, there we go.
All right. Yeah. Hello.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Been a minute since we last spoke. Maybe like a good month or so. But thanks for having me on again.
Sure.
So, if you remember our last conversation, so
I actually can't remember it. So forgive me for being so rude. I do often take notes. I take notes on most of the calls. For some reason, I have that you called in on the 30th of April, but I don't have a note of what our conversation was. So just to clarify for you, in case you don't know, were you calling in to agree with me or disagree?
I agree with half the prompt and disagree with the other half of the prompt.
Okay. So just want to make sure that we're staying in a lane which is going to be interesting for people to listen to. So which half do you disagree with?
So the last time we spoke, I was talking about how I believe in the biomni God. I believe that God is all powerful and all knowing, but not all good.
Right.
So obviously, I would agree that God is, at best indifferent or at worst evil.
Okay.
But I guess the term "and silly."
Yeah.
What is the argument for God is silly, at least from your point of view?
Sure. So here it actually has a double meaning. So the first meaning is the concept of God is silly. It's silly that we even have a concept of God, because all of human history tells us that every time we come up with a supernatural explanation for something, someone's going to come along after some period of time. It might be 5 or 10 or 100 or 500 years, and show us that it wasn't needed. This happens over and over and over and over and over and over again throughout human history. Our forebears were convinced that lightning was God. Turns out it's just weather. Our forebears were convinced that sickness was possession, demon possession. Turns out, or curses. Turns out it's just germs or viruses or bacteria, right? Our forebears were convinced that these lights moving across the sky at night were some evidence of some sort of divine thing. Turns out they're just the Earth rotating, and as we rotate, we look out into the sky, where there are many, many trillions of other stars and planets and things all reflecting light, and we see them moving, and we understand that. No magic needed. Time and time and time again, we have this exact same sequence we go through of see something we don't understand, propose a supernatural explanation for it, and then subsequently have it explained by something far more prosaic. And do you think we learn from that? You would think that we might go, hang on a minute, this has happened 5,000 times. Let's not do the same thing the 5,001st time. Let's do something different now. Rather than saying, here's this thing we don't understand, let's call it, say, the origins of organic life. We're going to propose that the answer to this must be magic. The answer to this must be something supernatural and spiritual and all of that stuff. Apparently learning absolutely nothing about the long history before us of making that same mistake over and over and over again. So that's why I think the idea of God is silly. It's just a silly idea. It's a continuous personification of gaps in our knowledge. And I think that's very silly. And then the other meaning of silly is the actual God himself is just desperately silly. The creator of the universe, who's extremely preoccupied with where people bury their poo when he's walking amongst them, because it's very offensive to him, even though he apparently designed the whole system himself. He could have designed it to be less offensive if he's that upset by it. It's extremely silly. His preoccupation with foreskins is something that we discuss often on the show. Extremely silly. His apparent fear of iron chariots. Extremely silly. All of this stuff, extremely silly. That's why I say it. What do you think?
So I think the first argument you made definitely, in my opinion, seems more logical and is definitely one that I think I'd agree a little bit more with. But regarding the second argument you made, correct me if I'm wrong, but it just seems like a critique of the biblical God being obsessed with very weird things. I mean, that doesn't necessarily disprove its existence. You can still have a silly God, and it can still exist in theory.
That's why I said silly and not non-existent. So if such a God does exist, then of course I would grant his existence. But I would still maintain he's very silly if he's created the entire universe, but fusses himself about what type of haircuts people have, or making sure the tassels on the tabernacle curtain are correct. Extremely silly. There's something about the combination of immense galactic power and provincial parochial preoccupation with such small things, which is hilarious, right? So much of humor is about combining things that are that are incongruent, right? They don't belong together. There's something so ridiculous about, and so obviously man-made, because it's so lacking in imagination. So obviously the case that these are people who dreamt this deity up, who lived in a much smaller world than the one we live in now, where we've got the Hubble deep space field, and we've got understanding of genomes, and we've got all these incredible things. The best they could come up with was a God who looked just like them, who happened to be worried about all the same things that they were worried about, who happened to have all the same weird preoccupations with women's menstrual cycles and men's foreskins that they had. They were just projecting themselves onto this God, and that's why it's so obviously silly that we look at it now from the vantage point where we are now. Is that fair?
That's fair. So I guess back to the first argument you made then, because I think your second argument definitely seems valid, but that wouldn't necessarily disprove its existence. While I think the first argument is more strongly firm, and this is why the concept of a God is silly. So if I could tackle that then.
Sure.
So forgive me my ignorance. What would be the distinction then between the idea of God developing or changing throughout the world over time in different cultures and different parts of the world versus say science? Because science, as you know, is not firm in nature. It's always changing. What we knew 1,000 years ago on certain issues certainly isn't the same as we know now. So just because something is constantly changing, does that necessarily mean it's inherently not a real thing? Because we know science obviously is a real thing. The concept of studying science has been around for thousands of years, and we know that there are tangible things to analyze and to understand how it became to be. Wouldn't that same idea sort of correlate or be similar to the idea of God changing? Because what we once knew is certainly wrong, and what we continue to learn might be more correct.
I hear what you're saying. My argument isn't that the silliness lies in the fact that our concept of God changes. My argument is that the universe keeps on gifting us a lesson over and over again, which is when you propose a supernatural explanation for something, it's going to get disproven soon. Now, this is not a deductive argument, right? I'm not saying because this has happened in the past, it is necessarily going to happen in the future. It's essentially an inductive argument I'm making, which is to say there's an established pattern in nature that we can see, which is human beings propose a magical explanation for something and it then gets proven wrong or unnecessary or superfluous or not needed, right? Not fit for purpose. We don't think about failed crops now in terms of curses. We think about failed crops in terms of weather patterns, right? And there are reasons for this because we've learned that we don't need those kind of explanations. They don't serve us. They don't enable us to function well in the world. If we try to explain epilepsy in terms of demons and spirits, things don't work out well. But if we understand it as a medical thing and we provide medication that can treat it, then people have better outcomes. And there are literally tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or maybe even millions of instances that could be given as examples of this pattern, right? The supernatural things always being replaced by the natural explanations, and never once in all of human history has it happened the other way. There's not been one instance where a scientific explanation for something has subsequently been replaced by a supernatural one. Never happened once. And it's never going to happen. And so we detect this pattern happening over and over and over and over and over again. And yet we still have the hubris to say, but this time it's different. This time, this particular gap in our knowledge, which might be, the origins of life, or it might be a deeper question. It might be, why is there something rather than nothing? These unanswerable questions potentially. The whatever might have been the cause of the cosmic expansion that we see in the Big Bang. This time it's going to be different to all the other times. Yeah, all of those times our magical explanations were shown to be not needed and wrong, but this time is going to be the one. I just think that that's a type of special pleading which it just requires completely ignoring all of human intellectual history. So I'm not saying that the silliness is because our concept of God changes. Concepts can change, and science as a method actually doesn't really change. The models that we use in science get refined, and occasionally there's a breakthrough that causes a paradigm shift, and we go, okay, things aren't quite so deterministic, or things are a little bit different to how we think, and we update things. But that's just the progress of science. The actual method stays the same. And applying the method here consistently, you would have to get to the conclusion that it's not rational to continue to make the same mistake of attributing supernatural agency over and over and over again. What do you think?
I don't think anything you said is wrong. I definitely agree with it. But I think what I'm still struggling with, or what I guess, and don't take offense when I say this, what I think your argument's not disproving to me, at least internally, is the way the world operates, science, just the way things function. It's certainly not well designed perfectly, and it's certainly not the creation of an omnibenevolent deity. But why can't just science and the way the world has developed and functioned, and just our understanding of how that world is, how does that necessarily disprove the idea that it's just God's way of letting the world be? If we have the indifferent God, or we just have the God that created the world as it was, and just here we go, here's the show. Science could still exist as we understand it, and our ability to further understand it, I don't think necessarily would eliminate that sort of God, or the indifferent, not all good God. I think that is what I'm internally struggling with your with that argument.
Yeah.
Not because I disagree with its conclusion in terms of how valuable and real and logical science is, but more so how it doesn't necessarily disprove the more passive deity.
I'm going to give you a concession and then a problem. So the concession is you're right, it doesn't disprove God. The problem is it also doesn't disprove fairies. It also doesn't disprove anything you could possibly imagine that you could postulate as the answer for the gaps in our knowledge, right? I could say, the magic unicorn, and the magic unicorn is not disproved. I often talk about Puff the Magic Dragon. He's my kind of pseudo deity, right? And we've got a whole kind of lore of religion around Puff, and we love it, and we love it, and we laugh about it. But actually, there's a serious point there, which is it doesn't disprove Puff the Magic Dragon as the originator of all things either. So the question is not this argument about making the same mistake over and over and over again is not presented as a disproof of a God. It's rather presented as highlighting how irrational it is to keep on holding on to it as a serious candidate hypothesis. Because that's all it is, right? It's presented as what you're doing is essentially presenting a candidate hypothesis. You're saying there's this stuff we don't understand, right? Ultimate origins, and why we're here, and how, and the Big Bang, and what started it, and where did life come from? These unanswered questions, nature of consciousness, all of these tricky questions, some of which we may eventually answer, some of which we may never answer. But in none of those cases can an argument be made a supernatural intelligent mind has any justification for being held as the candidate explanation when there are so many other candidate explanations. Everything could be a simulation. We could be created by intelligent aliens. We could be brains in a vat. There's lots of other candidate explanations that all have exactly the same level of credibility as the God hypothesis. And they can't be ruled out either, right? And so that's really the argument I'm making, that the God hypothesis kind of doesn't stand out as being any more credible than any of the others. And so the rational thing to do is to just reserve judgment and just say, we don't know. We don't know the answers to these really, really tough questions, rather than claiming that we do know them, or that we even can know them right now, and that the answer is a personal friend of ours. That's silly.
So correct me if I'm wrong in understanding the argument you made. What you're saying is that we can't disprove God, but we also can't disprove the various endless infinite amount of other weird, obtuse possibilities as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of almost a mathematical argument, if you will, that the God theory is just one of an endless, infinite possible amount of possibilities regarding the true nature of the world. So therefore, the statistical likelihood is not high. Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah, I think that's really well put. Yeah, I would say that's pretty good. Just that it doesn't, because there, as you say, there's an infinite number of things you could postulate that have. Some people say, oh, but it has so much explanatory power. Yeah, but magic pixies have got so much explanatory power too. But it doesn't mean that there's a reason to believe that anything was caused by magic pixies, just because I define them as having the property of being really, really good at explaining the things we don't understand. And the thing to do is to just realize, epistemic humility, right? To just say, we will not be too scared to say, currently we don't know the answer to this, and this. Really super smart people are working on it. At some point, someone's going to crack some of this stuff. There's a general expectation in the life sciences that we'll have a robust theory of abiogenesis at some point in the next some number of decades, say, right? 20 years, 30 years, not far off. Maybe 100 outside, but I think most people in that area think that that's essentially just a logistical problem that needs to be tackled in terms of figuring out which one of there are a number of viable candidate explanatory frameworks for the origins of life. And at some point, someone's going to win a Nobel Prize for figuring it out. That's going to happen. But there are other questions that we may never, ever understand. We may never quite be able to explain exactly why and how the stuff between our ears leads to the phenomenon of self-awareness and consciousness. That hard problem. We may never understand it. Or we may never understand why is there something rather than nothing. That's a really deep question. Is it even possible for there to be nothing? Is the question, why is there something rather than nothing, even a valid question worth asking? Because have we established that nothing was ever a possibility? And if nothing isn't a possibility, then what is it we're comparing to? It's senseless, right? And all these deep questions, there's always going to be something we don't know. And in those cracks and those areas and those holes and dark places where our knowledge is not, full and well stocked, that's where we hide our gods. That's where we put the deities that we propose. And I'm just saying I don't think we need to do that. I think we should just be humble and say, there's stuff we know, there's stuff we don't know. Let's work on the problem.
So yeah, this is what we spoke about. We touched on this a little bit last time. The idea of there not being a point where nothing existed, and that sort of broke my brain. But I guess what I'm trying to still wrestle with is, so we have these gaps. I definitely agree there are things we don't know, and definitely more likely than not, people might use those gaps to put in their idea of God in there, and God in those gaps. But if that's the case, if we're just inputting ideas into those gaps to try and sort of create some sort of internal understanding, what makes the idea of the existence of some sort of God being any less likely compared to there just being a scientific explanation? It's if the conclusion is we don't know, what makes I guess, the scientific route ever more likely to fill in that gap, let's say, versus just the God route of filling in that gap?
I think for me it's a matter of parsimony, because if you're going to propose like a super complex, essentially a super complex magic wizard, is what's being proposed here. I mean, call it what it is, right? It's a special mind of some sort that's capable of creating physical reality apparently out of nothing. That actually raises more questions than it answers. It doesn't have a huge amount of explanatory power, because you could then ask, well, where did that come from? And why does that thing exist rather than not exist? And all you've done is relocated the question away from the thing you're currently focusing on, say our universe and the physical world around us, and just lifted up the question and pretended you've answered it by burying it under something else. But I'm going to say, hang on a minute, you haven't answered the question. You've just moved it, and you've moved the question onto something else and pretended you've given an answer by saying, oh, it was this magic being who did it, and then we can all go home now. Well, no, we can't, because then I'm going to just say, well, all right, where did the magic being come from? And if the answer is the magic being has always been there, then I'm going to say, well, then how do we know the universe hasn't just always been there? And if the magic being is taken to be axiomatic and is just assumed to just be a necessary truth, well, if we're able to just label things as axiomatic and necessarily true, well, then I'm going to just do that to reality, and you don't need the magic being. It's superfluous to requirements. So to me, it's just a matter of parsimony and, Occam's razor. I'm sure you're familiar with Occam's razor, right?
Yes. The correct me if I'm wrong, the simplest solution and the least complex is typically the more correct one.
Yeah. So don't multiply entities unnecessarily, right? So if something can be explained, you want to explain something with reference to the fewest entities possible, is generally speaking going to be a better idea. And so, just for me, by Occam's razor and parsimony, this idea of a mind is inelegant, because it pretends to have provided a solution whilst ignoring the fact that it raises more questions than it answers.
I understand what you're saying. If I may, just one more question. This
Sure.
one's a little more, I guess, personal.
Sure.
Just for the sake of transparency. So I'm not a very religious person in terms of following my religion strict to its most extreme form. But I'm Jewish. So I'm like conservative Jewish. So, I sort of believe in that sort of God, but I'm not actively trying to convert anyone. I don't believe in the concept of hell. In Judaism, everyone goes to heaven as long as they follow the 7 Noahide laws, which are, I think we can all agree, if we view them, they're all pretty morally correct laws. I don't think anything about them are morally wrong, at least from my perspective. I think sort of what I'm coming to the conclusion to is, logically speaking, yes, the Jewish God, or God in general, is not. It is impossible for me to prove its existence without question. But for me, I guess, with the history of just my culture and what's been handed down through the generations, and just the way it makes me able to cope better in functioning in the world, knowing that the world is pretty fucked up, pardon my French. If it allows me to just function better in the world, and again, I'm not trying to convert anyone, I'm not trying to condemn anyone, I'm just trying to follow the customs of my culture and my religion, and it makes me feel better knowing I can survive what is a very tough journey in life that we all experience. Is there anything like wrong with that? I grant that I'm logically not following what is most consistent, because again, I can't prove certainly that God exists, but if it allows me to just cope better in life and be able to just be a good person and just be able to just survive the difficulties that we're going to go through in life, do you think there's anything inherently wrong with that, or morally wrong with that?
Yeah, it depends, and it depends on to what extent the religious beliefs, such as you may have them, end up impacting on other people and impact on your own ability to kind of function. So obviously, I've never made the claim that all people participating in religious behavior and possessed of religious faith.
No. I was never making that. I want to make clear. I was never making that claim that you were assuming all people that are religious believe.
No, I know. No, I know you weren't. Yeah. And neither am I accusing you of making the claim. So I'm just qualifying something. No, it's all good. It's all good. So I've always admitted that for some people, religious faith and devotion brings them a lot of good, right? So I could never universally make the claim that in all instances, religious belief is always bad, and personal religious conviction is always a problem. I would never make that claim, but I do think there are a couple of issues with it, which are that sometimes a milder form of religious faith can serve to legitimize a less mild form, right? So religious moderates, for example, sort of provide a kind of like a soft bed of legitimacy for people who are less moderate. It's like a gateway, right? So there are so many people who they describe themselves as, religiously moderate, and that creates a situation where the people who are far less moderate don't stand out quite as much because they kind of look like everyone else. They've just got slightly more odious, horrible views. And an example would be, even under the Noahide laws, there are sexual immorality laws there that, under the laws of Moses, would criminalize gay people, right? Because that comes under the unacceptable sexual morality laws. And I don't think that's okay. Now, you may not be inclined to discriminate against gay people because of that, because you might have a more liberal leaning, right? But the fact that you're that way doesn't necessarily mean that someone else who is going to say the same things you say about just living by these 7 laws, but actually they are going to discriminate, and they are going to hold that gay people should have different rights and stuff like that. So there's a potential to not quite understand how damaging to other people these kind of more milquetoast expressions of religion can be. They can provide cover for much worse, even if you yourself are well-meaning. And then the other thing is just, and I'm not for one moment accusing you of doing this, but they can also inadvertently venerate believing things on insufficient evidence and lifting faith up as a virtue. And I don't think we should ever describe faith as a virtue, because I don't think it's virtuous to believe things on insufficient evidence. I think it's damaging, dangerous, reckless even. And so those are the reasons why I think it potentially is problematic, but clearly, you don't strike me as someone who's kind of, you're not telling people they're going to hell, as you said. You're not directly hurting people, but there may be secondary effects to, that kind of thing, which may not be immediately apparent.
Fair enough. All right. I really appreciate you having me on. I took enough of your time. But thank you for the conversation, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you, friend. Nice to talk to you again. Thanks for calling in.
My pleasure.
I will learn to speak one day. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, that was cool. We've got Brian Hendricks in the chat, but Brian, my friend, I love you, but this is the debate stream, so I'm going to assume you're not calling up to have a debate. So can you call me back on Friday next week when I'll be doing the After Hours show? And I would love to talk to you. I hope you're okay. If you're not okay, send me a message on TikTok and I'll get it. But I hope you're doing well. But this is going to be the debate show. So if you stay in the queue on TikTok, I'm going to assume you want to debate something, which would be strange and novel, seeing as we're definitely on the same side when it comes to this stuff. I'll just read a few more super chats for now. What do we have? We have Bethos, who says, if God is all-knowing and Rowando is not, how does he think he can explain the views of that God? Yeah, exactly. Anyone who says that God's ways are higher, or God is all-knowing, but I know exactly what's going on. It's basically just special pleading, isn't it? And Buzz said 632 watching. Fuck yes, go Sean and John. Yeah, it got up to 650 something at one point. That is wild. That's just on YouTube, with another 200 odd on TikTok as well. So we were touching 900 a little while ago. Hopefully we get back there if anyone else wants to come in. The call queues are currently empty, but I'm sure someone will pop up soon and have a generous stock of super chats to read while we wait for someone to come in. Buzz said, John for Nope, John for Nope, John for Nope, John for Nope, John for Nope. Thank you very much. I'm very much here for that. And Bab said, Rowando has swapped his shovel for a JCB. Yikes. Yeah. I think at least he came in good faith, I have to say. I think his apologetics were poor, but he wasn't trolling. We can give him that. Mogmeister, did you all hear it? The terrified chuckle. I wonder who that was for. I can't remember who gave a terrified chuckle. I have heard a couple tonight, I have to say. It's fun, isn't it? I do enjoy this. Bethor said, first he explains God's view, now he doesn't know. Maybe I need to get better at reading these super chats in the middle of the discussion so that they land where they're intended. I'll give that some thought. It's just I have tried it before and it can kind of derail things sometimes, but I will give that some thought because sometimes by the time I read it, we might be 3 or 4 callers in and they don't land as they were intended, and I will give that some thought. But thank you for that. And T says, hi, Jonathan. Remember, there's a Discord. There's a Discord, people. I'm sure that the links will be posted in the chat by fine people. Remember, you have a book. I do have a book. I do have a book. Remember, we are marvelously moist for Jonathan. Yeah, I wonder if that one's going to catch on. Yes, I do have a book, everyone. It's called Unconvinced. How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. And it's coming out in November. But you can pre-order it now. And if you think you might be interested in that, basically the idea of the book is to prove that you can't choose what you believe because you can only believe something if you're convinced of it. And no one can decide to make themselves convinced of something if they don't find it convincing. Something else has to convince you. Something has to happen to your mind that tips you from not being convinced into being convinced in order for belief to happen. And so I think the purpose of the book is to demonstrate that this is true, basically to prove it, and then to make a moral argument to say, well, if you can't make yourself believe something, then how can it be right to send someone to hell or punish someone simply for not having the right beliefs? Because they might just be mistaken. And if they're mistaken, there's nothing they can do about it. If they're not convinced of the stuff, they're not convinced. So that's what the book is about. And I really, really, really want people to be making this argument because the theists don't have a response to it. And I don't mean that to talk in kind of them and us language. What I mean is there really is no response to it. The only response is for believers to either try to pretend that you do choose what you believe, which is patent nonsense because you don't. Or to lean into Calvinism, where they basically say, okay, you don't choose what you believe, but God's going to send people to hell according to his own rules anyway, which actually just makes things infinitely worse. So I want people acquainted with these arguments and making them. And that's why I wrote the book. And it's coming out in November. And thank you, T. I appreciate the nudge. And Buzz says, DA select for recruiter. Gross, I was in as well. That's military speak. These veterans here, Sean and Buzz. Well, Sean isn't a veteran yet, but he's soon to be one. Sean will be out of the military in some small number of months, I think, after 20 years. And of course, Buzz did his time in the military as well. And this is P-Swim says, collab with Leaving Faith would be coolness. I love Leaving Faith. Sarah is a friend of mine. We actually did a joint stream together in the early days of the live stream. I have a feeling it wasn't on YouTube because I think it was before I started dual streaming. So it may have been TikTok only and not recorded for posterity because TikTok doesn't archive the lives like YouTube does. But I would be completely up for doing another dual thing with Sarah or getting her on the show with us because she is absolutely awesome. If anybody doesn't follow Leaving Faith, then look her up. She's on YouTube and TikTok. I'm sure you all know exactly who she is, but she's absolutely awesome. She's your friendly neighborhood atheist, and it's impossible not to adore her because she's just wonderful. Speaking of people it's impossible not to adore, I will be having Promise on with me a week on Tuesday. I think that's the 30th. she'll be joining me, and we'll be talking about her book, Gospel of Lies, which is amazing. I've read it. It's incredible. She's incredible. She very kindly invited me on her podcast last week. I think that's going to be coming out sometime quite soon. And I said I really wanted to have her on the show to talk to her and talk about her. She's such an important voice in the deconstruction community, having been through it herself. And she's just got such a smart mind, and she's so brilliant. So, again, big thanks to Herbie Shine for hooking that communication up, and really looking forward to having her on. But yep, leaving faith. I'll give Sarah a shout and see if we can get her on. She is all sorts of awesome. And Tim Davidson said, "Unconvinced after dark, hot atheist on atheist action." What can I say? Thank you, Tim. And Bethel says, "DBR, name was Deborah, never suited you. You were so popular. You can get me out of the 80s, but you can't get the 80s out of me." Fair enough. I'm super nostalgic for anything 80s related. TV in the 80s was so amazing because it was like they hadn't realized how uncool they were, but that kind of made them cool. Like David Hasselhoff. That was a thing. Knight Rider and stuff like that. It was so naff and it was so completely silly, but it was all done sort of so seriously that it somehow became cool. And there was so much bad TV, but I loved it. I'm very nostalgic for 80s stuff. And Monkey Bitness says, "A Jamaican justifying genocide and slavery in a conversation to a Brit is so distasteful to my ears. Shame upon shame." You know what? I think that's a really profound thing to say, and I wish I'd thought of it to say. It's so true. I mean, that man only has the views he has because people who are the ancestors of people who live where I live, I'm not originally British, so I'm not going to say my own, but enslaved his ancestors and forced this garbage down their throats. And that's why he's saying it. It's awful. Absolutely awful. And you're absolutely right to point out the irony there. It's horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Okay, I'm going to get my next guest in. We'll come back to the super chats a little bit later. We're going to get in, it looks like Sam. It looks like Sam. It is Sam. So we'll get Sam in right now. Hey, Sam.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm great, thank you.
Great.
Well, firstly, I'm kind of interested because I've just joined this.
Hello.
Is your take that evil and God are like logically incompatible, or that evil makes God unlikely?
Actually, neither. My take is that if God exists, and I don't think there's any reason to think that God does exist, but if God does exist, the character of this God would, in my view, be evil, given
suffering in the world, yeah, and just the nature of God as described in, for example, the Bible. I'm not saying that that every God ever is necessarily evil, but I think any God certainly the biblical God is evil, and certainly any God who is said to preside over the world as it is right now, and is powerful enough to remove some of the evil, or obviate the evil, or reduce it, or whatever, and chooses not to, is evil because they're wanting the suffering. I don't think it necessarily follows that they're wanting the suffering. The main
why not?
Main reasoning is because you require a level of evil for free will to be able to exist.
Why?
Yeah. Because virtues require vices. For something to be good, it requires like a bad place for it to come from.
Why? This is a variation of we can't enjoy a nice sunset without cancer wards, but I dispute that, because most people who believe in a God also believe in heaven, and in heaven people have.
I don't believe in heaven. That's not
okay. Well,
that's not related. I don't think, but I understand your point.
Yeah, the point is that God could instantiate a world where I'm not even necessarily saying that the world has to have zero suffering. I'm saying that the amount of suffering in the world now, that's just so random. An earthquake happens and a building falls down, and some of the people in the building survive unharmed. Some of the people are killed, orphaning children, etc. And some of the people are paralyzed or injured with painful injuries that are going to cause them pain for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, and you're saying that it's unnecessary.
God is invigilating this and could make it different if God is all powerful or even maximally powerful, and chooses not to. And the moment you say that the suffering is necessary, you are limiting God's power, because you're saying God has some future state of reality that he wants to happen, and he can't make it happen unless this suffering happens.
He can't make it happen unless he alters free will.
But free will's got absolutely nothing to do with an earthquake killing 100,000 people. Why is that free will?
Well, like I said, I believe that evil is a necessary condition for good to exist. So without suffering, you couldn't have goodness.
But that's just nonsense. Like if an earthquake happens and 100,000 people die, why is that earthquake necessary in order for people to enjoy free will?
I guess it would just be a feature of the universe. Like they both have to exist together, good and evil. You couldn't have one or the other.
But that's the point. It's a feature of the universe that God chose. And if God is powerful enough to have chosen a different feature, he could have done.
Yeah.
And if he's not powerful enough to have chosen a different feature, then he's not all powerful.
Well, it's not that he couldn't have chosen a different feature. It's that good and evil are like one and the same, in my view. So you couldn't create good without creating evil. It's like a logical thing that ties them together.
I mean, you're saying this, but demonstrate why that's the case. Let's
demonstrate why that, because we can't conceive of good existing on its own. Or,
but this is nonsense.
I guess you could say evil is the absence of good.
I can. Let's say let me moderate this, right? Let me make an easier claim to grapple with. Rather than saying that God would be obligated to remove all instances of this, let's just take a small one, right? I would ask you, would we be destroying the ability for people to understand goodness and enjoy free will if we just removed the parasites that burrow into the eyes of children, making them blind? Just that one change. Leave the childhood cancer, leave the tsunamis, leave the 3 million children a year dying of starvation, leave all of those untouched, because God loves those. He needs them for some reason. But just remove the parasites that burrow into the eyes of children, making them blind. If we just removed that, would we suddenly have destroyed all goodness and free will?
Well, firstly, I think that saying if we just removed a part of the universe is quite like
just a yes or a no would be
easier
handy.
Said than done. No, I understand.
An all-powerful God could do it before his morning coffee.
He could do it, but if you think about like the butterfly effect, if you move a tiny thing, it can have astronomical consequences.
Unless you have an all-powerful God that can limit those consequences. So if we did that,
and also a God conceiving of different possible worlds kind of goes against free will again.
But answer the question, please. You're dodging the question. If we made that small change, if we made that question, it's not a false question. It's a valid question.
Because you're discussing something which isn't possible.
If we made so God's not capable of doing it. Okay,
he's
so
not
God's
capable
limited
of altering the universe and keeping free will.
Well,
because that would
demonstrate
be free
that
decision making.
The purpose of my question was to illustrate how asinine that argument is, because I gave you a tiny little thing to change. Right? I'll give you another example. A tree falls on a deer in a forest, and the deer takes 5 days to die. It doesn't die immediately. It takes 5 days to die, lying there with a broken leg, broken back, say, unable to move, in agony, starving to death and terrified, and the deer dies after 5 days.
Yeah.
Is God powerful enough to have arranged it so that deer dies 1 second earlier?
Yes.
Right. But chooses not to. Now, your argument appears to be your argument appears. Yes, it would mean he's not good because he's choosing the extra suffering.
That deer from dying a second later saved another deer.
It didn't save another deer.
How do you know?
So because God could have
how particles are connected across the universe. Do you know
yes,
how,
I don't, but God does. Again, what you're making, you're trying to make God.
We don't know something doesn't mean he doesn't.
Well, that's the point. He's capable of arranging it any way he likes. You're trying to limit him and give him limitless power in the same breath, and you can't have both. So if God could listen, you're not listening. You're talking but not listening. If God could alleviate the suffering of that deer, it's going to die anyway, right? God allowed the tree to fall on the deer. He wanted it to fall on the deer because if he didn't want the tree to fall on the deer, he would have had it fall somewhere else. So he's made the tree fall on the deer. The deer is going to die. The deer is suffering. And God could alleviate the suffering of the deer by allowing its suffering to just be a little bit less. But he doesn't.
Yeah.
And you're proposing that the reason he doesn't is because there's some other good that's going to come out of it that we just can't see.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
There you go.
But you're limiting God's power by suggesting he cannot bring about that other good without this minimum quota of agony that he needs to bring about. You're limiting your God. I have a concept called the seesaw of shit, which has God's goodness on one side and his power on the other. And as you try to rescue his goodness by elevating it, the seesaw goes down and his power goes down. This is a very inept God you're talking about, a God who cannot figure out how to configure the universe where deers don't die, where deers have a little bit less suffering, where a deer dying is not the necessary thing in order to enable some other good.
Would you say
he could bring it about anyway.
Square triangle?
No, that's a logical contradiction. Wherein,
there you go. So I'm saying that evil and good existing together are a logical necessity.
You are not going to be able to describe the specific logical contradiction involved with saying that.
Does that mean it doesn't exist?
It means
Can you describe why there can't be infinite?
You can't demonstrate it. What is the logical contradiction? What is the logical contradiction in proposing that a God all-powerful, if he allowed a slight reduction in the suffering,
that's different to the logical problem.
But you're proposing it as a logical problem. No,
I'm arguing that our universe is like the best possible world. Okay.
Yeah, but that's lovely.
So that's not a logical problem.
That is something that you're. Dude,
evil can't exist at all.
Hang on, slow down. You're hopping and jumping from claim to claim. You're claiming that my assertion that an all-powerful God could still bring about any case he wanted in the future.
He can, yes,
right?
But it wouldn't be the best possible.
I haven't finished what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. You're arguing that it would be a logical contradiction for me to say that God could still bring that about without the suffering. What is the logical contradiction there? Because you can claim it, but you can't demonstrate it. You're the one making the claim that it's a logical contradiction. If you're going to make that claim, you must be able to demonstrate it. What is the logical contradiction in saying that? Which law of logic is being violated there?
The definition of the word good and the definition of the word evil.
No, they're not.
They are.
No.
You can't.
So what are the laws of logic here? No. What are the laws of logic here? Which law of logic are you appealing to as being violated by me saying an all-powerful God could enact his plan with less suffering? Which law of logic is being violated? What are the three laws of logic?
I'm saying he couldn't. I'm saying that the current world
you have made that
is the
claim.
best possible one.
Which law of logic is being violated?
Which law of logic?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're trying to have a word which doesn't match its definition. It's like having an unmarried bachelor. If you have good without bad, it's just not good.
You're claiming that the law of identity is being violated. That's what you seem to be going for.
Sure.
Right, because a thing is what it is, right? A thing is what it is. So you're saying.
Yes.
I'm getting a lot of echo. I'm not sure why.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I can try turning my volume down a little bit.
It might be if you've got a speaker on. Yeah. So at the moment, you're claiming that there's. I'm hearing my own voice coming back at me. I'm just going to mute you for a moment to see if it's coming from you, and then I'll unmute.
Yeah,
this is not a malicious mute. Hang on a second.
No.
So I'm going to mute you, and right, yeah. So it is coming back from your thing. It's like you've got a speaker on or something, and I'm hearing my own voice coming back a half second later, and it fries my mind to do that. Even I cannot manage a conversation.
I'm really
with
sorry
that.
about that. It will
no,
be
that's okay.
My speaker's going back into my phone somehow.
Okay, so it's a little bit.
I'll mute when you're speaking.
It's better now. It's a bit better now. Okay, so at the moment you're claiming that my claim that an all-powerful God would be able to bring about whatever plan he wants with less suffering is a contradiction, but you can't demonstrate what it's a contradiction of. If you're going to say that something violates the laws of logic, you need to be able to demonstrate that there is in fact a square circle going on here by saying, we can say a square circle is a contradiction by saying a square has the property of having four sides, a circle has the property is defined as not having four sides, and therefore you cannot have a square circle because it violates the law of identity, right?
Okay, well,
make a similar argument here. Make a similar argument for what I'm saying.
So, can you accept that in maths there are some things which we can know without being able to prove?
that we can know without being able to prove.
We can have theories. I'm trying to think of a possible one. Maybe that there's infinite. Well, I guess you can prove there's infinite real numbers, but we have had like theorems which we haven't been able to fully prove, but which we've used. So you can have. I'm sorry. There's going to be an issue with me not giving a good enough analogy, but there are cases where we can have like sequences which we're nearly certain of, but we can't create a proof for. And I think that what you're trying to do is you're asking me to like perfectly explain the identity of goodness and like the necessary evil it would need and stuff. And as I'm not an omniscient God and I can't fully quantify those things, then no, I can't explain to you why it would be contradictory. But
respectfully, Sam, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to evidence the claim you made, which is that my claim that an all-powerful God would be able to bring about any state of the universe and reality with a bit less suffering. You claim that that's a logical contradiction. If you're going to make that claim, you need to be able to be specific about evidencing it rather than just declare it.
By making the claim, I'm assuming that this world is currently the best possible one in terms of like how much goodness there is.
But the assumption there is doing a lot of work for you, Sam.
Well, yeah, sure, but that's why you would use a different argument to prove God's existence. So I could give you some if you like, but I don't think that's the topic.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that you have not been able to demonstrate how
if we could
how an all-powerful God is off the hook for causing a huge amount of suffering that he could do otherwise.
I'm sorry, the comments were all saying audio. I need to try and
the audio is really sucky. I have to say, it's terrible audio. But yeah, this is the problem, Sam, is that you can't have your cake and eat it. And I appreciate you muting yourself while I speak because it is really bad. So thank you for that. You're trying to have your cake and eat it, and you can't. I can't allow you to do that because if you're postulating an all-powerful God, and we grant, by the way, that all-powerful doesn't permit square circles or married bachelors, of course, because that's just a language problem, right? It's like defining words in ways that don't work. But you're making the claim that God is all-powerful, but is also constrained by what it would mean to achieve his objective. And it's hard to square that. You know, in fact, if anything is contradictory here, it's the idea that there is an all-powerful God who has to do things a certain way. Having to do things a certain way is not compatible with an all-powerful God. That is in itself a contradiction.
Okay, can I speak quickly?
Sure.
Okay, so can you imagine a situation where you can have different choices and they'll have different outcomes which have like different good or bad stats? So
say that again.
Okay, sorry, I'll give you an example. Imagine two of your friends are arguing and you have to pick a side, okay? And if you pick one friend, then the other one will be sad at you, but the friend you picked will be happy with you. So can you imagine a situation where you could pick either friend and they would have different outcomes, right?
Right.
So you've got good and bad outcomes. Well, my conception of God is that he has created the best possible world. So he's like summarized all the outcomes and he has chosen to pick the one we currently have. So even though we can't fully understand all his reasoning, which again I've said would depend on your conception of goodness, he has picked the perfect amount which minimizes harm while causing the best possible amount of good.
That's just not compatible with an all-powerful God. Then you've made your God lame. You've said he just can't do better. Best possible is to imply that he would love to make it a little bit better. He just can't manage it this week, or just hasn't quite figured out how, or he hasn't completed the training yet, or he's working on it, but it's just the best he can do today. If I invented
I don't think that's strictly true.
It is, because you're unfortunately burdened with having made the claim that this God is essentially infinitely powerful, and your only way out is to claim that that any suffering, any reduction in suffering, even a tiny one, would make it logically impossible for God to achieve his aims. But you cannot show that. All you can do is assert it. And that's why this argument fails. It's going to fail every time, because all you're left with is appealing to that logic, but not being able to demonstrate it. And until you can, you don't have access to that. That's not an allowable argument for you. And then you're stuck back in the cycle of he's trying, he just can't make it work. And the seesaw, his ethics go up and his power comes down. And you end up with the celestial Mr. Bean, which is what you've got right now.
Okay, well...
He's trying, he just can't really do it.
I would... Normally in this type of discussion, I would have probably given reasons for believing in an all-powerful God before. So once... I guess the problem of evil... I don't necessarily need to prove that this is the best possible world. I just need to prove that it's compatible with an all-powerful God, which is what you're trying to deny, right? So even if I can't give evidence this is the best possible world, because I think someone just commented, like, I could say this about any world, which is true. The point would be that once you've already established that God is omnibenevolent, then this would prevent the objection. So I'm not trying to...
That's a dodgy move, mate. You're trying to define God as omnibenevolent as a starting point, right? But you don't get to do that because benevolence has to be inferred from observations about one's behavior.
Well, do you know the ontological argument?
I do, which is just sucky. This is a version of that. You don't get to define something.
The argument,
no. You don't get to define. You don't get to. No. If you call something good as a starting point, then you're just using the word good as a label, not a description, and that invalidates it. You're stripping it of its actual semantic meaning, and you're just saying, "I'm going to call this good. I'm going to define this thing as good." Let me give you an example. Let's say I take an adjective like soaking wet. Right? And I'm going to define this thing. I have an object. I'm going to define it as soaking wet. And we look at it, and actually it's a pile of sand, and it's completely dry. Right? There's not any moisture in it at all. And I'm going to say, yeah, but I've defined this pile of sand as soaking wet. It really is. I'm just defining it as soaking wet. Well, I can define it as soaking wet, but if I'm going to be that free and loose with language, then it means that my use of soaking wet in this example is so far outside of the realms of the normal semantic range of soaking wet as to be meaningless. I've stripped it of its language. It's pointless. I've stripped it of its meaning. This is what you do when you just define your God as good at the beginning, and then you retrofit all the horrific atrocities attributable by him and to him. You retrofit them into goodness by decree afterwards, just because you defined him as good. This invalidates the description. You're not using good as a descriptive term anymore. You're just slapping it on as a label. You don't get to do that.
Well, I actually do think that's a pretty good criticism. But I don't think that you couldn't have a definition of what good is without the universe. I guess...
That's kind of where we started, isn't it?
Yeah. See, my niche isn't actually the nature of goodness. It would more be like, God. It can be good, if that makes sense.
It does, but I wonder, Sam. Given the audio issues and also where we are, we've sort of circled back to where we.
Am I in a bit of danger of getting kicked off?
Well, you're not going to get kicked off because you've been perfectly charming, but I think we'll call it a day there. We've been on it for 20 minutes, and we've come back to where we started. So I appreciate the good the good faith you brought to the argument. Maybe have a think about it and come back and speak about it again.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for speaking.
Sure. All the best, Sam.
Yeah, you too. Have a good day.
Take care. Thanks. Okay, we will get our next guest in. If you want to rate that conversation, I think Sam brought goodwill to the table. I thought he was there in good faith. It seemed a nice fellow. Again, the apologetics not great in my view. There is no way of getting away from that problem. And he, to give him credit, he went for the only available exit. And by the way, it looks like Hanef, I'm going to get you in just a moment. He went for the only available exit, which is to appeal to logic. But if you're going to appeal to logic, you have to be able to demonstrate it, and you can't. In this instance, you cannot show what the logical contradiction is between saying, you know, God could achieve his plan with a bit less suffering. They go, oh, well, that would be a logical contradiction. It's said, but it's never, ever demonstrated. And it never can be. They can't. Okay, votes in on Sam. We will move on to our next guest. I don't know exactly how to pronounce this, but it looks like how do we pronounce your name? Is that Hannah? Hannah. Okay, Hannah like Hannah. Okay, we'll just call it Hannah. Welcome in, Hannah. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, excellent. Thanks. Do you agree with my prompt that God is evil and silly?
No,
okay.
I don't agree.
Which God? Which God do you believe in?
I believe in a God that created the whole universe. It's not a human. It's beyond any creation.
So it's not a God of any religion that anyone would recognize.
No, it is, but it's also that in that religion we believe it's a God that's not like anything, like nothing that we know that we can just point a finger and say this human is a God, or this object is a God or something. You know, so it's beyond that.
It's Thor then. You believe in Thor?
In thought? No.
In Thor.
That.
Jesus. You believe in Jesus?
No, I don't believe in Jesus.
Okay, so which we could have saved some time.
We're talking about God.
Yeah, but it's handy for me to know which God you believe in, so that I can address any questions of theology to ones that you do affiliate with, rather than waste time with ones you don't. So, which okay. Are you a Muslim? Is that the God you believe in?
Yeah, I am Muslim. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So at least I know that. We could have saved some time. Okay, so you believe in Allah as God, and Muhammad was his final messenger. That's the set of axioms that you bring to the conversation.
Yeah.
Why do you not think he's evil? Because he allows all of this terrible stuff to go
on. Why do you think it's his job to allow or not allow? He give us freedom.
Well, he's in charge, isn't he? Isn't he in charge?
Does he have to be in charge of everything? He's already in charge of enough. He's in charge of our destinies, and
right.
And he also gave us he gave us scriptures. He gave us prophets. He also gave us the day of judgment. He basically gave us enough time of freedom where we can have enough. We can take some responsibility and take some authority, and then on the day of judgment, then he will take charge in a way. So
right, so he's having a day off. He's having a day off right now while babies get cancer, and then later when he's finished having his day off, he's going to get involved. Is that how it works?
He basically gave us freedom to make choices.
Freedom for babies to be born with their organs on the outside of their bodies. It happens sometimes. Did you know that?
He gave he allowed things to happen because on the day of judgment, then he will judge and he will make.
So the babies that are born with their organs outside their bodies, they normally don't last too long, and they suffer really painfully. Is he fine with that, or is that part of our freedom?
But who is to blame? Is it God or is it the humans?
Is it humans' fault that babies get sick? Is that humans' fault?
Is being sick necessarily every person is dealing with something in a way. Everyone is challenged by something, some people are poor, some people have this, that.
Okay.
But so they overcome it,
Is it good when babies are sick and they die? Is that good?
No, absolutely. Not necessarily. I would not be happy for a child to be born sick.
But God's happy about it.
No, because God knows what destiny, he knows the future. He knows what's the point of that. Maybe there is a message in all that. Maybe it's to build some empathy. Maybe
is God capable of communicating empathy without babies dying, or he can't manage it? Hasn't figured that out yet.
But you're only looking at
send emails?
God sent messengers and prophets, and he sent scriptures.
Could God figure out a way to teach people empathy without killing children, or is killing children the only way he can do it?
Is he the one who killed children?
Yeah, if they're sick. If they're sick, yeah,
No,
absolutely.
they're sick. You have to look at what's making them sick.
Oh, he's not powerful enough to make them well. Oh, okay. I had heard a rumor that he was quite powerful. Was that wrong?
Powerful does not mean okay, but what does that have to do with God? I mean, why is someone is sick?
Oh, he's not powerful enough to arrange it so that babies don't get sick.
Why do you want to take the blame from the humans?
Oh, it's humans' fault that babies get sick.
Sometimes, yes. For example, in people like in Asia, in Thailand, or what was that country that was attacked by the USA? To this day, people are born with like deficiencies in their DNA because of what a war happened in the past.
And that applies to all babies, right? Every baby in the world now that gets ill is because of things that humans did. Is that your claim?
Possibly, because the things we eat, the things we poverty. Someone who is born in a hunger country, a country with a lot of hungers. Of course, the baby is going to be born with a lot of, So I do.
Did you know that 300,000 children a year die from malaria spread by mosquitoes? Did you know that? Is that our fault also?
It's the mosquito's fault.
Oh, it's the mosquito's fault. But God is now less powerful than a mosquito.
Why do you think?
Can you see how lame you're making?
Are the ones
God.
who are the center of the universe, and everything should be around them. I mean, we're living on this earth. We are blessed. Mm-hmm. And there's other planets where we don't know what's happening there. There's animals who also suffer. Like the mosquito is also like just living. No, there's a cycle of life happening.
Yeah. God can't figure out. God can't figure out a way for the mosquitoes to live without killing children. Apparently,
God is looking at other. No, there's a cycle of life. Like animals, like every animal eats another animal. There's a cycle of life.
Is God capable of? Is God capable of making a cycle of life where animals don't have to eat other animals and result in the death of children? Is he capable of doing that or not?
It's not about being capable. It's about looking at the wisdom, the fact that there is a cycle in itself. That's also like meaningful. Because
it'd be awesome if you could answer the question I asked you.
It shows that there is a system. Because otherwise, if it was so random, if everyone was so good and healthy and happy, then you would never think about God's existence anyways, and you would never think about
God has to arrange for children to die from malaria in order to help humans think about their existence.
He did not.
That's currently your claim?
I blame humans for that.
It's humans' fault
and
again.
Also because because everything is connected. Everything is connected in this world. Nothing nothing is random. You know,
right?
And it's not like God is just like making people die for no reason. Everything is connected, and also like it keeps a certain balance on Earth in a way. Because now we're just 8 billion people and we already can't live with each other in peace, you know?
Right. So God is completely off the hook, even though he's infinitely powerful, is the position you're expecting us to take seriously.
When you have like, basically, it's like we as humans, we have rules to live by. It's not about God not being capable or not, but he gave us a rule to live by. We gave us basically we only have this earth to live in, and there is limited rules and limited everything is going on there is wisdom to everything. There is people die, people live, people are born, and it keeps a certain balance. Every day people die, and every day people are also born. You're just choosing to look at the people that are dead instead of those who are born. And
I'm just choosing to look at what happens in the world. And your idea is that there's an infinitely powerful being who created everything and watches over everything, but doesn't bear any responsibility for how things actually are. That's insane.
He gave free will.
Free will, free will, of course. Free will explains earthquakes. Free will explains tsunamis wiping out entire. What's wrong with earthquakes? What's wrong with them? Is it good when people die in earthquakes?
That's nature. The way you look at we as humans, we're gonna die. Do you want to be immortal?
So you think it's good? Earthquakes are good when they kill people. Okay.
You think it's good to just be alive all the time? What's so good about that?
I think that things that cause suffering.
There's a wisdom.
I think that things that cause suffering are bad. Do you think that things that cause suffering are bad?
Not necessarily. I think
Not
some
necessarily.
suffering is okay.
Some suffering is
you
okay.
go to the gym, you work out, you get a
Sure.
better body,
Yeah.
even though it's difficult.
Sure. Going to the gym and working out and having a bit of muscle ache is exactly the same as hundreds of thousands of people losing their life in earthquakes and floods. Babies being ripped out of the arms of their parents in floods and drowning in agony and pain is just like going to the gym. It's just like going to the gym.
Death is not necessarily necessarily bad thing. People die and they go to God.
You heard it here, folks. God is not necessarily bad. Let's kill everyone then. Let's kill everyone then.
There is wisdom. You're gonna die eventually.
That's the wisdom is let's kill everyone. That's what you appear to be. You appear to be saying that with a straight face.
God makes the destiny, writes the destiny for each person, and He knows best what's best for everyone. You don't know because you're not God. You don't know what's better for someone.
Yeah. Dead children is good. The more death, the better, right?
For example, in Islam, we believe that children, when they die, they go to heaven immediately because they're not judged.
Well, let's kill all the children then. Let's get out there and make sure that we kill all children to make sure they go to heaven immediately. Because if we don't kill them, they might go off the path, right, and end up believing the wrong things. And we all know what happens to people who don't believe the right things. What happens to them? What does God do to people who believe the wrong things?
What do you mean? Depends. God is not a robot. He doesn't just look at people and think, okay, you think the wrong thing. It depends on the person.
What does He do to people who don't believe in Him?
Well, why do you not believe in Him?
What does He do to people who don't believe in Him?
It depends. If you're just someone who doesn't believe, because you have been taught, you've been fed a lot of propaganda and you've been fed a lot of negative thoughts, then God will understand and He will consider that, because if someone is just genuinely just wrong about God because he has the wrong idea about God, then He knows that. He will take that in consideration. But if someone genuinely knows God and just refuses Him out of arrogance, because the enemy of God is really not believing or not believing, it's the arrogance that you have. It's the idea that I'm better than God.
What about the idea that I just don't believe that a God exists? How about that idea? How does that idea land for you?
It's not necessarily bad. It's not negative or bad. It's just that you're wrong. It's just that you need to find God.
I need to find Him. Well, why is He hiding? He seems desperately shy.
No, it's not about that. It's someone who, for example, seeking God to find God is better than someone, for example, who is never looking. So that's why what I'm trying to say is that God is not a robot. He doesn't look at people. Okay, this person doesn't believe. That's it. It depends on the person. Why do they not believe? Is it because someone is telling them something wrong? Is it because they genuinely never looked? Is it because they've been looking but they just didn't know? And I think that based on that, He will make a judgment based on that. It's not necessarily you don't believe, okay, you're going to hell. That's it.
Let's have a look. So it's still showing the wrong verses here. Let me get this right, because I don't know why. I'm trying to show my Bible verses and it's not being nice. Now let me figure out why. Why is it not showing me the right Bible verses? Is it there? Is it there? I wanted to read something from the Quran with you, but I don't know why it's not displaying them properly. Give me a second and I'll be able to display it right now. I'm just resetting my verse browser and then we'll be able to look at it. Hopefully it will hopefully work now. Let's have a look. Let's see if that is going to do the job. Like this. Let's see. Is that going to see us? No, still not. Okay, well, I'll have to read it to you then. So it says, in the Quran, it says, indeed, those who disbelieve, it is the same for them whether you warn them or not. Do not warn them, they will not believe. Allah has set a seal upon their hearts and upon their hearing, and over their vision is a veil. So He's blinded us and stopped us seeing and hearing, and for them is a great punishment. Really? Why is he going to make people not able to see and hear and then give them a great punishment? What's that about?
Because the idea is that you have free will and God will respect your free will no matter what it is. If you choose to believe in God, he will help you to believe. If you choose not to believe, he will also help you not to believe, because he's respecting your free will.
That's lovely of him. But there's a problem with that, which is that what you believe isn't a choice. You can't choose to believe in something if you're not convinced it's true. What would that mean?
Well, how is that not a choice when you just read it?
How do you choose to believe in something if you are not convinced it's true? What does that mean, to choose to believe in something that you're not convinced is true?
Why do you think it's not true?
I'm just not convinced that any gods exist because I've never seen any evidence for any gods. So once I see evidence for a god that persuades me that a god is true, then I'll have no choice but to believe it. But at the moment, I've never seen
evidence. Do you think it would be enough for you to be?
Well, here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. I don't know, but God would know, and God has so far not provided it, has he?
Yeah, but you're basically refusing any level of because you're basically saying, well, like, for example, someone who would say, God will help me, so I'm not going to try to do my best because God will help me. No, God still asks you to do your best.
If God wants me to know he's there, God can let me know.
Yeah, that's why he sent prophets, messengers, books. He's
right, but I've heard prophets' messages and books from 1,000 different religions. I find them all equally silly.
Yeah,
why should I believe prophets, messengers, and books? Why should I believe your prophets, messengers, and books any more than the other prophets, messengers, and books of other religions I've heard? I find them all equally unconvincing, and God's going to punish me for that? How am I supposed to know which one is the right one? I'm hearing thousands of different religious
claims. It's totally valid, and I think that God understands that, in a way.
What's valid?
The idea that you're like not sure about which religion, or because you don't feel convinced, that's fair. You don't have to be convinced. It's still a choice that you can make.
Well, that's the point. It isn't a choice you can make. If you're not convinced, there's no choice you can make to make yourself convinced that something is even likely to be true. That's the whole point. That's why these belief systems are stupid. And morally incoherent.
So they're stupid just because you don't understand them?
No, they're stupid because
base it on your opinion.
They're stupid because they misunderstand what it means to believe something. They misunderstand the concept of belief.
What is the concept of belief?
Well, they frame belief as an action, like a belief is something that you could choose to do. But it isn't. You can't believe something unless you're persuaded it's true. And so if you're not persuaded, belief is impossible. And then you get verses in the Quran that say, indeed, those who disbelieve in our verses, we will drive them into a fire. Every time their skins are roasted through, we will replace them with other skins so they may taste the punishment again. That's completely depraved.
Can you read the verse after that, just so I can locate them?
It's Surah 456. I don't have I've just got a listing of the verses here. I don't have it. I can call it up in a browser if you want.
After that? Okay.
I can find it for you if you want. Would you like me to look it up for you? Are you going to appeal to a context that's going to make that make sense?
Okay. Just relax. Because I can't even listen to my own thoughts because you keep talking, which is nice that you have your own ideas all
I'm
together.
So sorry for talking.
No. You don't have to be passive. Just wait. Because you said something before, and this idea that belief is something that someone has to persuade you of an action that you should do.
I didn't say someone.
Right?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say someone. I just said, I'll correct you. I'll just correct you.
Okay.
Belief is something that happens to you once you are persuaded that something is true or likely true. It doesn't have to be by a person. It can be by evidence or an argument or thinking about it. You can sit in a cave by yourself and contemplate it. It doesn't have to be something imposed on you by another person, but something in your mind has to be persuaded that something is true or likely true, or belief does not follow. Fair?
I think that people have been doing that forever. That's why religions exist. Even before the major religions existed, people have always been believing. Even someone who lives in an island, they still have the belief coming from internally. They still believe in some higher power. Are we going to tell these people, how would you approach this?
I would grant that whatever causes their belief, but I have not had the benefit of those experiences, and therefore I don't have the belief. You asked me to give you the verse after the one I told you about, the delightful thing about burning their skin off and being replaced with other skin. And the next verse after that says, "But those who believe and do righteous deeds, we will admit them to gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they abide forever. For them, therein are purified spouses, and we will admit them to deepening shade." So that's lovely. So all the people who believe the right things get purified spouses, and people who are not convinced of the right things get set on fire over and 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 over again. By God, he just can't get enough of burning the flesh off bones, apparently. He loves it.
Okay, but the thing is, why do you not believe, though? Before we get to the whole consequence.
I've told you why I don't believe. Were you not listening?
What exactly? Which one? So your reason why you don't believe is merely the whole thing about evil and morality?
No, that's not why I don't believe. I don't believe because there's no evidence
and the
for
evidence
it.
and the lack of the evidence, yeah.
Yeah,
you said
there's a lack of evidence. That's the same reason, by the way, the reason I don't believe in your God is the same reason you don't believe in the gods of other people. Lack of evidence. You're just not persuaded.
No, I think that for me personally, I think first belief comes from internally. Okay, I believe that we need to believe in a God, otherwise there wouldn't be all these religions and all this people believe in regardless of which religion, people still somehow need to believe, and
some
in
people,
the past,
not everyone.
No, it's
we've got
happening
900 people are listening to us have this conversation right now, and I guarantee most of them don't need to believe in a God.
But they still replace that with something else. So they still have that need. You just either consciously or unconsciously, you remove that need from you.
No, I don't replace it with something else. I just don't have it. That would be like me saying to you, do you believe in astrology?
The idea is to believe in a God, and I think that we do have it. Otherwise,
but hang on, I make your point. It would be like, hang on, I'm making a point. Slow down. The point I'm trying to make is, it would be like me saying, do you believe in astrology? And you saying no, and me saying, well, you've obviously replaced it with something else. That would just be silly.
I talk about, this is why I said I'm not talking about religions right now. I'm talking about the idea of the need to believe in a higher power, because we as humans,
not everyone has that.
We're not strong. We're not perfect.
Speak for yourself.
We are aware.
Speak for yourself. I'm not suggesting we're perfect, but I'm not prepared to be tarred with a brush of being weak and not strong. I think I do perfectly fine, thank you very much. I've got my flaws, like everyone has.
In a war, if you were born in a war.
What if I was born in a war?
If you were born in a place where it would be unfair for you.
What about that?
Then you would feel your weakness in front of that world. But when you're obviously in a place where you are superior, and that's why the suffering kind of matters, because someone who has everything, why would they believe in anything? You know what I mean?
This is a variation on the no atheists in foxholes nonsense, where you're saying that people who have real hardship believe in a God, but people who are okay don't. This is just nonsense. I know people who have faced tremendous hardship, physical pain, disability, real stresses, life-threatening illnesses. They don't believe in gods. They don't need magic to cope with the world. What a horrible, infantilizing way to look at humanity. I reject it. I do not accept it. You can overgeneralize all you want, but I don't accept it. You can make the generalization for yourself. If you're trying to tell us that you can't cope in life without believing in a magic imaginary friend, that's fine. But don't put that on me. I do perfectly fine, thank you very much. No magic required whatsoever.
So you're saying that you don't have that need to believe in a God.
Nope.
But I believe that you're subconsciously or unconsciously, like you're basically removing that need or replacing it. And the fact that you're always orbiting around this idea of believing God is in itself a replacement of that need. If you didn't really care about it, if you didn't have that need,
I know.
If you didn't have that need,
it's so adorable.
You wouldn't be so interested in talking about this all the time.
Why do you talk about something you don't believe in? No one's ever said that to me before. Do you know someone says that to me every day? There's not a day in my life that someone doesn't pop up and say, if you don't believe in God, why do you spend all your time talking about him? Obviously, you're attracted to the idea. Do you think you're the first person to say this to me? It happens literally every day. Somewhere in the comments, in a message, in a DM, in a
because
debate.
It feels like the logical thing because you're doing it.
It's total nonsense.
Why are you? So let me ask you this question.
Why
is it important for you to
of course,
talk about
right.
it?
It's important for me, and it's a good question. To be fair to you, it's a good question to ask. It's remarkable that you would consider that I wouldn't have been asked this before or thought about it before. But the reason I do this is because beliefs have consequences. And beliefs have impacts on people and on groups of people and on society at large. And I have to share a world with lots of other people who believe all sorts of crazy shit that I don't believe and that there's no reason to believe. And the fact that they believe that stuff has an impact on them and on other people and ultimately on people I love and people I care about and strangers I care about and on me. I have to live in a world where people legislate and educate and make laws and terrify children with threats of hell and teach absolute asinine bullshit in classrooms and brainwash children.
I can say the same thing about people who don't believe. I can say that there's consequences to people who don't believe. For example, in places or in like we noticed that with the rise of secular civilizations and people who don't believe, we noticed the rise of suicide. We noticed the rise of abortion. We noticed the rise of people who don't think life is meaningful and they just take their life out because they don't think they should be even putting any effort into this life.
That's a mischaracterization of non-belief. No, it's not. It's not. That's propaganda.
I could say that the other side was also a misunderstanding.
You could, but you'd be talking nonsense. So people, it's not a consequence of not believing.
I just gave you the same argument.
But it's not because it's not a consequence of not believing in magic that people are going to start having abortions and suicide and empty lives. That's just nonsense. You would have to demonstrate that rather than claim it. I can demonstrate that people are actually suffering real demonstrable harm from these ideas. We've got 50 million people in the US right now suffering from religious trauma. 50 million. And it's about 80 to 100 million are going to suffer from some form of religious trauma at some point in their life. That's a real demonstrable harm perpetrated on people by religion. You can demonstrate
it's not about the religion itself or belief. Because it's about power. It's about once someone has power, and again, I bring it back to the humans, because once they have power, they no longer care about what they believe or not. Their greed and arrogance takes over. And I can convince you because, for example, in Europe, with the scientific revolution, they used to think that we don't need religion anymore, and we need to remove religion, and that secularism should be the way, and religion is just all useless. And what they did was they started closing the churches, killing the priests. And the funny thing is, after a few years, they decided to open the cult of reason because they realized that people still want to believe and still need
open the
to
what?
believe.
Open what?
The cult of reason. They
the
opened
cult of reason.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Because they did that like in. After the scientific revolution.
This is just propaganda nonsense you're spouting. I'm demonstrating that specific religious ideas have an impact. You asked me, why do I care about this?
The idea is that the reason against religion are also the same people. Let me talk.
Just listen for a moment. You asked me why I care about this. I gave you a very, very clear and specific answer to your question. It's not because I've got a God-shaped hole in my heart. It's because I see the effects that these ideas have on people. I see the fact that the whole world is split into different groups of people who want to kill each other over what name they use for their imaginary friend. And I don't think this is good. I don't think it's helpful. I don't think that the solution to the problems we face as a world are to be found in ancient texts of blood magic or of wars and conquest, religious fanaticism. And that's what I see when I look at these ideologies, and ideologies that talk about threatening people with eternal punishment in hell for the contents of their minds. And
I
children
think
are taught
okay,
children are
maybe
taught this stuff,
this is
and
more
they are
okay.
scarred and damaged by it. And I think it's absolutely unacceptable. And your claim
Okay,
is
I respect your
is to
morality and I respect your
right.
like utopian dreams of what the world should
It's
look
not
like.
no,
But
it's not
just
it's not a
hear me out. Just hear
utopian
me
dream.
out.
No, hang on a
Just
second.
hear me.
I can't.
I didn't talk. Okay.
You didn't talk because I can't let you spout nonsense like that and let it pass. I will give you your space, but not going to allow you to mischaracterize what I'm saying as a utopian dream. It isn't a utopian dream to say that children should not be terrified by threats of hell. That's not a utopian dream. It's just not being a dick. Now you can come back in. You are free to unmute yourself and continue, but please don't mischaracterize the position.
Yeah, okay, you muted and I didn't think I was mute. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that you're looking at just one side and you're idealizing this idea that with the non-belief, like if the world become non-believer in God, suddenly it's going to become utopian and the world is going to become beautiful and perfect.
I haven't said that.
And I
haven't
gave you
said
one
that.
example.
But I haven't said that.
Let me talk. Just
no,
let me
but
talk.
hang on.
So
You're arguing against.
But
you're arguing.
Of
You're arguing
reason,
against
which also like used science as a way of like, no, we don't need God, we don't need religions, and that the world is going to be in a better place without religions and without belief. Which I also listen. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is that it's not about religions in the first place. It's about humans once they got power. They also rebel against whatever they believe, you know? So I think that, for example, even non-believers, yes, they don't use religion to use their power against people, but they use governments and they use the politics. And so who's going to judge those? Are you just going to act like you don't see what the governments are doing? Who are not secular and they're not religious at all, and they still use governments to attack, to hurt, so I don't see how non-believing is going to make the world better. At least believing actually gives people meaning. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to give you space to speak, but it's really agonizing because you appear to be completely set on arguing against positions I don't hold. That's why I was interrupting you before, was we waste so much time. I was trying to be civil here and just allow you to speak and not cut you off. But the result of it is you yabbered on about a position, arguing against a position I don't hold. It's a total waste of time. At no point have I said that the world would be perfect and utopian if we didn't have religion. That's not a position I've ever held. It's not a statement I've ever made. And it's an idiotic claim that I would not make. Of course the world wouldn't be perfect and utopian without religion. It would just be a fucking improvement on how it is right now if we didn't brainwash people with promises of paradise if they blow themselves up in the right place, with threats of hell if their minds aren't consumed by the right religious babble. The claim I'm making is not that the world would be perfect and not have any problems if we didn't have religion. We're always going to have problems. We're always going to have in-group, out-group behavior. We're always going to have wars. We're always going to have conflict. But this nonsense doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. It fills people's minds with garbage. That's what it does. And it impedes our progress. And it stops us seeing the humanity in each other and makes us see only the difference. And the difference is, what names do we use for our imaginary friends? And people actually kill each other over that stuff. So that's the point. That's the point I'm making. The other point I'm going to make is that we've reached the 33-minute mark, and I've also put a vote to the room as to whether they would like us to continue this or not. And it has so far come back with 83%. I actually neglected to activate the one to the TikTok room, so apologies there. I thought I'd done it, but I didn't hit activate. But 82% of our friends on the YouTube side have voted for us to draw the conversation to a close. So I'm going to say thank you for coming up to engage with me. I appreciate the discussion, and you're very welcome to come back another time. You are unmuted, so you can say goodbye if you want to. There we go.
Thanks. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, there we go. I did get a message from Sean. Something's come up for him. He can't join us for now, but That's fine. We are all sending Sean lots of love. Votes in for Hannah if you are that way inclined. I'm seeing a few in there. I'm going to lock that off right now. I'm going to get John Stone in next. I'll just read a couple of messages before we get John in, and then we'll move things along. We have got... What have we got? We have... Bethos says, why only baddies get free will? What about victims? Right? Oh, we can't possibly stop that sexual assault because the free will of the assaulter is sacred. But what about the free will of the young child being assaulted then? Apparently God neglected to worry about that free will. That free will is not so important. It's only ever the free will of the perps that God worries about. Great point. Great point. Ontological Shock, great to see you, and thank you for the super chat, says, an omni-god shouldn't need to have his laws constrained by the zeitgeist of ancient peoples regarding morality and laws. Yes, progressive revelation, right? It makes no sense. He should be elevating their morality rather than matching it. Wow, that is a superb comment. I'm going to steal that. Elevating their morality rather than matching it. You heard it here, folks. Ontological Shock, that is a superb comment. Thank you, friend. Very, very well said. And Babs says, the quad omni-god, omnibenevolent, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnibus for all those taken for a ride. That's excellent. Brilliant, Babs. Brilliant. Okay, we are going to get John Stone in. I'll read two more messages and we'll get John in. Just wanted to make sure John is still there. We'll get you in just a moment, friend. Inspired by the Sea, good to see you again, says, oops, drops bigot caller. I was dying. Yeah, sorry. That had to be done. I've kind of stolen that gag from Justin, but I did come up with it myself once independently before I saw that he does that sometimes too. 46 String says, registering support for Nope John and Non-Signor Sean. Non-Signor, I love that. Excellent business. Excellent work. Okay, we will get back to the super chats shortly, but not until we've got in John Stone. Coming in right now, we hope, on the TikTok. John, welcome in.
How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Doing well, thank you. Do you agree with my prompt? God is evil and silly.
I disagree.
Okay. Which God would you believe in?
Yeah, this is all my personal opinion. I believe in a spirit world, a Manichaeanism, a Gnosticism, if you will. And Luciferians are the one that convinced me of this. I don't know if you're familiar with people like Michael Aquino or Aleister Crowley or Anton LaVey or Albert Pike or Helena Blavatsky. They convinced me that there's an afterlife. I could be wrong, but
okay.
I believe that. And go ahead.
Why would there being an afterlife necessitate there being a God? Because there could be an afterlife and no God, or there could be a God and no afterlife. Why are the two always linked?
So if Satan or the devil or Set exist, do you think would God exist then, or not necessarily in your view?
I have no idea. I mean, I just see no reason to think any of these things exist. These are generally creatures or characters written about in books of myth. Why would we think that they actually exist?
Well, if a spirit world does exist, then I would think there would be some type of God or creator. But you don't necessarily think that's the case.
Why? The spirit world could exist and there not be any God or creator.
Then what created the spirit world?
Maybe the spirit world's always existed. I could say, what created the God? And you could say, well, the God's always been there. Okay, well, if things can always have been there, then the spirit world's always been there. I mean, I don't think there's a spirit world. There's no evidence for a spirit world, but I'm going to follow you on this trail. So there could be a spirit world and no God, couldn't there? A natural spirit world, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I guess it's possible that if there is a spirit world, maybe it's alien in origin or some type of simulation or something like this.
Yeah, or maybe it's even magic. Maybe magic is real, and there's a spiritual, magical spirit world, and we're all spirits, and dualism is real, even though it flies in the face of everything we know about minds and brains. But let's ignore all the science and the mountains of evidence against this. Dualism is real, and still no God. Completely possible.
Well, I guess I would just say, there's all this occult symbolism in Hollywood. There's all kinds of one-eye symbolism in pyramids, and I don't know if you've ever seen the Lady Gaga video Applause. It's loaded with occult symbolism, right? So why are they doing this if there's not something to it? Do you just think they're making it up, or do you think it's not real? Or, and if you're British, right? You don't know who Aleister Crowley is?
Are you making this argument with a straight face?
Yeah.
That there's symbolism in pop videos, and therefore it must be real because it's in a Lady Gaga video. Is that serious?
I'm serious. Yeah, it's for a long
Really?
time. This is not. I am. Yeah. If you look at
that's mental. Are you seriously making that argument that because things appear in music videos they must be real? You're kidding me, right?
No, I'm not.
That's not a serious argument. Come on.
Do you not believe that Hollywood is loaded with occult symbolism?
Have you seen the video for Take On Me by Aha? It's super cool. They're pencil drawings. They're pencil drawings. You know the song, right? From the 1980s? Everyone knows Take On Me. Take On Me by Aha.
Yep.
Take On Me. You're right. You must know that, right?
Yeah. No, I
do.
Yeah.
The dude like comes out of the pencil drawing comic and like into her life. Must be real. It's in a music video. Like, it must now be true that cartoons come out of comics and into the lives of women with questionable hairstyles. That must be real now. You can see that this line of argument is bound to fail, surely.
Why are they doing it, or do you just not think it exists? Why are they doing it?
I think that symbolism has always been part of culture. I think that often popular culture borrows themes from other well-established culture. You get iconography, you get all sorts of things that pop up, and you get a spread of visual references between different genres of culture. That's just a thing. This is just how culture flows, horizontally across the population and vertically down through time. There's a well understood phenomenon. We understand how this works. It's not deep. You can't get from it was in a music video, therefore it must be real. Surely.
That's just one example. Have you seen the movies Conan the Barbarian or Conan the Destroyer? All loaded with occult symbolism. It's the Eye of Set. This is you don't know who Michael Aquino is? I can tell you who he is if you're not familiar.
But this line of arguing is so asinine as to be almost physically painful. Your claim is that people making references to things in pop culture, in movies, in music videos, and in the way that they dress sets in Hollywood, that they would only be doing these things if they represented something real. Is it not possible that they're doing these things because they just think they look kind of cool, and they're doing these things because they've seen them in other places and they're established in the culture, so they borrow from the kind of cultural mass that some of these images have already, and they leverage that mass to put into their own art that they're making, which is how art has always worked, by borrowing from and mimicking, right? This is how culture works. This is basic, like it's almost just anthropology, isn't it? This is just what human beings do. Imitation is art, right?
It goes back a long way. And like I said, do you know who Michael Aquino is?
I don't.
I can tell you about. Okay, he was a military intelligence officer, an expert in psychological and asymmetrical warfare. Right. He's written several books. One of them was Mind War, and he wrote another one. He founded the Temple of Set. He wrote another book called like In the Fourth Night Coming, something like that. He founded the Temple of Set in 1975. And in the, I want to say in the 80s, he got dressed up in like full Yahtzee uniforms with some of his buddies, and they went to a German castle, the Welfsbergen Castle, I think you say it, and they did like a reenactment of a Yahtzee ceremony. So I'm just saying, why did they bother?
People do all sorts of crazy shit. Like this is the one thing we know for absolute sure is that the world is full of people who are crazy. Like do weird stuff, get into weird stuff, make weird claims, and that Hollywood and the entertainment business is extremely shallow and extremely fickle and extremely impressionistic and extremely easy to manipulate. And there are people who have all sorts of wacky bullshit ideas there. And occasionally they turn up in films or music videos or books or whatever. Like, are we really, someone made a comment, Michael Jackson turned into a werewolf in the Thriller video. Does that mean werewolves are real? And this is just silly. This is not a serious argument. Like, if we're going to posit the existence of other realms, the evidence surely has to be more than people sometimes use depictions of these things in popular culture, because otherwise you would be making the claim that these things things in popular culture couldn't turn up unless they were referencing something real, which is asinine and silly. In fact, look, here is the conversation. It was Philo who said it. Michael Jackson turned into a werewolf in the Thriller music video. It must be real. Come on, dude.
Well, and I'm assuming you're British, right? You're British, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you don't know who Aleister Crowley is?
Don't think so, no.
Yeah,
I've heard the name. I just can't quite picture who he is.
He was a cultist and a practitioner of black magic. He was born in around 1875.
Right.
And he was
my 19th century black magic practitioner's knowledge is woeful, I have to tell you.
So you just think they're just doing this just for the hell of it?
Yeah. People do stuff for the hell of it all the time. Often they are sincerely convinced, of course, of the truth of these things. But the world has always been full of people who are convinced of crazy, wacky shit, and they do stuff about it. And they occasionally feel it so much they're prepared to die for it. That's just human nature. Humans are gullible. Humans are easily fooled. We're easily manipulated. And we have active imaginations. And people love to feel that they're in on the secret, that they know what's really going on and other people don't know the truth, the real truth. It's a real power trip if you think you've got the secret to everything and all the other people don't really know what's going on. This is commonplace.
Look, I just think I actually do happen to believe I do believe in an afterlife. I could be wrong, like I said, but I think that something fills the void. If you're how do you describe yourself? A secular humanist?
Yeah,
you're probably on the political left too, aren't you?
I'm pretty central, actually. I don't really identify with left or right. I don't love those labels anymore because I think they become quite confused. For example, in America right now, some of the policies being enacted on the right would have been considered quite left in terms of government involvement in things. The right used to stand for small government. I mean, we don't get into politics here, but no, I don't consider myself a leftist. I think of myself as fairly centrist politically. But that's got nothing to do with any of this stuff. I'm just led by reason and evidence.
The reason I bring it up is I'm assuming all I'll say is this: I'm assuming you're not a Trump fan, right? You don't like President Trump?
I'm not a Trump fan. No.
Right, and on the political left, I think their religion is wokeness and queer theory. This is what I'm talking about with something filling the void. Okay, right. that
all of this has absolutely nothing to do with the God. You're just speculating about what people's political views are and political interests. This is all completely outside of the scope of whether a God exists, and if a God does exist, whether that God is evil and silly. And I've shown that it's silly. I've certainly shown that your idea that believing any of this stuff because it was in pop culture and you saw it in a Lady Gaga video is silly, doesn't even come close. What else?
Well, I think that all morally questionable behavior is a conflict between the id and the superego. Right?
Really?
And I don't know.
All of it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look, I think that humans are inherently malevolent. And this is contradictory to the Rousseauian view that humans are inherently good and that society that corrupts people, right? I think Rousseau got it backwards.
I think we're drifting away from the shores of the conversation again, aren't we?
Well, what do you base your morals on? That's what I'm getting at.
I base my morals on the well-being and avoidance of well-being of others and the avoidance of suffering is very straightforward.
Okay.
Very straightforward.
But ultimately, you just make it up, don't you?
No, I don't make it up. I have a subjective preference against, a preference for the well-being of others and against seeing the suffering of others. That's a subjective choice. That's the value that I hold. In the same way that somebody who roots their moral inclinations in a god is making a subjective choice to do that. Right? We both make a subjective choice. One choice is no more or less subjective than the other. You might, if you're a God person, you might think making God happy is what subjectively grounds your morals, and I think avoiding the suffering of people and maximizing well-being is what subjectively grounds my morals. Now, once both of us have done that, we can then be quite objective about looking at any given action and seeing whether we would identify it as good or bad based on those priors that we've set up, right? So somebody who believes in the Christian God might look at his love of slavery and genocide and think slavery and genocide must be good. I don't worry about what the Christian God likes. I look at slavery and genocide and go, lots of suffering, bad. Pretty straightforward.
Okay, but why, according to you, would humans be any better than insects? And
I don't think they're better than insects. If you're asking why would humans be more valuable to me, because I've got a genetic disposition towards caring more about humans than I have about insects. Possibly because humans have more of a capacity to feel pain and suffering than insects do. But I don't think we're better than insects. I just think more. Another human is going to be more valuable to me than a mouse or an insect or a dog. But that's not to say that I think that they're intrinsically better. It's just I feel more of that connection. That's largely genetic. It's like our evolution has shaped our brains to make us that way for obvious reasons.
Yeah, but all somebody has to really do is say, I don't care what you think your rights are, and you have to use force to defend your rights, don't you? Or you have to use a government to defend your rights, right?
I mean, it depends where you live in the world, because there are governments that strip people's rights. America's doing it right now. But so you can't always rely on a government to do that. But I think that when it comes down to morality, we figured out a long time ago, and I am going to get Dad Talk Daily in next. So Dad Talk, hold fire, we'll get you in shortly. When it comes down to morality, we figured out hundreds of thousands of years ago, our ancestors figured out that we do better in groups than on our own. This is a simple principle, right? If you have to survive, being on your own, you're not likely to survive as much as if you are in a group that can cooperate, protect each other, share resources, share childcare, and benefit from a sort of collective strength which is greater than the sum of its parts. And so, having realized that we do better together, we then realized that being able to do better together could only happen if we figured out how to be together. And how you are together is by not eating each other's children, not immediately killing each other. You have to have a code. You have to have some way of understanding that the cooperation needs to be codified in some way, right? So you have reciprocal altruism, you've got cooperation. This happens in the animal kingdom. It happens in groups of chimps and apes and many other animals. This is not a uniquely human thing. And so wanting to survive involves cooperating properly. And cooperating properly involves social contracts. And social contracts involve understanding that what's good for the collective is often good for you. And that's how we do it. It makes perfect sense to me. No magic is required for any of it. No gods is required for any of it. And appealing to gods to explain why we wouldn't want to just kill and eat each other is ridiculous. Nearly as silly as appealing to Lady Gaga music videos.
I think context matters. I mean, I can give you some examples of this. It just depends on how you prioritize a hierarchy. And I would ask you, do you think that was it the morally correct decision to end World War II in Hiroshima and Nagasaki the way the U.S. did? I think it was.
So you're leaning into tricky moral questions, right? There exist a category of tricky moral questions, and you'll find that opinion will be split about them, right? I can listen to the arguments for why dropping the bomb was moral and the lives it potentially saved, And I can listen to the arguments about why dropping the bomb was a travesty and the lives it ruined and all the harms that it brought into the world. And I can see that there's some validity potentially on both sides of the argument. And it's a tricky moral question. There are moral conundrums. There are grey areas in ethics. Ethics is not obligated to give us simple answers to everything. There are simple ethical questions. Is it ever moral to stone innocent women to get to death for being suspected of not being virgins, as the Bible says we ought to do? No, it's never moral to do that. That's not a grey area for me. But there are ethical areas where you can go, I'm not completely sure. Should euthanasia and assisted dying ever be legalized? There are good arguments for why it should. There are good arguments for why it shouldn't. And that's the tricky stuff we talk about. But you don't need a God to talk about these things. It doesn't help the discussions at all. So with that,
I just say without God, I think most people, maybe not you, maybe not everybody, can fall into a sociopathic nihilism that even worse can lead to the occult.
I think that's gibberish myself. I think that's literally just a cope. To say you need my God or you're going to become psychopaths. I think far more people are psychologically damaged by the religious mumbo jumbo their parents shoved down their throats, fear of hell, feelings of superiority over people in the outgroup, vastly outnumbers any kind of psychological damage that may arise as a result of not believing in magical beings that created everything and love foreskins. On that note, we're going to move it on, John. Thank you for coming in to speak to us. I really appreciate it. Feel free to come back anytime. And you.
Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, we're going to get Dad Talk Daily in next. Get your ratings in on the previous conversation if you would like to do them. I'll leave the name open just for a moment. So before we lock in the ratings, what have we got? How many? I'm trying to see how many voters we've got there. I can't see how many votes. Maybe 10 votes in right now. I think we've got 10 votes in right now on John. Okay, I'm going to lock that off right now. That is a lock. And we will move it on and get in Dad Talk Daily, bringing in Dad Talk right now. And after that, we have on the YouTube side, looks like Wanna Monslow on the YouTube side after this. But welcome in, Dad Talk. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Couldn't be better. I think we've spoken before, but can't remember exactly.
No, this is my first time speaking with you.
Okay. I've definitely seen your name before. So, but there we are.
Yeah, I've been in your comments, and I do just want to take a moment to say that I appreciate what you're doing, because I've listened to a lot of different channels where if they take an atheistic worldview, they're rather hostile and intolerant of any believers of God, and they just take their platform to condescend and mock and all of that. And I don't see you doing that. I think you're pretty tolerant and you have good conversation. So I appreciate that.
I appreciate that too. Yeah. I mean, I'm never looking to fall out with people or be disrespectful. And I tend to meet people with the energy they come in with. So some people come in all guns blazing and it doesn't go great. But if people come in for respectful conversations, the mute button never gets touched. I like to give people room to speak. And et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, what do you got? What do you want to say? The floor is yours, my friend.
All right, I appreciate it. So I'll say that I'm not really good with debate, so I'll do my best. I do believe in God. I don't believe. I see your prompt that God is evil and silly. I understand why a lot of people take that position. I do not. And the reason I don't think God is evil is it's contrary to, in my personal belief, to his nature. And people look at the world and they say, well, it's full of war and unaliving people and disease. And they say, how can God be good when all of these horrible things exist? But then, which I understand that, because we go through travesties in our life and hardships. And even from a Christian perspective, sometimes we face our own self-doubt because of what we're going through. And we're like, why would he allow this to happen. The struggle, the heartache, losing our family members and things like that, and
Sure.
it does make you question. So the best Christian in the world is facing doubt of God at some point. However, my understanding of this is that it's not that he is evil. He permitted evil, in the Christian term being sin, into the world. And then the existence of sin, there was the cause and reaction. The cause being sin, the reaction is everything that is wrong with the world, being death, being, everything that I've just said. So God permits it. God, he go ahead.
Yeah. So
Sorry
before you
about
get, no, it's fine. So before you get too much further, let me respond to what you've said. So there's a couple of points there. So the first point is that we cannot possibly accept defining God as good, and as a label at the beginning. I think I was saying this to someone earlier. I cannot accept any scheme in which God is just simply defined as good, and then we have to make everything that happens afterwards fit in with good because we just said he's good. That doesn't work, because if you do that, you've just broken the word good, and you're using it as a label rather than a description. And the word good, if it's used properly, must be used as a description. Otherwise, you're not using it properly. Because otherwise, I could say a hot air balloon is tiny, and you could say, well, it's not tiny, it's massive. And I'm saying, well, no, I'm just defining it as tiny. And you say, well, if you're going to define a hot air balloon as tiny, you're just changing the use of the word tiny, and you're stripping out its meaning and just applying it falsely to something else. So I cannot accept any scheme where God is just defined as good. What we have to do is look at God's behavior and then ask ourselves and each other, does this fit in with what you would understand good to actually mean? You don't get to just slap it on him like a label and call it job done. That doesn't work. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is to respond to your claim that the suffering and pain in the world are a consequence of sin, is to miss the idea that a consequence is something that follows necessarily in all instances from something else happening. So if I pour boiling water on my hand, the consequence is I feel pain. And if I do it 1 billion times, I'm always going to feel pain. And there's no reality in which it's possible for me to pour boiling water directly on my hand and not feel pain. It's a consequence. It must necessarily follow. The fallen nature of the world isn't a consequence of sin. It's God's chosen punishment, according to, if we grant the narrative, which of course I don't grant. There's absolutely no reason to think that any of this stuff ever happened. It's complete gibberish. But if we, for the moment, just allow for it, right? Adam and Eve committed a transgression in the garden. God had a huge number of options available to him as to how he could respond to these transgressions. He could have just given them a slap on the wrist. He could have puffed them out of existence. He could have destroyed them. He could have smited them. He could have condemned them to crawl on their bellies like he did the serpent. He could have turned them into cabbages. He could have fused them together at the waist. He could make up whatever you want. He could have just banished them from the garden. He could have banished them from the garden and made it so that they could never have Cain and Abel and never have kids and end their bloodline. The list of possible punishments for him was at his own discretion, if you think he's sovereign. Him cursing the entire world and bringing about a reality where natural disasters kill hundreds of thousands of people a year, and we have forest fires, and animals die in agony, and some animals can only survive by painfully killing other animals, and some number of humans die every year from horrific diseases that cause agony. He didn't have to do that. He chose to do it. So you don't get to say it's a consequence, because a consequence would mean he had no choice, and that in the presence of Adam and Eve's transgression, it was a natural law that had to happen. He was just following orders, like the sort of celestial Nuremberg, just following orders, had to do it, no choice. And that is to strip your God of the very authority that you maintain he has. So you have to choose, right? You either claim he has that authority and he is sovereign and he really is the boss, in which case there are no consequences for sin, only God-chosen punishments, or you claim that those things are a necessary entailment of sin and God was just following orders. So which one is it?
I follow what you're saying. I think you have a solid argument, but again, you know, a key thing that you said is his discretion, and I don't pretend to know everything that you know, why God. You know, if we assume in the moment, in my personal belief, obviously I'm a lifetime believer in God, so I don't know everything about him. Why did he? I mean, you have good questions. Why didn't he choose X amount of different paths that he could have taken, yet he chose to permit, the serpent tempted Adam and Eve. Sin, you know, they ate from the tree of knowledge. Sin is introduced into the world, and God chose banishment from the Garden of Eden, and then humanity, you know, expanded from there. I mean, that's all. I can't really speak as to what his thought was, other than to say, God created us in his image, and a lot of atheists, you know, they denounce what I'm about to say, which is, well, why not? Because they feel that God, if God is an all-knowing, all-loving God, why didn't he just pretty much create the world to be perfect for all time, like, you know, some sort of utopia? And I think that was the intent at the beginning, but God just didn't want, you know, mindless people that automatically chose him, as so much that free will gave us the design to then consciously choose him or to reject him. And I think the mechanism for that was to allow the opposite of good into the world, which is sin.
Is that the best he could come up with to do it? I mean, this whole free will thing is complete nonsense. First of all, God interferes with people's free will all the time in the Bible. He hardens hearts, which means changing somebody's orientation with respect to something to make them behave in a different way. He sends lying spirits to confuse. The internet is full of people in church groups and on prayer websites petitioning God all the time, to praying in groups to do things that would make him change people's free will. And nobody in those groups pipes up and goes, hang on a minute, you can't pray for that. That's going to change someone's free will. They all just join in with the prayers. So this whole free will babble is only ever invoked as a way of trying to explain, get God off the hook for stuff that he necessarily must be on the hook for, right? I've seen prayer groups where people are praying for people to change somebody's heart, and praying for people to make someone realize something, and praying for people to give someone a job. My Timmy's gone for a job interview. Let's pray to God that he gets the job. That is invoking God to interfere in the free will of the person whose job it is to choose who's going to get the job. Nobody goes, no, you can't pray that. That's going to interfere with someone's free will. Everyone just claps along and prays and says, hey, you know, praise Jesus for this. It's a double standard, friend, and it cannot be allowed to stand unquestioned. And the idea
I see that, yeah.
Is that a fair point, right?
You definitely have a fair point. I'm not going to say that you don't, but I don't think that you can just, for example, I think what you're referring to is what we would call like an intercession of faith. You know, so you're saying no, like. So that would be like saying people's faith and praying. I mean, like if I pray for your well-being, right? I'm not necessarily substituting that for your free will to do whatever choices it is that you make on a daily basis. I'm just saying, hey, I pray for John. I pray that he lives in good health. He does all of these things, etc. But that is not stopping you from making thousands of choices every day. You know,
if someone goes to a job interview and you pray to God that they get the job, that is a specific request for God to intervene in the free will of the person who's deciding who gets the job. So I'm not suggesting all intercessory prayer is a violation of free will. I'm saying a lot of intercessory prayer invokes a violation of free will. And the interesting thing to note is nobody ever objects to it on that basis. You never hear people putting up their hand in the church group and going, but we can't pray for this because what about the free will of the person who's the hiring guy? Nobody ever says that. Everybody forgets about the free will stuff until shit gets uncomfortable, and then suddenly free will comes out. But let's go back to where we started, right? So Adam and Eve have transgressed in the Garden of Eden. They've done this thing, and God, the only response God can make apparently is to respond to their transgression by punishing everyone else who's ever going to live with a curse. And so this is the greatest act of collective punishment ever conceived, because it's not just human beings, it's animals too, right? Billions and billions and billions of human beings and animals we are now supposed to accept have to suffer privation and predation and agony and cancer and harm and war and killing and tsunamis and mosquitoes carrying malaria and starvation and earthquakes, all because of this thing that happened in a garden that God knew was going to happen, could easily have avoided it. You know how he could have avoided it? He could have just made the tree 10 feet higher. They didn't have ladders in those days. There's no way that the violation could even have occurred, right? It would have been trivially easy for him to organize things in such a way that Adam and Eve's free will was completely untouched. They were still free to do whatever they wanted. Their free will was not interfered with in any way, but this horrific fruit violation didn't happen. God easily could have done that. He just chose not to, knowing it was going to happen, and then with it happening, he then personally chose and selected from all the available retributions that he could have picked from. He looked through the menu of consequences, or the menu of punishments, rather, I should say, and he chose the one that screws over every living being for the rest of time, including all the animals. What does that say about him? He says he likes the suffering.
I mean, you could say that on the one hand, and again, I think we're stuck on talking about whether or not or why God chose this one particular thing. Which you're right, because in our human reasoning, when we compare it to someone who is divine in nature, our reasoning is going to be a lot limited, and we don't have the same understanding that he does, and why he chose this particular path where, as you said, he could have just made that tree 10 feet taller. But then, okay, the serpent was also there, the serpent being Lucifer, who was highly intelligent, more so than Adam and Eve. Who's to say then that the serpent could not have just coached Adam and Eve? Well, Eve, why don't you just get on Adam's shoulders and reach the apple from there? Or you could just climb the tree. So, so then we're in infinite regress, where we then say, well, God should have just made the tree 1,000 feet taller, but we can't truly understand that. But all of this, does come down, in my estimation, that this was a judgment for sin entering the world, which fits into the better scheme, and we can still be right in our estimation that all of these things that are horrible and evil about the world is exactly that in nature. But on the back end of this, none of that says, because people. Let me get my thoughts straight here. Evil, just because some people think that God's evil, then that is also in turn a justification to say, well, your God's evil, so then the logical conclusion is you either have an evil God or God himself doesn't exist.
I don't say that in a way that is kind of how it is. I would say that if God is defined as having the property of omnibenevolence, then we can infer that God doesn't exist. I don't think on the face of it, the evil in the world and the suffering in the world is itself intrinsically an evidence against God. But if you postulate that God has that property, then we can say, well, no such God exists, because if an omnibenevolent God existed now, we would not see the world we see. We would not see a world with so much random, unnecessary suffering. And to just say, oh, well, it's all because of sin, is to pretend you've done the work of explaining it without actually doing the work of explaining it. It's to claim a benefit that's unearned, because just appealing to sin creates as many questions as it solves. Why did God, as I say, choose this particular punishment? And to just say, well, we don't know why, that doesn't get us off the hook, because even if we have a lack of understanding, let me frame it a different way. So something horrific is going to happen in the next 5 minutes before we've even finished our discussion, right? A child somewhere is going to be abused by an adult, right? It's happening now.
Correct.
And God is watching. Now, I don't want to hear any arguments about God can't stop this happening because free will, because God could have stopped it happening by giving the guy a flat tire this morning, right? Or having the child manage to catch an earlier bus so that their paths didn't cross. There are all sorts of ways that God could stop this happening that don't interfere with anybody's free will. So free will isn't going to do the work here. So God is watching on as this child is abused by an adult, and is perfectly happy for it to happen. We must say that God is happy for it to happen, because if God didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't be happening. So then we're left with only one theodicy here, which is our minds to the mind of God are like ants' minds to our mind. God must have reasons for allowing this horror to happen that we just can't understand. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think I follow what you're saying.
Okay.
However, again, I think that's still in the same path that he's just we go down a 1,000 different pathways on, well, he could have done this, and then because I believe in God, then it's my burden to say, well, here's the reason why he didn't allow this or that to happen. But you feel that I didn't meet the burden of giving you that explanation. I politely disagree. I do think that
I haven't actually made my argument yet. I was just checking in with.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. Sorry, I was just checking in with you that we're on the same page so far. So I was checking. I wanted to just check because I don't want to misrepresent you. So I'm going to say like we're kind of taking careful logical steps, right? We know he could have stopped it. We know he hasn't stopped it, and we know it's happening. So those three things leave us with, he must want it to be happening. Definitionally, he must. If he didn't want it to be, it wouldn't be. So it's happening, it must be according to his will. And if it must be according to his will, then in 99% of instances, the response I get, the offered explanation, is some variant of, he must have his reasons, we just don't understand it. And so I was just checking in with you to say, would you agree with that? And then I'll make the next point.
To that last statement, just simply put, without any further explanation on my part, I would say yes in premise. I would agree with that. And you go ahead with your point.
No, thank you. No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to check in with you. Okay. So if we then look at the ramifications of that, we're now in a situation where God has a reason for this suffering to happen, and we just can't understand it. And we must grant, to be fair, that if there is an all-powerful God, we would have no reason to assume that we would be able to understand his reasons for everything. Why should we be able to? So there may be reasons he has that we can just never understand. I grant that. But here's where it gets tricky. Whether we understand the reasons or not, it's still necessarily true that if God needs this thing to happen if God's got a plan, right? Having a plan means that you've got some future state that you want the universe to be in, and so you need to do these steps between where you are now and where you want reality to be next week or next year or in 1,000 years or whenever, right? So God's got a plan, and this child being abused by an adult has to be part of God's plan in order to make this thing work, his plan work, right? I would then ask the question, is God powerful enough to achieve his plan without the child being abused? And there can only be two answers to that question. And one is yes, and the other is no. And if the answer is yes, he is powerful enough to achieve his plan without the child being abused, then that's horrible, because then you're left with the unfortunate realization that God wants the child to be abused. It's unnecessary. God doesn't have to have the child abused, because remember, he can achieve his plan without it. It means it's not necessary. And if the answer is no, he's not powerful enough, he needs the child to be abused in order to achieve his plan, well, then you've limited the power of your God, and you no longer have an omnipotent God. And that's why I have this concept of the seesaw. I call it the seesaw of shit. I sometimes call it the seesaw of suffering if I'm in polite company. But it means that as you elevate his goodness to try and rescue it from this horrible thing that he's invigilating and watching over, as that goes up, the other side of the seesaw comes down, which is his power. And there's always a trade-off. And the more powerful you make him, his goodness comes down because he's now choosing, doesn't have to do it, but he's choosing the suffering of the child. He wants that child raped today. Or he doesn't. And this is old, this is Epicurus. This is old as the hills. I'm not claiming to have invented this. This is the argument that's been made for centuries and centuries. But there is no satisfactory resolution to this argument, because any reason you propose for why God is allowing this suffering necessarily takes away from his power.
I'll grant you that there is no satisfactory answer to this argument, because if you would, I see what you're doing, and it doesn't take away from the power of your argument, because it pretty much puts me in a corner where I either have to choose yes or no, but I'm not going to choose yes or no, because if I choose yes, then I'm screwed, and if I choose no, then I'm screwed. So the middle road for me is to say no. I don't think God himself wants to see anything horrible happen to a child. That doesn't change the reality that it does happen on a daily basis. And I think anyone on this stream right now would immediately agree and say, if I had the power to stop everything horrible that happens to every children across the globe, we would all raise our hand and say, yes, we will stop that immediately. And that serves into your point and makes this difficult. But that also goes back to unfortunately the answer that you don't like, we don't always understand. But if every time someone intended evil, right, and we say, well, God, why don't you intercede and why don't you physically freeze them in place and prevent somebody from assaulting somebody else, or change their thoughts and make soften their hearts and make them not want to, then of course we have no agency over ourselves. I
don't accept that. I don't accept that, because God could.
Yeah,
God could have just made their car not start that morning. If God is that powerful, he would always be able to find a way. We understand how much God values the free will of rapists. He's a big fan of the free will of rapists. We get that. So he would have to come up with a way of stopping them which didn't violate their free will, and there's a billion ways he could do it.
You're exactly right, and I think the best thing that you said out of all of this is that there is no satisfactory answer, no matter if you believe in a God or you don't. But even though I grant what you're saying, it still doesn't change my belief that there's a God, because at the core of what we're talking about is morality. And when we look at morality, you have to talk about where did the concept of morality and our human conscience come from? Because I think that is something that we can more easily digest than trying to figure out the semantics of why God chooses to allow these evils in the world.
We do have an answer to that. Where did morality come from?
Okay,
it's not that complicated. So it derives from empathy and compassion, which are evolved traits. So we are hominids, right? We're social apes, essentially. And we figured out, as I said on my previous conversation, we figured out that our survival chances are massively higher if we cooperate than if we try and tough it out on our own. And the only way you can cooperate is by having a social code. So we agree, you don't kill me, I won't kill you. You don't eat my kids, I won't eat yours. We all get along fine. We all benefit collectively from cooperating, and I'll protect you, you protect me. We share resources, we share stuff. Everyone is lifted up and everyone benefits from this. And the power of that cooperation is so strong that evolution favored brains that were optimized for compassion and empathy. And we have mirror neurons, which make us feel very strongly, a very strong aversion to seeing the suffering of others. And these are a sufficient basis for ethics and morality. We see it in not just in human beings. We see it in chimps. We see it in apes, other apes. We see it in other species. That's all you need. All you need is a recognition that being alive and not suffering is generally preferable to being dead or suffering. And that gets you everything you need for ethics. That's the starting point. I agree that it's subjectively chosen, by the way, but following God is subjectively chosen too. So it's no more subjective than a God, a religious moral framework. And that
correct.
Gives you everything you need.
Right, but I appreciate what you just said, but I would also then have to argue, okay, when you say, well, we empathy, all right, that's great. Empathy is a byproduct of morality. It doesn't explain morality. So that's what if I'm cooking something in my kitchen, right? If I'm making spaghetti, I have ingredients that go into making the spaghetti, but it doesn't. It's not self-explanatory. It just doesn't. It's not self-existent. Rather, okay, where did the pasta come from? Where did the sauce come from? Where did the ground beef come from to make the spaghetti? So now then my response to you is, where did empathy come from? And then,
I've just explained it. Evolution shaped our brains.
I must have missed it. I'm sorry.
So yeah, no, it's okay. So our ancestors who didn't have brains that were optimized for cooperation died out. They were selected out of the gene pool because they didn't do so well. The forebears that hadn't figured out that cooperating and looking out for each other and looking after each other was helpful, they didn't do so well. They got selected out. They died off. And the ones that were left were the ones who had figured that stuff out. What that means is that the genes that produce brains that are optimized for empathy and compassion were selected for in nature because they survived more often. So those genes became more widespread and eventually became the norm and eventually became largely ubiquitous. This is social anthropology. It's evolutionary psychology. It's not complicated. We have an absolute answer for this, and we see it elsewhere in the animal kingdom now.
Yeah, you're right, and again, you're making great points. However, I still don't feel like it was sufficient enough to truly answer. Okay, because when you say I would estimate that you're probably a believer in natural selection, naturalism, that sort of thing. But you still have to explain that where did all of these things come from? So basically what you did is the analogy that you made is akin to trying to explain how a car engine operates. It's still made of parts that combine into one engine that operates like it's supposed to. So then when you break apart all these elements, you still have to try to explain where these elements came from to begin with. They aren't self-existent.
Can I comment? Can I make a comment?
Sure.
There? So
go ahead.
We've shifted entirely. That's a swerve from one lane into a completely different one. So we've shifted from a discussion of morality to a discussion of ultimate origins, right? Which is a totally different subject, and we can talk about it. But I want to just mark that that's what this is. This is we've now essentially stopped talking about morality, and we're just saying how did our brains evolve? What was the starting block? What were the starting points rather for this stuff that became human brains optimized for empathy and compassion? Right? You're saying where did it all come from? Now I could tell you something about the science involved in how very, very, very simple self-replicating organisms gets you to rabbits, donkeys, elephants, banana trees, and humans. But you could make yourself familiar with all of that and then say, well, where did that come from? Where did the starting points for that come from? And you could say, well, where did the starting points for the whole universe come from? You're always going to be able to move your why and where did it come from to somewhere else. We do understand how biodiversity happened. We don't yet completely understand exactly how the starting blocks of life got here. But there are a number of strong contender theories for this. Strong, I should say hypotheses, not theories. Strong hypotheses for these, which are going to bear fruit. Some people say soon. This question of how did life originate is going to be solved. The question of how did everything originate, in my view, will never be solved, because whatever you explain it with, you can now ask, well, what about how did that originate, or why is that there rather than not there? Is a question you can always ask about anything. So anything you provide to explain that, you've just moved the question, and then you can say, okay, well, that thing you used to explain it, we're now going to ask the same question of that thing. And that applies to a God too, by the way, right? We could say, why does a God exist? And you could say, well, God necessarily exists. Right?
Yeah. So I see what you're saying, and I think that's where we get into infinite regress. And I wasn't trying to intentionally shift the conversation from morality into origin theory.
Maybe that's where it needed to go.
It naturally went there because unless I misunderstood you, I thought I heard you explain that empathy is the explanation for morality, but morality is a byproduct. Or I'm sorry, empathy is a byproduct of morality.
I said morality is a byproduct of empathy and compassion and an instinct to cooperate.
Okay,
it's a survival trait. If you don't know how to cooperate, you don't survive. You get selected out of the gene pool. So the only brains that are left are the ones that figured this stuff out.
See, I have a different understanding. You're basically saying morality is derived. I really think I'm misunderstanding you. Are you or are you not saying morality is derived from empathy?
I'm saying that empathy is part of it. So morality is basically just how we think we ought to behave to each other. That's what morality means. And how we think we ought to behave to each other is informed by how our brains operate. And how our brains operate is shaped by evolution. And evolution has shaped our brains such that we feel empathy, and that makes we feel empathic when we see another person. You know that thing, you hear a baby cry, it hurts you. To hear a child in distress hurts. And evolution shaped our brains that way, and shaped our brains to have an instinct towards cooperation, and an instinct towards cooperation ties into morality too, because we want to cooperate. We want to work together because we understand on some level that our own survival is going to be enhanced by that. And so ultimately, that's where you end up then. You do end up then getting back to a discussion of ultimate origins, because then you can say, well, what was it that started that evolutionary process, and how do we know that's there? And that then you get into, as I said, this long chain of asking, well, how about this, and what caused that? And I don't have a problem with an infinite regress, but maybe that's a conversation for another day. I've polled the room. I always do when we get to the half-hour mark, and just said, are you wanting?
It has been a half hour already. Okay,
35 minutes. 35 minutes.
Oh,
so
wow.
we'll call it a day there. But I enjoyed talking to you. You've been very respectful. I do appreciate that.
Well, I enjoy it as well. Thank you for giving me some time to talk,
Sure.
and I hope to come up again.
Be happy to have you. Take care.
All right, have a good one. Bye bye.
You too. Keep well. Thanks. Okay, let's just get that cleared. Yeah, fair enough. Good faith interlocutor, I think, I would say. Any votes that you want to get in on that, you can get in right now while I hold. We are going to bring Adam in just a moment. I'm going to update the bingo, read a couple of super chats, and we'll get Adam in, and we'll see where we are with that. So, the bingo. What have we got on our new 20 square bingo thing? Finkelstein called Why Something Rather Than Nothing with SCP. And Briley called Fine-Tuned Universe with Sam. I can't even remember these right now. My brain is fried, but all good. Elizabeth B called Everyone Knows God Exists. I did hear that. That's excellent. Yes, and it was Hannah who said that. Absolutely right. Well spotted, Elizabeth. I'm still buzzing off your story yesterday. So happy for you. And Briley also called DNA is code. Code needs a coder. Who said that? Did Dad Talk Daily say that? I'm not sure if I heard him say DNA is code. Code needs a coder. But he was kind of saying, where did it come from? Wasn't he? So I think I'm going to give you that. On a technicality, he was inferring that question, if not explicitly stating it. So you get that win. That's amazing. Look at this. Only 2 squares left on a 20 square board. I thought today, I wonder if we'll fill up a 20. I wonder how long it'll take us to fill up a 20, meaning like days or weeks. It was like a couple of hours, people, almost. Not being presumptuous here. We still have You Were Never a Real Christian, which, to be fair, is unlikely to get filled up if Sean doesn't come back. And Christianity Built Civilization, which is a bit niche as well. I might have to swap those out at some point. But okay, those are those. And then let's just read a couple of messages, because I've got a few in the stack and I don't want to let them fester too long. So Babs says, did people abandon astrology when we found out the wandering stars were really huge balls of rock, gas or ice? I fought the law and the law won. I love that. Yeah, absolutely. What can I say? Nailed it. As always, Babs, you always nail it. And Tim said, a very mean person called for an undeserved month credit at work. Do I A, give it to her to not deal with her, B, don't give it and hear about it later? I couldn't possibly say. I wouldn't want to say. I don't know. Tim, I don't know. What can I say? Coffee Mum, nice to see you again. When anyone talks about needing to believe in a higher power, I assume they're referring to a belief in binary gender roles. Men are the ruling class. That's interesting. I don't know exactly how I would draw the line between those two. I might be missing something. I just think this needing to believe in a higher power thing is a red herring. Because I just know so many people who just don't need to believe in a higher power. I've never needed to believe in one. I know lots of people who have never needed to believe in one. I know lots of people who used to believe in a higher power and just don't anymore. And I don't feel a need to do it. It's a demonstrably false claim that people need to believe in a higher power. It's not true. Some people might think that they do, but many don't. Niddy, good to see you. Celestial Mr. Bean lost his invite to the Q Continuum. I don't know what the Q Continuum is. Am I really dumb? I'm feeling dumb tonight, like I'm missing a whole load of references that maybe I should understand. Maybe I need educating here. But good to see you, Niddy, as always, friend, as always. And ZK says, Hannah, I have nothing personal against you, but don't you ever fucking dare to assume to know what we need. Yeah, it's a wild claim for people to be speculating and pontificating and lecturing on other people's emotional needs. It's pretty wild. Well said. Tinspired by the Sea says, Hannah, speak for yourself. You touched a nerve here, Hannah. You touched a nerve, because if you're still listening, you made some pretty big claims and wrote checks you cannot cash. Absolute BS. Furtive Patar said, Hannah should argue what you say, not what she hears. Well said. I did feel a bit frustrated with Hannah, and at one point I even said to her, you're arguing against positions I've never held. She said that I said that anyone without belief thinks that the world should be perfect or something. Anyone says that if we removed religion, if we removed God, that the world would be perfect and everything would be wonderful and perfect. I've never said that. So you're absolutely right. Don't argue against a position you wish someone had said. Argue against a position they actually hold. And if you don't know what it is, that tells you that you're not listening enough, and you could do with listening a bit more. And Buzz said, the caller, Buzz has put something sharp in there. Some of us know and found out yesterday that Buzz speaks 7 languages, including Arabic. So he's a bit of a gangster, is Buzz. Unbelievable ability there. I wonder what that means. I suspect it may not be the best. But well said anyway, Buzz, I'm going to say. And Herbie Shine, good to see you, my friend. There was a cult of reason set up in 1700s France. Is that what that was? Okay, I need to find out about this. How do I join? And Async Network said, Hannah never hears, just waits for her turn to talk. Yes, that's exactly what was going on. It happens a lot in these discussions. People can't seem to tell the difference between listening and just waiting to speak. They are, in fact, different activities. And Buzz said, John, favourite musician you ever worked with? I'm lucky. I've worked with quite a few. I worked with Rick Astley, and he was cool. So, yeah, I wouldn't say he was necessarily the best, but a hell of a nice guy. Flibberty Giblets. Does John Stone think Ozzy really worshipped the devil? The guy who ended every show with "God bless you, I love you all." Yeah, some people are just taken in by the nonsense. That was one of the strangest arguments I think I've ever heard. It was in a Lady Gaga video, so it must be true? Come on, that's not serious, surely. And Buzz says, John, I'm going to come to London and have lunch with you. Buzz, if you come to London, or if you come to anywhere in the southeast of the UK, I will come and meet you and buy you lunch, and it will be an honour to do that. That would be awesome. If anyone's planning a trip to London, in fact, I'd be up for a meetup. I am going to be arranging some kind of events when the book comes out in November. I am going to do some kind of get together thing, probably in London, around the launch of the book. And so I'll give you plenty of time to know about that. And anyone who wants to come along and say hi, it'd be great to see you. So that is going to be a thing that happens sometime towards the end of the year, probably November-ish. Tim says, using the aha stone on Evie evolves into Take Me On. Oh, look at that. Take Me On. I love that song and I love that video, and it really brings back memories because I remember when it came out, dating myself here. Simeon Urchin, good to see you. The cultural zeitgeist thinks these occult symbols look cool. That's it. Also, I just like the term zeitgeist. As you might say, I think it sounds posh. I think you phrased it perfectly well there. That adequately explains John's mystery of, but how can these symbols be in music videos and films and Conan the Barbarian? That's quite funny, isn't it? And Herbie Shine said, David Tennant played Crowley, so he was a Satanist. I didn't know he played Crowley. Right, I should look into this Aleister Crowley chap. I'm obviously missing something. Buzz says, John, ditch this moron, poll time. I can't remember who that referred to. I cannot remember. Forgive me for not being able to track that. And Herbie Shine said, how do you annoy Lady Gaga? Poke her face. He's here all week, folks. He's here all week. Buzz says, it makes you question, but you don't have the fucking courage to accept the answer. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Buzz. I hear what you're saying. I think that somebody at least admitting the questions is a starting point. And quite often that's the space that people allow themselves to be in before really contemplating the answers, And I think at least admitting the questions is useful. And I think a lot of people who've deconstructed probably can remember a point where the furthest they were prepared to go from the comfortable area that they had previously been in was considering these questions rather than actually leaning into the answers. Considering the questions is a starting point. But I do know what you mean, Buzz, as well. Absolutely know where you're coming from. Babs says, there's no justice, there's just us. I don't think I've heard that before, but I rather love it. Yep, I love that. Thank you, Babs. And Buzz says, I would love to be a co-host on the lives. As a former training preacher and missionary, I do believe I have the credentials. I think you'd be an excellent co-host, Buzz. DZ knows Bible better. Well, to be fair, DZ knows the Bible better than most people. He's pretty exceptional in that regard. Justin's Bible knowledge is up there, let's say. But Buzz, I think you'd be awesome. No doubt about it. And Lost in FRP says every prayer. Oh, I love this. Every prayer is a denial of God's free will. It is, or at least the implication that he doesn't know best, because if he knows best, he's going to do it anyway. If you're asking him to change his plan, you're suggesting that you know better than he does. If you really do believe that God's in control and knows all things and has a plan, then leave him to get on with it. I don't knock on the door of the cockpit when the passenger's flying and like check in with them to make sure they're flying the plane right. I just trust that they know what they're doing and that they will get me to the destination because they have the skills to do it. But if you really trust in God, what are you praying for? What's the purpose of you closing your eyes and putting your hands together and telling God how much the church really needs a new roof? Well, he knows that the church needs a new roof, and he knows that the funds aren't quite right this year, and he knows you could really do with an extra 5k in the budget. He doesn't need you to tell him. And if you're saying that it's not to let him know because he knows, it's just to express how much you love him and how warm and fuzzy you feel when you think about him, he knows that too. Doesn't need you to tell him. Okay, let's get Adam in on the YouTube side. We don't have any callers at the moment. If you're on TikTok and you want to come up and discuss whether you think God is evil or silly, hit request. And if you're on YouTube, watching on YouTube, you know what to do. It's the link that's in the description of the show. Just put that in a browser. Adam, are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
Get to see your screen and your nudie picture on the wall again.
Indeed.
Yeah, so again, some very interesting callers. And yeah, I think the person who said a super chat saying that it was poll time was for that the MAGA bigot guy who was calling to complain about the woke and whatever bullshit.
That's what that was. Yeah. I'm not going to get drawn into silly politics and stuff. Yeah.
But I was calling to comment on a couple of things. For one, I think it was Sam who called in earlier saying that for us to have good, we need to have evil, which that's just false on its face.
Wild.
But it's also the thing that theists don't seem to get when they make that argument is they're saying to have plus 100, you need to have negative 100, so it all balances out. Like you don't. You can have plus 100, which we see as good, and then 0, which is just, it's okay. You don't have to go into the negatives. There is no reason to push into evil to have something good.
Yeah, it's I call it the you can't have you can't enjoy sunsets without Counts Awards argument. It's completely asinine, stupid.
Yeah, and then we get the arguments that suffering is the cause of humans. Well, most of it isn't. We don't cause like you said, the mosquitoes and stuff. But then I think it was it Hannah or somebody else was trying to say that is all due to we're making the problems that are making the bugs have to do and it's so basically what you're saying is God has 0 power in the world, and we're better than God, so why should we pray to this God if we can change the world and do all this stuff? Because it always comes down to the same base argument. If God created the universe, everything is God's fault. There's no getting around that, because
if he's in charge,
he's the one who set it up. Everything is happening the way he wanted it to happen. So it's just and then they go on to the free will argument, which again always fails because, pointed out, it's the free will of the rapist has to be followed, but the victims, their free will is irrelevant.
Yeah,
and it's
always.
It's you can't but they don't want to look at it that way because they want to the victim, they'll grow from it. It's no, don't even start with that.
And it's to imply that God can't achieve soul building without that suffering. Like the all-powerful God, creator of the entire universe, hasn't figured out how to bring about soul building. He can make suns and stars and planets and nebulae and all of that kind of stuff, but he can't work out a bit of soul building unless somebody is bereaved. It's absolutely horrific, my friend. Horrific.
Well, also, and the Bible also counters that, because like Satan has a soul, has free will, has all this stuff. You know, he knows everything. Like God made him knowing what he needed to know. So why can't he do that with humans?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
But
silly business.
But then, yeah, and then Hannah was you read out the part of the Quran saying that you know, God blinds you to his existence and then punishes you from it. And Hannah is still trying to claim that, you know, we have the free will to choose, even though that's not how it works. But yeah, the Quran is literally telling you he is stopping you from choosing him. Like, he is going against your free will to make it so that you cannot know he exists.
Yeah.
Which, you know, just again counters it. And then it's, you know, with the claims of that everybody has a God belief, which is just false. We're all born atheists. People only believe in gods once somebody starts telling them they need to believe in a god. And it's usually parents who, you know, get somebody pushed on that. So it's just
all in agreement, friend.
Yeah, religion is just it's indoctrination that gets it going, because there's still cultures out in the world today that don't have God concepts. So
of course,
I can't remember names of them offhand, but
buddy, you know I love you, but I've got to keep it to the debates, otherwise people will claim I'm making one rule for one and different rules for the other. So
no problem.
We'll keep it moving along. But good to see you as always, friend.
All right, you take care.
Cheers, Adam. Thanks. Bye. Take care. Okay, moving on. We still actually don't have calls in the queue, but I'm trying to be disciplined about this. This is what I've been told by the audience, that this is what people want, is to keep the stuff focused. So while we wait for our next guest to come in, I will continue to read some super chats. I've got some comments that I found under the videos, which are always fun to read as well. I got a few of those, in fact. Let's see what we have here. We've got Hotep, thank you so much, sends Puff ethics win. I agree. Puff ethics always win, because Puff is always good, defined as being good, in fact. And Tinspired by the Sea says, I sacrificed praying for myself for 25 years so that my father could be healed. I inherited his condition. I thought he will see my faithful sacrifice. Instead, my dad died during COVID. I'm so sorry. Fuck Jesus. I'm so sorry to hear that. And I can totally understand why you would say that. That's horrendous. I'm so sorry for your loss, Tinspired, in that way. That's horrendous. Bethel said, Tinspired by the Sea, I am sorry for your loss. Yeah, we all are, especially after that. That's horrible. Buzz says, there's some species out there in the cosmos who has figured out where shit comes from, and they pity us for being in this stage of discovery. I think it's possible, isn't it? I think it's unlikely that they know we're here, but if they could see us, they'd certainly be pointing and laughing. No question about it whatsoever. Absolutely no question about it. We would be a laughing stock. And Buzz very kindly has also sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's incredible. The membership is growing. And of course, what happens with those memberships is I think they last a month, and then the person is asked, do they want to continue them? And some people do, and some people don't. But every time these gift memberships go out, some percentage of those people are going to continue being members, and it just grows the channel, grows the community, means they can get involved with the bingo and with other stuff like that. It's really good. So thank you so much for doing that, Buzz. That's super, super generous. Really appreciate it. And Hawksfang says, you can't always help when it isn't. You can't always help when it isn't when there are. What am I missing? I don't understand that. You can't always help when it isn't when there are. I'm sure that was in response to a very specific moment that was happening that I just now cannot discern. Can't figure that out. But Bethel says, did my super chat get lost? I asked if it would be a good idea to read super chats after every other caller, would keep them more relevant, or are there downsides? No, you're probably right. I need to be a bit more consistent with not letting the gaps go by too long. I think that's a good call, Bethel. So I will try to do that. Sometimes in the cut and thrust of things, you're moving from one to the other, and you're just kind of wanting to keep the momentum going. But I do really understand how sometimes when someone makes a comment as a super chat and then it gets read out, much later, and it loses its salience. So I think I will try to be much more on it with not allowing those gaps, even if it means having to slow things down a bit to read them, to keep them closer to the point they were sent, because I do really appreciate them, and I love the involvement that comes from this. I really do appreciate it. Tim Davidson said, "I found God. Now it's my turn to hide." Very good. And then finally, Herbie said, "Did my super chat about promise get missed?" I think it did. I don't remember seeing a super chat about promise. I wonder if my aggregator is losing messages, because I didn't see the Bethos' super chat either. So maybe we've lost the super chats. If that's the case, I'm very annoyed about this. Herbie Shine, what were you saying about promise? If you just put it in the regular chat, don't super chat it. I'll read it out. Let's have a look. What were you saying? I'm waiting. If you're still there, Herbie Shine, let me know what your chat was about promise. If anyone doesn't know Promise, you're going to absolutely love her. She's absolutely awesome. But I feel silly saying if anyone doesn't know Promise, because everyone in this audience is going to know Promise. She's an outstanding thinker, wonderful human being, really talented singer as well, by the way. I'm waiting for Herbie Shine's message about this, but I'm not seeing it in the chat. Okay. I cannot see that. There we go. Buzz says, Herbie, not only is Promise supremely intelligent, she is so beautiful. She is indeed. That's beyond doubt. And Herbie Shine says, it was just a silly thing about being pleased she's going to be on. Oh, well, likewise. We are all very pleased that she's going to be on. Okay, we have Gojo Okota in the TikTok queue, and bring Gojo in right now. Hey Gojo, how are you?
What's up?
How are you?
How are you doing?
Good.
I'm doing good.
Good. Let me get this super chat off the screen so we can move on and do that. Welcome in. What would you like to say? The floor is yours.
Yeah, have you seen the ontological argument for God?
Yes, I have.
And have you seen Fitting's formulation?
No, I haven't.
Fitting, Anderson, or Scott's. So there's this paper that was published in February this year that says that the argument was proved to be valid, and it was verified and confirmed.
The ontological argument?
The ontological argument, yeah, like by Fitting's formulation. He uses higher order logics.
Right. Okay.
And yeah, he formulates the argument so that there is no model collapse. And it was validated not by human hand, it was validated by machine, right?
Oh, if AI says it, if AI says it, it must be true.
Not AI, actually. It's called a logical solver.
Okay.
It's Isabel and HOL. Maybe you can look it up. I mean, the article is named Tableau Types and Gödel's God. And it's written in February 2026. If you verify it and it you read it yourself and you find it conclusive, what's your take on that?
Well, I've always found the ontological argument to be amongst the silliest apologetics ever, and I'm sure everyone here is very familiar with the ontological argument. Broadly, it says that if we can conceive of a perfect being, then such a perfect being would necessarily have the quality of existence, because existence would necessarily be a property of perfection. And therefore, the fact that we can conceive of such a being means that that being must exist, because if it has that property of existence, we've conceived of it, it must exist. So it's literally defining the God into existence by defining it as having the property of existence. But I can do that with anything. And I define fairies, perfect fairies, as having the property of existence. Well, poof, now fairies exist. And I define Puff the Magic Dragon as perfectly having the property of existence, and poof, Puff the Magic Dragon suddenly exists. Of course, we all know that Puff the Magic Dragon does actually exist. And I just think it's a silly word game argument. Nobody believes in God and has a sort of religious life because of that argument.
So that is not the argument, actually. The argument purely logically uses the system S5 in model logic. What it says is, if it is possible for something to be necessarily true, then it follows that it has to be. This is in model logic. It's called the S5 theorem. Actually, it's a theorem. It's not an axiom. It comes from the axiom of Brewer, which says if something is, then it necessarily is possible.
Yeah.
And it is demonstrated and not taken as an axiom, so it's not silly. And the argument says if something is possibly necessary, then it is necessary. And that something is possibly necessary, therefore it is necessary. This is what the argument is saying in logic. And I would like you, if you want, if you could read if you have the screen, if I can give you the argument, the article. It's a scholarly and it's a scientific article. It's not a silly thing that someone is just making up.
I'll certainly make a note of it. I'm happy to make a note of it, but I just find this type of argumentation to be self-indulgent word games and absolute babble. I really do. I think this stuff is complete gibberish. Nobody nobody experiences a religious life because of this sort of philosophical nonsense. I really think that's true. Okay, what's the article? And I'll write it down and I'll look at it.
It's called Tableau, TABLEAUS, types like types, and Gödel's God.
Okay.
And you in Isabel, I think if you type in Isabel, just like you hear Isabel, /HOL, you will find the article. Yeah. Isabel is a software used to demonstrate it.
So Tableau types and Gödel's God in Isabel.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will not bore the stream with looking up these sorts of philosophical arguments, but I just, to me, these arguments are just word games. They are. You can dress it in fancy clothes, but it's still defining God into existence, and I don't accept that as anything other than party games. Party games. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think you're dogmatic about that approach, which is it's okay. I have seen people being convinced by these arguments, ontological argument, cosmological argument, and so on.
Really?
You are not. It's okay. Yeah, absolutely. I've seen many people actually being convinced by these arguments.
I would wager that they're not. I would wager that they're convinced by something else, and that these arguments serve to buttress their conviction, which has arisen for other reasons.
Yeah. So the one asking tableau in French, in French plural would be with X, but with S here in the article is written with S. So anyways, I think, that's anecdotal. Like you're saying that they're not convinced by that. I have seen people being convinced by these arguments. It's fine. Do you now want to talk about your topic, God is evil?
Sure.
And
yeah, why not?
So when you say God is evil, you're appealing to morality, right?
Which God are we talking about here? Just so we all know what we're talking about.
Any concept of a personal agent.
Forgive me. I'm asking about your beliefs, just so I know who I'm talking to. Because you know what mine are. So which God do you believe in?
I am a Muslim, but I'm defending the general concept of God. But you can take the Muslim God; no problem at all.
Sure.
Allah, God as in Islam.
Right.
So you're appealing to morality, right?
I am appealing to morality, yeah.
And you think morality is a standard for truth?
No. I think morality is a standard for how you think people ought to behave to each other. I'm not claiming any truth. In fact, I think it explicitly does not have a truth value because it's a value judgment. Value judgments are not amenable to truth values, are they?
Absolutely, that's perfect. So then you can't use morality to judge whether something is true or not. You can judge it for your own subjective point of view.
I'm not using it to
my
judge
point
whether.
Of view.
Hang on. I'm not using it to judge whether something's true or not, which is why the word "true" doesn't appear in my claim. I said God is evil and silly.
Oh, perfect.
Right.
So you concede that there could be a God then.
Yeah, of course there could be.
That.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, perfect. Well, let me tell you something, and this is a good news for you. according to purely model logic, if you assume that there could be a God, I urge you to go and read about model logic. You will have to concede that there is a God.
No, I don't, because by that logic, you could say everything that could exist exists. So I could say there could be a magic penguin, therefore there's a magic penguin. This is bullshit.
That's not the claim.
It's total bullshit. It's total bullshit.
You're saying what model logic says, if there could be something that is necessary, and that's the definition they're giving to God, something that is necessary.
Nobody cares about these arguments. So let's talk about whether God is evil or not.
It seems like you're dogmatic about it.
I'm not dogmatic.
You do not care about logic, and that's very sad.
Sure.
I think I'll let you go. It's okay. When you get the time to learn, you learn, and then maybe next time we can have a discussion.
Fine. Do you want to have? Oh, he's run away. Okay. Well, I was going to talk about some of the laws that his God likes, and ask him if he thinks they were a lot ethical or good. I'm sure he would have thought they were, even though they involve non-consensual sexual intercourse with prisoners. How sad that we'll never hear what modal logic has to say about that. I have precisely zero time for these types of arguments. These are arguments made by people who believe because they've been indoctrinated, and then they shore up their indoctrinated beliefs with appeals to what sound like well put together deductive arguments. And they're not. There's always a leak. There's always a problem. Even if the arguments turn out to be valid, they're not sound, which means that they're valid in structure, but the premises cannot be demonstrated or are demonstrably false. This is what always happens. And they come in and they throw technical language around, and they pretend that they're doing the work of actually justifying these wackadoodle beliefs that they have about flying horses and moons splitting in two and suns setting in puddles and semen coming from between the rib and the backbone. Bullshit. Calling bullshit on all of it. Jesus didn't raise from the dead. People don't need saving. Sin is not a thing. Nobody needs salvation. Plants weren't created before the sun. And donkeys don't speak Aramaic. Ever. This is just bullshit. And it's time we all grow up and stop believing bullshit and stop teaching it to children. You know, if we stop teaching this nonsense to kids, it goes away. That's what happens. These religions only survive because enough parents pass the virus down. It's a virus. It spreads across populations horizontally and vertically down to generations. And if we stop infecting children with the virus, it goes away. But sadly, we don't. We keep on doing it, and so the virus persists. Okay, we are going to get in our next guest. It is going to be, it looks like Rowando Monslow. Rowando Monslow. Hopefully this is going to work. Hello, Rowando Monslow. Are you there? You're going to have to turn your thing off that you're listening to. Are we still there? Can't tell if you're still there or not. Trying to come back in. Are you still there, Rowando Monslow? Let's try and reset your audio. There's always one. Let's see if we can get them in still. I cannot get to your audio settings. Okay, I'm going to drop you down because I can't make a connection with your audio device, and that tells me we don't have a connection. We're feeling disconnected. And it's so funny how we don't talk anymore. So off you go. If you want to come back in, just request up again, and I'll get you in, and it will hopefully work. But it ain't working now. Let's try that again. There we go. Not actually there right now. Okay, there we are. They have come back in. But is that going to work? We ask ourselves. Are you there? I think that might be a no. Okay. That is not going to work, so we will remove them. And I'll continue reading Super Chats until we get another guest in. Let's see what we have. I wonder why it does seem like we're missing super chats. So Bethos says, I also had a super chat about only finite many ideas. Multiple super chats got lost. Babs has missing super chats too. I do not understand why, because I use a pretty reliable aggregator which just separates them out and puts them in a list so I can read them. So I don't understand why that would happen. Babs says my super chat about Occam's razor didn't show either. This is horrific. I don't know why this is the case. And Bethel says, I can conceive my greatest dream partner, a cute blonde who loves me. Does she exist? By the way, modal argument also proves Fred, the creator, exists. Yeah, all this modal logic stuff is gibberish to me. Maybe it's above my pay grade, but I just don't think it's serious. I think it all just sounds like word games to me. And if there's a God that requires you to have an understanding of all of this weird, esoteric, formal logic stuff in order to make himself known, he's clearly not very powerful. Okay, let's try this again with our guest. Hello, are you there? Your name is not labelled, and I can't hear you. So I'm going to assume that you probably aren't there. And they've dropped down again. Okay, well, I don't know what to say about missing super chats, folks. I'm a bit concerned about that because I work on the assumption that I see them and then I read them, and I don't want them to be missed. So I'm deeply sorry for that. I'll look into that. What can I say? I use the same super chat aggregator that Justin uses, and normally it's super reliable. So a bit perplexed and a little bit weird and worrying. Okay, let's see. I'm going to, while we wait for our next guest to come in, I am going to hang on. We do actually have. Hang on. I wonder if this is. This says Silly Crab. Silly Crab, are you there? If you are there, then you need to pick a microphone because you haven't picked one yet. And you're just showing my stream back to me right now, which is not particularly helpful. Let's see. Right, so they're just playing the stream back to me, so we won't bring that in because that's not really a person, is it? So we'll drop that down. Troll's going to troll, I guess. And we have another one who's probably the same. Are you there? Title this guest. Not there either. Okay, that's fine. We won't worry about that at all. I have got some funny YouTube comments to share. Okay, we've got a guest on the TikTok side. You're spared the funny YouTube comments. They are funny though. I will share them when I've got some time. Aztec Love. Let's bring in Aztec Love and see what they are saying. Hey, Aztec Love.
Hello.
How are you?
Evening.
Hello.
I'm fine. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Oh my god, I have a lot to say, but what are you talking about?
I'm talking about God and what we can infer about the moral character of this God, if such a thing exists. I personally don't think God exists at all. So that's why I say God is silly. I think the whole idea is silly. But if we do think that God exists, I think we can basically just look at the world and say God's a bit evil, right?
No. I would not say it's about silly, but okay, it's your choice. It's your choice. You believe in it. I am the opposite opinion.
Sure.
I don't believe in God. Okay. May I ask you a few questions, and you will answer them if you able.
Yeah, I'll try. You have a rather unpleasant high-pitched whining noise in the background. Is that something that can be avoided?
No.
Oh, there we go.
I will leave it because it's my camera system. Yeah. I will leave it. Yeah. Okay. The first of all, if you are believing God, yes?
I do not believe in God, no.
No? You told
that's why I said it's silly. It's silly to believe in God. There's no evidence for any gods, but I'm prepared to sort of follow you and say, well, if a God exists, what can we say about such a God? So, do you believe in God?
No, never, because this all kind of questions, believe in God, is just a mess. It's like a religion. It's like a party. It's like
if you don't believe in God, then there probably isn't much for us to talk about, because we will be in agreement about the broad principles. I'm not saying this because I think God really exists and is evil. I'm saying it to push back on the idea that an all good God exists. So it sounds like you agree with me that God is just a made up story, right? I guess that's one way of doing it. Okay. I'm not sure if he meant that to happen, but I don't particularly want to get the live shut down for copyright violation, and that's why we don't play music in the live. Not complicated. Okay, so moving on. We got Silly Crab back again, who is just literally playing the stream back into the call. So we will get rid of that, and I will move back to what I was going to do, which is sharing some comments from YouTube. What have we got? Well, we'll start with a simple one. There's a doozy. Jesus Christ is the true way. Please accept him today. It sounds like it reads like a greetings card, doesn't it? But you can't do that. You can't accept something if you don't think it's true. And so I'm not able to accept Jesus Christ. I'm literally not capable of doing it because I don't agree with this, and I don't find myself convinced that Jesus Christ is in fact the true way. I think that's almost certainly not true. So that puts paid to that one. What else we have? Oh, I love this one. So some of you may have seen Jim Castleberry before. Jim was actually in the live yesterday, in the non-debate stream live, in the chatting away. Jim says, I broke John Cohen on the moral bankruptcy of atheism. John refuses to engage me and runs away, while his minions take the beating for him. Atheism is such weak, pathetic rubbish. Now, Jim is one of my most loyal supporters. Every time I post a video on YouTube, within half an hour or so, there's at least one comment or multiple comments from Jim. He makes it his business to maximize my performance in the YouTube engagement algorithm. Every time he sees me post a video, he drops whatever he's doing and comes to support my content by commenting in the videos in a way that generates lots of engagement. Normally people coming in to engage with his rather asinine and idiotic claims. So I will say thank you, Jim, for basically being my unpaid marketing intern and being such a reliable source of maximizing my videos in the algorithm. You really do help to boost the channel. Now, as for the claim that I run away from Jim, every time he does this, I give the same response, which is I say, Jim, lovely to see you. Thank you for supporting my stuff. Please come and talk to me on the live stream. I will bounce you up the queue. I'll skip you up the entire queue if I see your name. Here's the link. See you tonight. And I think I've posted this exact message or something along those lines. What's it going to be, Jim? Like 7 or 8 times now? And every time I post it, he suddenly loses the ability to read and then continues to say that I refuse to engage with him. Remarkable, isn't it? Profiles in courage, folks. Profiles in courage. So again, I will say to you, Jim, anytime you want, just come up. You will be my guest. You will be treated very, very nicely. I would love, love, love to talk to you. And Wanamon said, who gave me the dream that actually came to pass that was about my sister, the next sibling to become a Christian? So this was an argument that we should believe in a God because this person had a dream about his sister converting. Top tier apologetics, folks. Top tier apologetics we get in the comment section. And I quite like this one as well. From Paul Lloyd, another God-bashing video again. Don't you have anything better to do with your time, Mr. Cohen? And then Kelly says in response, said something in response, and then he said, Kelly said, I see Mr. Cohen is performing a public service for everyone. I'm sorry, I'm getting this wrong here. So Kelly Weber posted a response saying, basically defending me and saying that the videos help people. And then in response to Kelly, Paul said, I see. So Mr. Cohen is performing a public service for everyone, is he? How very nice of him. I thought he was making these videos just to take the piss out of people who believe. I mean, how clueless must you be to think that the reason I do this is just to take the piss out of people who believe? That's so not what this is about. I don't take the piss out of people. I push back on bad ideas. And there's such a world of difference between the two. And it says so much about someone's intellect if they find themselves incapable of discerning the difference between those two. The idea that what I'm doing here would be framed as an attack on people is asinine. I know that people don't like to have their ideas questioned, but that doesn't make questioning the ideas an attack on you. My questions are either valid or they're not. If I'm asking silly questions, then provide the answers. Don't cry and say that you're being personally attacked just because I'm questioning your beliefs. You're entitled to question my beliefs. I won't feel attacked by it. I will respond, and my beliefs can either stand up to scrutiny, in which case I will have felt that they've been well stress tested, or they won't, in which case I will have learned something, right? Okay, we've got Connor over on the TikTok chat saying, let me up. Connor, it doesn't work like that. You have to request. In fact, I might be able to. There we go. There's Connor. Okay, we can bring Connor in right now. I'm just going to get rid of that comment there and bring Connor in. And we'll see what Connor is saying. Hey, Connor.
Yo, what's up,
How
man?
are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Couldn't be better. I couldn't be better.
Oi.
What would you like to say?
I'd say I disagree with you.
Okay. You think God is good?
Yeah. Which
God?
The Christian God of the Bible.
Christian God of the Bible. Okay. And is everything God does good always?
Yeah.
So has God ever passed any laws that are not good?
No.
Sure?
No, he hasn't.
Are you sure?
Positive, mate. 1,000,000% sure.
And what about when he says, I gave them statutes that were not good, i.e. laws that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live, in other words, commands that they couldn't possibly fulfill, I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up all their firstborn, that's asking for child sacrifices, in order that I might horrify them, so they might know that I am the Lord. In other words, this is in the book of Ezekiel. Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, I have 1,000,000 times, mate.
A million times. Fantastic. So you will understand that in the book of Ezekiel, here God is saying that he did give the Israelites bad laws. So is God lying?
No, it's about free will.
Is God lying here when he says that he gave them bad laws?
No, God has free will.
I'm not asking about his free will. I'm asking you if this statement, when God says, I gave them statutes that were not good, is he telling the truth or is he lying?
He's telling the truth.
Right, so he did give them bad laws. So when you said he didn't give them bad laws, who's right, you or God?
Me.
So God is wrong?
No, I'm right.
You're right and God's wrong. You know better than God.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible. Okay, so does God pray to you then?
No, it's more like humanity prays to me.
Humanity prays to you. Okay, that's absolutely fine. I'm sure we can all take that very, very seriously. What's your favourite law that he gave?
That people should die. Like, it's the natural order of things, isn't it?
Is that a law? Oh, you're not a serious person, are you?
No, I am. I'm being serious.
Which law did God give that people should die by some natural order of things?
Ephesians 21 through 39.
That says that people should die. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Do you know what my favourite law is?
What was that, mate?
I really like the one about you have to bury your poo in the right place. You shall have a designated area outside the camp.
Wait. Okay, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, I'm reading it to you now. You shall have a designated area outside the camp to which you shall go. No, this is important. No, you need to know this.
I'm asking you something personally.
Yeah, you need to know where to bury your
Can you
your
not
poo.
say the word poo, please?
I'm gonna. It says it in scripture here. You shall have a designated area outside the camp to which you shall go. With your tools, you shall have a trowel. When you relieve yourself outside, you shall dig a hole with it and then cover up your excrement. Do you prefer excrement to poo?
Yeah, I'd prefer anything to poo.
Okay, well, we'll say excrement then, because the Lord your God travels along with your camp to save you and to hand over your enemies to you. Therefore, your camp must be holy, so that he may not see anything indecent among you and turn away from you. God gets very, very upset when he sees people's excrement.
I find it extremely disrespectful how you said poo.
I mean, I agree. God is very traumatized when he sees, the results of the digestive system that he apparently designed himself. He's very upset by the signs of his own handiwork. Apparently, it's remarkable.
You can't say poo. You can't say poo.
I can. It's one of my favorite words.
No, because when you say poo, it's rude.
I know. I'm known for my rudeness. I don't think you're a serious person, are you?
No,
so,
I am. I'm genuinely being serious now, mate.
I know. Yeah, off you go. And he is gone. Let's get in Kayla. Hi, Kayla. Hi, Kayla.
Hi, honey. It's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too, but I have a feeling you might be calling the wrong show. You may not know this because the last time we spoke, which was a while ago, the live streams were all a mix of like chat and conversation and debate. These ones are just debate shows. So if you're wanting to if you want,
No.
are you wanting to have a debate or just have a chat?
Well, I agree. God is evil.
Yeah. So
But I
that's
want
the
to
point.
leave this here for your followers.
Kayla, this isn't the show for that. Please call us back on a Friday where we have free form. Anyone can call in to say anything they like, but this is just a debate show. So we're not allowing people to.
But can I leave with one sentence?
Yeah.
God should not be putting anybody. If God is true, he shouldn't be putting anybody in trial for the simple thing of him not showing himself.
We completely agree. Couldn't possibly agree with you more. Thanks for calling up. And I'm not being rude at all, but we're just keeping these debate streams a bit more focused.
Absolutely, love.
So
Bye.
call us back on a week on Friday. That'd be good. Not this coming Friday, the one after. Call in then. All right, that was Kayla. And we are going to try again with Wana Monslow. It looks like Wana Monslow. Let's see if this works. Wana Monslow, are you there? Still no audio. Let's see if we can give your audio settings a bit of a nudge. This is the same person who called in before, and I can see their video, so I don't know why it's not working. But it's not making an audio connection, so I think that's an issue your end, friend. No audio connection. So that looks like it's probably not happening. I'll send them a message and saying trying to get you in, but no audio. There we go. And he has dropped down, so I think that's probably a connection issue. Okay, well let's look at these super chats, make sure we don't miss any more. I definitely wouldn't want that. So, Gentleman Viking, Isabel is an automated theorem prover, a type of AI logic program, and as it is AI, it is susceptible to hallucinations. Thank you, Gentleman Viking, for clarifying that. I knew the moment he said the ontological argument has been proved by a machine, It's obviously going to be an AI. It's going to be a model trained on certain types of things, isn't it? And I suspect that, like his God, that was a hallucination. And Babs says, I suspect it's when you read a chat out of order. It could be the case that the aggregator got confused by the order I read things. That is possible. It's more likely that I made some kind of error, in which case, entirely on me. Angry Amalekite Infant, I love that username so much, says, your friendly Catholic caller claimed that his religion's survival of an episode of persecution was proof that it was true. Wouldn't he then need to accept that Judaism is true? Interesting point. Interesting point. Yeah, I mean, it's an asinine argument, isn't it? We survived persecution, therefore our claims about our imaginary friend are true. Wild. Anyone would say that. And Tim said, if simulation theory is correct, most realities are sim. If sims are created by evolved creatures, most sims are porn. We are not in porn. Disproven. I don't know where Tim gets them from. An apparently endless supply from Tim. We are going to get... I'll read a couple more chats, but we've got David. David Van Herod will get in just a moment. I'll just read these messages, so I'm paranoid about losing them now. Bethel said, modal logic is consistent in itself, but so are a lot of math systems. Formal systems are not always useful to discover the world. And I think there's a bit of abuse going on. I just think that people get overly technical and start throwing modal logic around and get ahead of their skis, as it were, and making claims that are beyond the legitimate scope of these things. No one's really interested here anyway. This is not the philosophy show. And Sled Zeppelin says, admit it, you didn't know the word dumb had a B in it. I didn't know. No idea. Never used it before. Thank you. And Buzz said, I had a dream last night about Severus Snape. No joke. He must be real. All hail Snape. Right. It was such a weird comment. I can't remember which video it was under. Maybe I need to start, when I aggregate the comments from the YouTube videos and pull them together, maybe I need to put what video they were responding to, because I don't. I just find them and I think this is a funny one, and I just kind of clip them. Maybe I need to do that. I can't remember it. I just remember thinking, what a strange thing to say. Like, checkmate, atheists, I had a dream about baby Jesus. That'll learn you. Wild behavior. Okay, let's get David in. Hopefully this all works. David, are you there?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well indeed. How are you?
That's good to know. Well, I need to admit that I am silly crab. I was trying to reach out, but I had some issues.
Ah, okay. Well, it looked trolly to me because all I could see was my own.
I understand, but I want to have an honest discussion. I don't mean any harm.
Sure, great. Well, you're very welcome in. Let's have a discussion. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
So I would like to say that I am a Christian. I became recently a Christian. I've read the Gospels. I have not finished the New Testament, but I know that the rest of the Testament was mostly written by Paul. And I also read a long time ago the beginning of the Old Testament, and I was repulsed. So maybe it would be interesting for you to ask me how I make sense of the New Testament given the knowledge I have of the Old Testament.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much how you make sense of it. I mean, the Old Testament makes a lot of claims about who the Messiah is going to be, and Jesus doesn't actually fulfill on the promise of those claims. And the New Testament makes a load of claims about the Old Testament, claiming that it prophesies Jesus, and in fact, most of those things are mistakes or misreadings or just flat out lies or nonsense that don't make sense either. So there's actually a fundamental disconnect between the Old Testament and the New Testament. But rather than asking that, I would rather sort of say, like, why do you think any of this stuff is true? This is just a book. This is a book essentially of myths, right? Why do you think it's true?
Well, I don't believe that the stories in the Old Testament are true. I personally believe in evolution. I go as far as to believe that life came from nothing. But I think that the creator of the universe revealed himself to us in human form, and he did it through Jesus Christ.
Why? Why do you think that?
Well, I think there is historical evidence for the coming of Jesus, and the fact that multiple eyewitnesses wrote in a time where there wasn't Wikipedia, and that the story actually makes sense.
Hang on. Which eyewitnesses
Yes.
wrote? Name an eyewitness. Name an eyewitness. Matthew wasn't an eyewitness. We don't know who wrote the book of Matthew.
What do you mean?
We don't. The author of Matthew is anonymous.
Yes.
We don't know who wrote Matthew. And Matthew was largely copied from Mark, and Mark wasn't written down for 30 to 40 years. So we can't infer that these things are eyewitness accounts.
I disagree with you. I think there is evidence. I agree with you that it's not proof. It's not a mathematical proof, but I don't think that any of us base our life on mathematical proofs.
I agree. I agree.
We do Bayesian thinking. We assume probabilities about facts, we make an informed decision.
I agree with that. With that, and it's unreasonable to demand proof, where in fact in life, as you say, proof is rarely available, but we settle for evidence instead. And if the evidence is reasonable, then is sufficient, then we have a justification for accepting it. But we have no such evidence in the claim of Jesus. And to do a Bayesian calculation, you actually have to have the probabilities to plug into that formula. We don't have those probabilities. We can't do any meaningful Bayesian analysis on the likelihood of these accounts.
Yes,
there are no eyewitnesses at all about these as to these miracles. There are only claims about eyewitnesses, which is very different.
I agree. But the eyewitnesses actually talk about a story that I think it would be hard to invent, right? We know that the Codex Vaticanus is from the 4th century, so basically 300 years after Jesus came. So if the story was invented, came out of thin air, someone would have come up with intricate details about the life of 1st century Judea, and I don't think it's plausible.
That's a false dichotomy. So you're suggesting that either the story must be true, or every single part of it must have been made up out of thin air. There's a vast spectrum of possibilities between those 2 points, where people can talk about details of life in that part of the world, talk about actual things, and then embellish the story with supernatural elements that were smuggled into it in the way that myths are made. It's not the case that every word must be totally false and made up. It's just, that's a ludicrous position to take.
Wait, so what do you think happened to the Gospels? Who do you think wrote them?
I don't know. I don't know who wrote them, right? But I do know that
think it's plausible.
I think it's plausible that there was verbal word of mouth myth making for several decades until the Gospel of Mark was written, right? People telling stories in an environment which was completely largely pre-scientific, highly superstitious, where every other person was claiming to be a Messiah or resurrected person. These sorts of ideas were commonplace. People probably thought that something had happened because people were very primed for these kinds of things.
I agree, that's plausible.
Right? Maybe this Jesus character had a very devoted following of people who were heartbroken by what happened to him and were primed for believing that he had resurrected, believing in visions, who knows. And the myth started. The myth was passed around verbally for some period of time, 20, 30, 40 years, until someone wrote it down in Mark, right? Gospel of Mark.
Well, do you know why scholars say that the Gospels were written 40, 50 years after the death of Jesus Christ? Do you know what the evidence for that is?
I don't actually specifically know. I just know that that's the consensus view. So I've not looked into exactly why. For me, if the experts in an area have a broad consensus, that's good enough for me because they've done the work that I haven't done, and I'm able to leverage their experience and knowledge.
That's fair. But the if I could be wrong, but what I believe is true is since there was a prophecy made by Jesus in the in the Gospels that the temple of Jerusalem would be destroyed, they place it after the destruction of the temple, right? But given that if Jesus is truly the Messiah, it's very plausible that he would have known the fact that the temple would be destroyed, right? And when you look at the chronology of when it makes sense that the Gospels are written, like Paul, when did he die? He died before the temple was destroyed, right? And the book of Acts doesn't mention the death of Paul. So it's very plausible to think that the Gospels were written before the book of Acts, and thus all the books were written maybe not John, maybe not the book of John, but the rest of the synoptics were written before the temple was destroyed, and this makes it less probable that myths were included in the story.
I'm going to give you one of my favorite quotes, and this is from David Hume, who says, "No testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavours to establish." This is one of my favorite quotes ever, because it really encapsulates how we ought to think about this. So what's more likely, that a magic person who happened to have created the entire universe prophesied events that were to happen years later, or that these things were actually written down after the fact and attributed to him having been spoken before? Right? You have to always go with what's more likely. You want to make Bayesian arguments, right? You want to make Bayesian arguments. I would say that it just doesn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's always going to be. It's always going to be more plausible.
You make a good point, and that's why I believe you cannot find God in a human book. Okay, so there is one Bible verse that let me just find it real quick. Give me 1 minute. Yes, it's in Matthew. I remember it by heart. 1 second. Let me go on Bible Gateway. Sorry for the. So Matthew, I think it's Matthew 7. Yes. So the Bible verse, I will put it in chat. 1 second.
If you want to tell it to me, I can put it on the screen if you want.
No. So it's Matthew 7 verse 7. If you can pull it up so people can see, I would appreciate it. It's a very short verse.
Sure. Matthew 7. Matthew 7 verse 7. And I will put it up right now. And it says, "Ask and it will be given to you." Oh, I know this one. Yeah. "Search and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened for you." A demonstrable lie. Obviously not true. This is.
I disagree.
Yeah, because this is a hell of a promise to make, right? This is a little bit like like Matthew 21:22. Anything you ask for in faith, believing, will be granted. Demonstrably false. Demonstrably false.
Well, let me give you my interpretation of the verse. For me, the verse means that if you give a chance to God, if you accept in your heart that God might exist and you ask for a sign, if you ask to have a relationship with God and you ask for a sign will be given to you. And this is my experience. I received a few signs every time I asked, because I became curious about the subject. And if I want to be intellectually honest, I need to ask myself, what would it take for me to believe that God exists, right? So every time I asked this myself this question, and I asked God for a sign, I got one. And I can go into details if you want.
I'd rather do this. Put a 1 in the comments if you are a person who spent some period of time sincerely asking God for a sign and never received one. Let's see what happens. I mean, we've got quite a lot of ones coming over on the TikTok side. A sea of ones right now on the TikTok side. I imagine they're going to start arriving on the YouTube side in a few seconds because of the delay. There we go. There we go. It's starting to come in on the YouTube. This is not looking good, my friend.
I understand your point, and it's a fair point. But from my point of view, if I received a miracle, what should I think?
Well, I mean, it's actually hurts my heart to see so many ones. I'm not feeling smug about this at all. It actually hurts me to see this because every single one of those ones is a broken heart. Every single one of those ones is someone who was promised, knock and the door will be answered. You know, like seek and you shall find, and they seeked and they didn't find. And it's cruel to make a promise like that to people and then not fulfill it. Right? It's cruel. It hurts me to think about this. So to answer you, what I think you should do is I think you should be willing to interpret your experiences in a different way. I'm not doubting that you had them. I'm doubting that you necessarily have the right interpretation of those experiences because, you know, there's always another way to interpret these things. And again, I come back to Hume again, right? What's more likely, that you are experiencing genuine miracles or that your experiences can be explained in some other way?
It can be explained in some other way, I agree. But if the signs are strong enough, it can shift my probability enough for me to believe that God existing is more likely. This is my point.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, but I don't think it's valid because I don't see how you can really work out those probabilities. Like, how are you doing that? And how do you account on that basis? How do you weigh the probabilities of other people who have claimed to have had similar experiences with other gods in other religions, in other faiths that are not compatible with yours? Do all of their experiences get the same probability treatment, or are they, you know, discounted in the Bayesian analysis and, you know, reduced in price? Everything must go.
They are not discounted, but of course, since they are mostly people that are more in favor to the atheist belief, and because I don't know their personal and entire history, of course it doesn't have as much weight as my own experience, and I think that's fair. So I don't discount them, but their impact is very tiny.
I think that what you're demonstrating here is an inconsistent application of standards of evidence. So you're saying you have a belief that feels miraculous to you, experience, that feels miraculous to you, and that counts as a probability argument that makes it more likely than not that a magical being created the universe and likes foreskins. Somebody else, or a million other people in other traditions, in other faiths, Hindus and Sikhs and Muslims,
I don't believe those religions are real.
Right.
I think
but that makes it even worse. But that makes it even worse, my friend. Your probability argument stops counting when it comes to their personal experiences and their claims of miracles. Suddenly their prices are reduced, right? Their miracles and their experiences don't count the same as yours. And this is why this line of arguing doesn't work. From where you're standing, because you're the person that the experience happened to, right? You had what feels to you like a miraculous experience, some unusual coincidence or something like that. And if you're if you're throwing words like Bayesian around, you will know that remarkably unlikely events happen millions of times a day all around the world. It would be unacceptable to expect to go through life without having some collection of extraordinary events happen to you, because that's just how the numbers shake out, right? So you've had events that you are interpreting as being miraculous. 1 billion people somewhere else in the world have had events that they interpret to be miraculous for them, and you're just writing them off by saying, well, I believe their religions are false. You're putting the horse before the cart, because if you're going to apply your standards consistently, you're obligated to conclude that their religions are true, not false, because they've had the same kind of experiences that you've had. If your experience gets to count as evidence, why doesn't theirs?
Well, because I have more information about my own miracle than the miracle that someone else experienced.
So are you accusing them of lying?
Well, lying is a strong word, but listen, if someone has a miraculous experience and they tell me about it, it will have some weight, of course. I will take it into account.
But you're writing off the miraculous experiences of literally hundreds of millions of people by just saying, well, their religion is wrong, which is to assume that which you're trying to prove as the evidence for its truth. That's a circular argument.
Listen, the miracle is not the only sign, right? If your religion is full of wicked things, I cannot believe it comes from God. So,
but your religion is full of wicked things.
Well, I told you, I personally reject most of what is in the Old Testament because I explain it as a text written by humans in a time where they had to write on papyrus and it would decay, and keeping it unaltered for more than a millennia, I think is very unlikely, right? And
I think that you're applying standards again inconsistently. I could say exactly the same about the New Testament is also a text written by people, by men.
I agree, but listen, the difference in time from the time of Moses is like.
But it's immorally just as horrible. I mean, the God of the Old Testament is like a kind of celestial psychopath, right? He loves killing people. He loves genocide. All of that stuff. The God of the New Testament is not quite as overtly violent, but he's even worse because he carries the horrendous notion that if you're not convinced of the right things at the point you die, you get tortured forever. What an absolutely horrific idea. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, absolutely horrible idea. So you understand, I mean, you know John 3:18, right?
No, I don't. Let me read it. 1 second.
So I can get it up on the screen. It's fine. So John 3:18. This is after John 3:16 is the verse everyone knows. You know, God so loved his son, so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, blah, 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 all of that stuff, right? That's the one everyone knows. But people often stop reading there and they don't get as far as just 2 verses later. Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already because they have not believed in the name of the only Son of God, right? So this is clear as day, right? This is John writes book of John. This is Jesus talking to Nicodemus, saying, if you don't believe the right things, you're condemned already.
Well, it's clear as day that John wrote that, right? So
yeah, John wrote that. So shall we see what Jesus has to say about all of this, right? So in Matthew 13, Jesus says, this is what's going to happen. The Son of Man will send his angels and they will collect out of his kingdom all causes of sin, that's the bad people, and all evildoers, and they will throw them into the furnace of fire where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And we could say, how are we supposed to know who the evil people are, right? How do we sort the sheep from the goats, as it were? Well, the book of Revelation tells us very clearly who these people are going to be, right? It's the murderers, the liars, the sorcerers, the sexual deviants, and the non-believers, otherwise known as the faithless or the apistos in Greek, right? And Jesus also goes on to say, so it will be at the end of the age. The angels will come out and separate the evil from the righteous and throw them into the furnace of fire where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth, lots of weeping and gnashing going on. And he also says, then he will say to those at his left hand, you who are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire. Eternal meaning never ending, fire meaning hot and rather uncomfortable, prepared for the devil and his angels. So this is pretty clear what's going to happen here. You've got the logical framework of who's a candidate for this treatment, and then details instructions from Jesus himself on exactly what the treatment's going to entail. So the non-believers are the ones in the bullseye, and it's burning lakes of fire, torture forever, eternal, and gnashing of teeth.
Did Jesus say that the non-believers would Personally, I believe that even if you're not a non-believer, but if you do the will of God, which is to be a good person, you will end up in heaven. And you're saying that in the book of Revelation, it says the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Can I know who wrote the book of Revelation?
I think
I've not read it, but listen.
I think it's Paul. I think that's Paul's fever dream, isn't it? I'm not completely sure. But listen, you can't pick and choose, dude. You either accept this or not.
If I want to be honest, of course, this is new information you've given to me, and that I have to investigate. So of course, this shifts my beliefs. So I have to be honest. So I will read about it and inquire about it.
Now, I respect you for that.
Okay. Now I want to ask you, how do you explain? Are you an atheist? You don't believe in a God at all?
No, not at all.
How do you explain the universe and our existence? How do you solve the fine-tuning argument?
Okay, so there's three different questions there. There's how do I explain the universe? How do I explain our existence? And what do I say about the fine-tuning argument? Which one do you want me to deal with first?
The first one. How
do I explain the universe?
Yes.
I'm smart enough not to. I have no idea.
That's fair.
Yeah, because anything that we would invoke to explain the universe, you could say, well, how do you explain that? And I would say that about a God too, right? I could say, how do we explain God? And if God is immune, if there's a category of things that exists, that is things that are immune from needing an explanation, let's call them things that are necessarily true. Well, if such a category exists, surely reality itself and the universe we live in, meaning the totality of all things, would be a good candidate to go in that category, right? So if God gets to go in there, if we get to make a special plead for God to say, well, God is a type of thing that doesn't require an explanation because it's eternal and self-existing or self-sustaining, then I would say if such things exist, I would make the same claim for the universe. But I'm also very happy to just say, I don't know. I don't explain the universe.
Okay.
Is that fair?
That's very fair, and to a certain extent, I have to say the same, right? Even if I explain it with a God who created God, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, and the difference is, I'm not making a claim about it, right? So I'm not making a personal claim about anything about the universe and how we might explain it, because I realize that exists at the boundary of our knowledge, and I can't make such a claim. So I just say I don't know.
Okay, so. What can you do the second question? What
yeah,
was it
so the
again?
second one was how do we explain us? Like, where do we come from? Well, we understand. You accept evolution, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I strongly suspect that it will be found at some point. I mean, we already know that the basic building blocks for life are ubiquitous throughout the observable universe. We can see them everywhere. We find, we find stuff on asteroids. I imagine that it'll be the case that it turns out that the essential building blocks needed to get self-replicating stuff going is probably quite simple. Probably quite simple. And so I think there'll be a natural explanation for that, in much the same way that, if you put a loaf of bread on the kitchen counter and leave it there for a few weeks, eventually you're going to find it teeming with life. And you don't need to invoke magic to explain it. It's just like there's a natural explanation about it, and I think there'll be a similar explanation that will flesh out abiogenesis, and there'll be a well evidenced model for abiogenesis at some point. I'm going to say in the next 100 years. Some people think it'll be sooner.
I think it exists already. If you look up the RNA world, you just need a small piece of RNA that starts replication, and evolution kicks in.
Exactly. So then your third one was fine-tuning.
Yes.
And I think the fine-tuning argument fails in a couple of ways. In two ways primarily. One is that it assumes that the result we have now was specified at the start. So if I say, what are the chances of, if I write down a particular order of cards in a deck of cards that I want, and I say first I want the 3 of clubs, then king of spades, then the 6 of hearts, then the 7 of diamonds, and I write 52 cards down on a list,
Yes.
and then I shuffle the cards, I give them a proper fair shuffle, and say, what are the chances of me coming up with dealing the cards, if it's a proper fair shuffle, what are the chances of me dealing the cards and coming up with that? It's astronomical, right? It's 50. It's 52 factorial. It's a ludicrous number, right? But if I shuffle the cards and I haven't written down the numbers first, and that is the sequence that the cards come out in, is that a miracle? It's just the order that they came out in, right? And it's whether we apply significance to it after or before is what makes all the difference. And the reason the fine-tuning argument doesn't work is the significance is applied afterwards. It's kind of cheating. It's drawing the bullseye around where the arrow has landed already and going, we got a hit, right? The universe is what the universe is. If it had been made differently, it would be different. If the parameters of the physical constants had been different, maybe there would be no life. Maybe there would be no matter. But the fact is, there is life. There is matter. So we know that we must live in a universe that has the properties such that life and matter can arise. And only in such a universe would you expect to find entities that can ask these questions. And the other problem that the fine-tuning argument has is it's essentially presented as a probability argument, right? It's saying, if the strong nuclear force were a little bit different, or if the gravitational constant were a little bit different, everything would be different. But we don't know what the possibility space is for these things. We don't know if these numbers and these relationships could just be a brute force of a brute fact of nature. They could just be that's the only way a universe can be. A universe cannot have any other values for these constants, and therefore one is making a probability argument without knowing what the probability actually is, and asserting that it's amazingly unlikely without knowing that it's unlikely. And in fact, it could in fact be completely certain that it could have a probability of 1. It could be that this is the only way that universes can be made. Adam has correctly labeled the drawing the arrow, the bullseye round where the arrows landed is called the sharpshooter fallacy. And so making a probability argument without knowing the possibility space is like if I say to you, you know how in some games you get these fancy dice, they have more than 6 sides, like in Dungeons and Dragons, and you get these interesting, like a 12-sided dice or a 20-sided dice. If I said, like, I have some dice, I'm not going to tell you how many sides it has. What's the chances of me rolling a 1? You couldn't answer the question. You can answer it because you just don't know, and that's why the fine-tuning argument doesn't work, because it presupposes that the configuration of the universe now was specified at the beginning, which it wasn't, and that what we have now is the intention, was the intended aim, as if such an aim exists, which we cannot possibly assume, and it makes a probability argument without knowing
but before you make the second point, let's focus on the first point. So do you believe that we are, by definition, incredibly lucky to exist?
I mean, I think individual people are incredibly lucky to exist. So you as a person are very lucky to exist, because you only exist because of a specific unbroken chain of people successfully reproducing, going back millions of generations, right? And if one of them had died, you wouldn't be here. So in that sense, you're extremely lucky to exist.
Yes, but what about existence itself?
I don't think that we can say that we're extremely lucky that existence itself is instantiated, because we don't know if it's possible for existence. I'm not sure that it even means anything to speculate about existence not existing. I'm not sure that's even coherent.
Well, for us to exist, all the constants of the universe need to be right. So by definition, yes, we need to observe the universe to know that it exists. But to assume that I forgot my point, sorry. But
that's all right.
But listen, I'm sorry, but I don't really understand your first point, because for the for all the constants to be right for us to exist, you have to assume that we are extremely lucky. That
Why?
constant.
Why?
Well,
it could be that these just are what the constants are.
So now you're justifying with the second point. Why could the universe not have random wild constants? Be a hydrogen-only universe? It could. Yeah. That could totally be the case.
But could it? I mean, how can you demonstrate that it could be? How can you demonstrate that it is in fact possible for the universe to have been any other way than it is now? I don't see how you can ever demonstrate that. And it gets even worse, because even if it could, then it might be the case that, as I said before, we wouldn't be here. Some other type of life that was suited to the environment would.
I think that's unlikely.
Would have evolved.
I don't think life could have happened if the constants were just a little bit different.
Why?
Well, if the gravitational constant is a bit wrong, you have only black holes or.
Right. So there are some conditions. There are some conditions where you would say, okay, well, if we tweak this number, then matter can't form. Or if we tweak this number, I grant that. So there's an area in the possibility space which would have precluded life. But we don't know if that's possible for that to be the case. And there's also areas where you could tweak these things, and life would be a little bit. Life would be a little bit different, but it wouldn't be this life. It would be some different life, right? We don't know. We just don't know.
Well, I could be wrong, but I believe that the value space where life is permitted is extremely infinitesimal, extremely tiny.
It might be. That might be true, but it's not just about physical constants, because some people say, oh, look, the Earth is just the right distance from the sun, and the chemical composition of our atmosphere is just right. But all of this is the sharpshooter fallacy, because it could be the case that on other worlds, in other places, different types of life have evolved with different properties, with different requirements that could never possibly survive here. And they're just thanking their lucky stars right now that they don't live on a horrible planet like this one, where they could never have possibly have succeeded, right? That is possible. I don't know. And the point with all of this is that there's a huge amount of speculation here, because it's all what ifs. What if things were different? Well, we don't know that things can be different, and we do know that things are how they are now. And the life that we see here is life that happens to be well adapted, or as well adapted as possible to the environment we're in. But 99% of the life that's ever existed on this world died out because it wasn't fine-tuned enough for it to survive, right? So, and most of the universe that we can see is extremely inhospitable to life and would kill us pretty quickly. So it just so happens that in this one little corner where conditions happened to be just favorable enough that certain types of life could spring up and evolve and develop, we did. But it's not great.
Okay. Now I will ask you this question: out of you say you don't know how the universe came to be. What would you say is the chance that there could be a creator, a God, a conscious being? Would you say 1%, 0.1%? It's possible. Do you admit that it's a possibility?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah. But technically, almost anything is a possibility, right? It could also be fairies. It could be right. So, one thing I would say is we don't have any examples of minds existing without some kind of substrate, right? A brain in most cases. I'm not even saying that it has to be organic. It could be a computer. It could be something. But all minds that we see require something to be a substrate. Something has to operate.
Universe, yes.
Yeah, in our universe, right? So it's possible that this is an inductive argument and it could fail, right? It's possible that there exists an instance of a mind that doesn't have a substrate. It's essentially I'm just to say it. It's essentially magic, right? A magic mind that exists without any physical thing, and it's capable of just thinking universes into existence, it's possible that that's true.
Well,
I can't disprove it, but there's zero reason to think it's true.
Okay. What would you say is the chance that such a creator exists?
I wouldn't.
A wild guess.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even want to put a number on it, but I would say tiny. I would just say tiny. Just I don't really have a basis to pick a number. Any number I pick, it could be 1,000 times more or 1,000 times less, or a million times more or a million times less. I just think it's extremely unlikely, and I think the time to believe it is if there's some evidence for it. You know, if we get some evidence that it's possible for mind to exist without any brains, well, then that's the time to start thinking about this. But there's no evidence for that.
Even forget about that. We could imagine that once consciousness evolves in a universe, we are pushed to create underlying simulations, right? Imagine humanity in 100 years or 1,000 years where we create the matrix and we plug people in, right?
Yeah.
Into a simulated universe.
Yeah.
And it's not wild to think that once somewhere out in the space, one intelligent consciousness is created, then an infinity of underlying universes are created, infinitely creating simulations, right?
I have thought about this before. It is possible. It is possible, right? And that every simulation is nested in another simulation.
Yes.
And every simulation eventually gets to the point where it's able to create simulations, and so does that simulation, and you have a sort of Mandelbrot set of simulations all the way down. I have heard that there are problems around that in terms of the energy required to simulate and contain all the simulations within the simulation. That causes some kind of problems with the energy, but required to do that. But I'm not clever enough to get my head around that. I leave that for the smart people to figure out.
Well, I'm happy that at least I got you to say that there is a chance. You know the movie with Jim Carrey. So you're telling me there is a chance? Do you not know the meme?
I don't know which Jim Carrey movie is that.
It's Dumb and Dumber, I believe.
Oh, I love Dumb and Dumber. I haven't seen it for years and years, but
it's a scene where he's talking to a girl that he really likes, and he asks the girl, "What is the chance that me and you are gonna end up together?" And the girl says, 1 in a million, right?
Okay,
so you're
there is a chance.
There's a chance.
Yeah, that's lovely. That's excellent. I love that. Yep. I mean, hey, I don't want to be dogmatic about it, so I would say there's a chance, but there's also a chance that Santa actually exists. You know, all of this myth making and stories that people tell about Santa, they think it's all made up, but actually it's really real. And you know, Santa is a real thing and has just beamed the story of Santa into the minds of people here to tell their kids, because he's having a laugh. You know, he likes to see people talking about him. You know, he exists in some plane somewhere that we can't detect, but Santa is really real. There is a chance that that's true, but it's a non-zero chance. So theoretically, we must call it a chance. So, but we don't need to worry about it too much. Anyway, my friend, been good talking to you. Thank you for
having a nice talk. I just want to ask you one question, and then I'm gonna leave you alone.
Sure.
Did you read the New Testament?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Okay, thank you for the honest conversation. Have a nice day.
No problem. You too. Bye. Thank you. Take care. Okay. Let us remove that. Nice guy, I thought. Nice guy, but very big of him to be open-minded about stuff and admit when he heard new arguments that he hadn't considered before, new evidence that he hadn't considered before. I think it takes a lot to do that, and I respect anyone who does. I think that shows integrity and honesty on his part. So I think David did really well. So I hope that you rate him accordingly. I'm going to lock off the rating now for that. And we'll have a few messages. I suppose we're probably coming towards the end, aren't we? Where are we? 6 hours. Have done more before, but it is getting late. Let's see. It's currently 4 a.m. I don't mind keeping going if people call in. It's the queues are empty at the moment, but let's see. We'll do some super chats and see where we're at with stuff. What have we got? Lord Illuminous Spoof. Oh my god, Lord Illuminous Poo. Illuminous Poo. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You can't say poo that many times without Lord Illuminous Poo, leader of the Illuminati, arriving. Soon you called. I did. Apparently I did. Yes, someone got his knickers all in a twist before because I said the word poo. But, you know, if it's good enough for God to write about, it's good enough for us to talk about. That's what I think. And Bethos said, to me, it's obvious that Jesus' resurrection is a myth. By disappointed followers seeing their Messiah being killed, they needed explanations and made it up. I think that's right. These people were primed for this. They were probably heartbroken if they loved their little leader. And there's every reason to think that this stuff was kind of grief. What do they call it? Grief hallucinations or something like that. Or there's also the theory of the imposter as well. There were a number of people in history who claimed to be other people of import and often got away with it for some time. So that's also a possibility. All of which are more plausible than he actually created the universe and he's magic, right? Hear that Hume line again and again and again. I can't get enough of that, Hume. And Fredo says the ontological argument is a word trick. Not knowing if God exists or being open to its existence is not the same as granting that it's possible. I agree. All of those kind of arguments, they all fall into a category of word games for me. Just complete nonsense that anyone takes them seriously. Remarkable. Bethos very kindly has sent out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you so much, Bethos. That's super, super kind. Amazing. The support that you guys give just touches me. I really, really appreciate it. Bethos also says, to show Atheism77 is not a lie, some membership. Thank you very much. I don't know what Atheism77 is, though. I don't know what that means. Again, I'm feeling like I'm behind the curve somehow, but I really appreciate the gesture. And bingo suggestions. I'm not God, or you'll have to ask God. I'm not educated. I used to be an atheist. Oh, I used to be an atheist has to be on there. I'm going to screenshot this right now. By the way, did you see it earlier? We had 666 people in the YouTube chat. Loved that. Both because it's a decent number and also for the other reasons. And Buzz says, my wife's deconstructing Islam and is excited to call. Wow. I'm holding her hand through the process, but it's so difficult and she can't tell her parents. Buzz, I can't think of anyone who I'm sure would do a better job of holding her hand through a process like that. She's lucky to have you. I'm sure you're lucky to have her too. But that's fantastic. And I would love to speak to your wife. If she ever wants to call, it would be an honor to talk to her, Buzz, anytime. So that'd be awesome. Bethel says, Mandelbrot set. I have written multiple renderers, including on a Casio calculator with 4 color pixel output. Santa Ireland grants flight rights on Christmas. Santa grants flight rights on Christmas. I'm really feeling dumb tonight. I don't get that. Bethos, what am I missing? What am I missing? But I love that you've written multiple renderers, including on a Casio calculator. That's very impressive. I did once. I was learning coding. This was years ago. I started learning Java, and one of my projects was to get it to draw fractals. I don't think I could do that now if my life depended on it, honestly speaking. And Fliberty Giblet says, nice kid, but I'm always amused when people who believe in magic have such a lack of imagination. Yeah, it's interesting that. I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Because it takes a certain type of mind to believe in all of these magical claims. And then there is a lack of imagination in being able to look outside them. I think that's an interesting tension. And Bethos explains,
Atheist Sue 77 is a spoof of... Oh, Matthew said... Oh, sorry. Because he'd said 77. I'm sorry. I do get there in the end, sometimes with a bit of spoon feeding. I'm just not very intelligent. Especially after 6 hours and something minutes of streaming. My brain is starting to feel a little bit frazzled. But anyway, there we are. Those are the super chats for now. And the call queues are empty. It might be quiet on the Western Front. So maybe we'll start winding it down. 6 hours and 8 minutes. Feels like maybe it's time to start thinking about calling it. But before I do have to read this, which came in from T, sent in, of course, using the Q&A link, which is available to second and third tier members. Inquirer members and Inner Circle members can have access to the Q&A sheet. You can put anything you want on there, and I will answer it as and when I can. I wasn't able to last time. T says, so I always hear Christians say that anything God does is good and moral because he determines what is good and moral, and that he is the source of our morals. If that's the case, then if God condoned rape, wouldn't that make rape good? And of course, that is their logic. That is the exact logic they use. And ironically, there are a number of occasions in the Bible where God actually does condone rape. And although the word isn't used, you can absolutely infer from the text that what's going on is sexual relations with people who are unlikely to have provided consent, like war brides, or like in the absolutely horrific story in Judges of the wives for the tribe of Benjamin, and the enjoinment to go and hide and wait. I can show you this verse actually. It's pretty wild. So this is the story where the tribe of Benjamin have fallen out of favor because of a terrible event that happened where a concubine was, I kid you not, raped to death. And as a result, the whole tribe of Benjamin are held accountable, and the other tribes of Israel are told, don't allow any of your daughters to marry any of the tribe of Benjamin. You're not allowed to do this. And eventually, the other tribes realize that they can't let another tribe of Israel die out, which will happen if they're not provided with women. So they come up with a plan of going to find some other women to give to the tribe of Benjamin. So they say, so the congregation sent 12,000 soldiers there and commanded them, go put the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead to the sword, including the women and the little ones. This is what you shall do. Every male and every woman who has lain with a male, you shall devote to destruction. That means kill. And they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had never slept with a man, and brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of blah blah blah. So they've got their 400 virgins to give to the tribe of Benjamin, so that the tribe won't die out. Then the whole congregation sent word to the Benjaminites who were at the rock, blah blah blah. Benjamin returned, and they gave them the women that they had saved alive of the women of Jabesh Gilead. So they said, here are the women we've got for you, so you can have them. The women were never asked. And it gets even better, because there weren't enough. It says they gave them the women they'd saved, but they did not suffice for them. That means there weren't enough women to go round, and some of the people in the tribe of Benjamin, some of the men, were still without a kidnapped bride, and we all know how horrendous that is. So they came up with a plan. The people had compassion on Benjamin, because the Lord had made a breach in the tribes of Israel. So the elders said, what shall we do for wives for those who are left, since there are no women left in the tribe? And they said, there must be heirs for the survivors of Benjamin, in order that a tribe may not be blotted out from Israel. Don't want any of the tribes to die. Yet we cannot give any of our daughters to them, because they promised not to. What are you going to do? This is the plan they concoct, right? This is absolutely wild. For the Israelites had sworn, cursed be anyone who gives a wife. So they said, look, the yearly festival of the Lord is taking place at Shiloh. And they instructed the Benjamins, saying, go and lie in wait in the vineyards and watch. When the young women of Shiloh come out to dance in the dances, then come out of the vineyards, and each of you
carry off a wife for himself from the young women of Shiloh and go to the land of Benjamin. And that's exactly what happens. They go there and kidnap these women in order to be able to have their way with them and have kids with them. It doesn't seem extremely likely to me that the women would have been fully signed up for that project. And so to answer T, yeah, if you ask a believer, they'll tell you that everything God says is good because he says it. And if you're asking about rape and non-consensual relations with women in the Bible, it happens all the time. And God is completely fine with it, right? If he wasn't, he could have spoken up. But he was totally fine. Fully on board, fully signed up. And Bethos is now explaining the previous thing is that the Ireland Parliament grants Santa flyover rights as a nice gesture. That's very lovely of them. And now I understand exactly what you were alluding to. I think it's excellent that they do that and Santa can get his work done. And Buzz, I'm very excited to read this. My wife is so goddamn beautiful in every way. She can't share her disbelief with her parents, and it causes her so much stress. She needs this community, I think. Thank you to everyone here who's so welcoming. Well, Buzz, I can't wait to welcome your wife, and I hear the love you have for her in the way you speak about her, and I feel it. It's awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. You're an awesome guy, Buzz. All right. I think that we might be pretty much closing in on a finish time. I'm going to, of course, give you the names of the wonderful members of the Inner Circle, the aforementioned group. Aforementioned, sorry, I should say, group of the Inner Circle. These are people who just help me out every month by contributing financially to keep things going and serving on the Inner Circle board. We haven't had any Inner Circle activations today, I don't think, have we? That's interesting. But I love you guys. And of course, if you're not on the Inner Circle, I love you too. It's not required that you support my work financially in order for me to want you around and value you hugely. So the Inner Circle are Huckleberry, Roger, Teff, Tim, T, Wacky Slush, Bartek, Riven Ash, Shadow, The Leakest Wink, Bacon and Bush, Upshot, Zeitgeist Omega, Edvard M, Amon Ra, Andrew Winters, Cat B, Devil's Public Defender, Elizabeth B, Gordon Loves Science, Hunter Girl, Issa, Annister, Annabella, Cognitive Dissonance, Drew Smith, Flibbity Giblets, Harold, Indentured Cervix, Jeremy, which is also known as Buzz, of course, Jiffy Cones, Kif, Christy, Moustache Boy, No One Left Behind, Orjan, Pamela, Pseudo V Science, K.R. Young, Kirby, Lacadian, Nectu, Oceanus, PVG, Pasta Fairy, and Rich. That is the Inner Circle, currently numbering 46, I think it is. A nice number. I love you guys. Thank you. And as I said before as well, everyone who's not an Inner Circle member, it's not about that. The support is great and I always appreciate it. But just being here means the absolute world to me that you guys turn up. Absolutely incredible. Okay. I saw Monkey Bitness says bad news. Hope everything's okay. All right. I think we're going to start putting this one to bed now. We will be back for the Tuesday stream on Tuesday during the day. I normally get that started around midday UK time. That is quite early in the US though, so sometimes I nudge it up a little bit later. So I might start at like 1 or 2. I just have to look at what time I have to end. TBC, I'll let you know. But it will be sometime in the morning. If you're in the US, it'll be like 7, 8 or 9 or something like that in the morning, which is early, I know, on Tuesday. But join us anytime you can, anytime you want to. And if you're not in the US, then maybe it's an easier time for you. So thank you, everyone. There's a couple of things that are still left to do before we draw to a close, which is to show the winner of the bingo. So we didn't get quite a full house because we didn't nail You Were Never a Real Christian, which we weren't going to be fair, after Sean departed. He's fine, by the way. He messaged to say something had come up and he had to run off, which is completely fine. And we didn't get Christianity-built civilization, but we did fill 18 squares on a 20-square board. And I'm pleased to say Briley is the winner of the bingo with 6 calls on the board. That's an extremely impressive performance. 6 calls is absolutely killing it. Second place, Finkelstein and Ashwild, joint with Elizabeth B. and Pastafari after that. Outstanding performance. Outstanding, people. And then the final task to do, of course, before we all head off to Beddy Buys, or I do, is to show our leaderboard of calls today, which looks like this. So, according to the jury, the top rated call was Cabbage on a rating of 62. And according to the jury, the worst conversation was Connor, with a very shocking number. 3 is the score there. And if anyone doesn't know how this works, so the score is an aggregate of the score for good faith, which is along the x-axis, and the score for how good your arguments are, the substance, which is on the y-axis, and it works them out together as a score out of 100. So 3 is pretty bad. That's well in troll territory. Not great. Sorry to hear that is the case, but there we are. That's what people thought. Okay, on that note, people, I love you for joining me. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you on Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Have a lovely Sunday and keep well and peace out. Take care all.